The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Only two decisive results kept the status quo intact at the 2026 St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Javokhir Sindarov is on fire, playing dynamic chess against the world's finest to sit in clear second. Leader Praggnanandhaa Babu is cruising, picking up another win to extend his lead and pull away from the pack. Can the superstar be caught? Day 3 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome back to St. Louis, the capital of chess in America. It's day 3 of St. Louis Rapid Blitz. It's a final day of rapid portion. And Praggnanandhaa is still in a driving seat, leading the tournament 2 points ahead of Javokhir Sindarov. Will he stay on the top? Will somebody catch him? Let's go to the studio and start the exciting day of chess.
10 of the world's elite players have been doing battle in the chess capital of the United States for $200,000 of prizes and also for the precious Grand Chess Tour points. Hello, everyone. We are here for day 3 of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. And in the history of this event, 6 players have won it from first place and only 2 from second place after the Rapid is over. That means that Praggnanandhaa, who's leading, is sitting pretty, and Javokhir Sindarov, who is in second, has a chance as well. But will others be able to catch them? That action starts right now.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I will be your host, Paikidze, and I'm so happy to be here with my amazing co-host, Yasser Sairawan.
Nasi, I think you and Maurice are both amazing. It's a pleasure to be with you both. Hello everyone and welcome to day 3 of the Rapids. It's been fantastic. Incredible fighting chess. Incredible accuracy as well. 3 more rounds of Rapid to go. But Nasi, please do the honors. Tell us the standings after 6 great rounds.
Let's have a look, Yasser. We do have a sole leader after the first 2 days of Rapid, and it's this young man, Praggnanandhaa.
Wow.
He has 9 points and a 2-point lead over second place, Javokhir Sindarov. He's in clear second. But there is a big tie for third place. Half of the field is at 50%.
I can see that gap. We don't want it to grow. Tell us about the format for this year's St. Louis Rapid Blitz.
It's a 10-player round-robin event. Time control is 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. In the rapid portion, they're getting 2 points for a win and 1 for a draw. Once we move on to Blitz, they're going to get 1 point for a win, half for a draw, and it'll be, of course, a faster time control, 5+2.
Absolutely. We are in day 3 of the event. Tell us about the schedule.
The last day of Rapid Chess, only 3 more rounds to go until Blitz. 18 games of Blitz coming up, and if there's no clear winner, then we will see very exciting playoffs.
Oh yeah, looking forward to that. Maurice, I said we have been seeing great fighting chess, but not necessarily decisive chess.
The games have us on the edges of our seats. There's no question about that. But for some reason, we've been seeing a lot of draws at this event. That is indeed quite unusual for a Rapid and Blitz event. You might see it in classical, but not Rapid and Blitz. And let's take a look at the numbers that are really quite shocking for events like this one. As you see there, round 1 didn't get off to such a bad start at 40%. Then round 2 took a dip. That was foreboding of things to come. 1 out of 5. Then round 3 picked it up again, and we're expecting more fighting chess the next day. No can do. Round 4 was no wins at all in that round. Round 5, we see 2 out of 5 again. And then round 6, despite some of the most contentious chess, as you can imagine, the games all ended in draws. 3 players in particular are not playing bad chess, but they're not necessarily playing great chess. These 3, Vincent, Keymer, Anish, Giri, and Leinier Dominguez have drawn all 6 of their games. That looks like a perfect line score. Yeah, but not quite, because I'm sure they'd say I'd rather a win and a loss than just be drawing all the games. So why has this been happening? Well, there's some reasons that we're seeing this kind of trend. First of all, incredible defense. Javokhir Sindarov played this move, bishop f4, followed by queen d8 against Fabiano Caruana. If you haven't seen the game, you better hurry up and go check it out, because it was sterling how he was able to save that position. Just an extraordinary game. And we're seeing defense all around the tables. Another reason, well, of course, great opening preparation. These players prepare not 10, not 15, not 20, even 25 moves deep in preparation. Just astonishing what you could do today with engines and databases, and these players are showing that right now. But we'd have to say another reason is those missed opportunities. There's some games they just should have won. Come on, get it done. Will they be able to, is the question today. We're seeing fighting chess. We're seeing great games get played, but we want wins. Come on.
Blood. Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. And Nasi, once again, do the honors and tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 7.
Let's have a look how the day is going to start. We do have 3 rapid games coming up. In the first one, we have Anish Giri against Praggnanandhaa playing the leader.
That's very nice to see.
Javokhir Sindarov against Leinier Dominguez. These two just faced each other in Miami.
Yep, in the Team USA versus Team Uzbekistan
Then we have
match.
Wesley against Levon Aronian, Vincent Keymer against Jorden van Foreest, and 2 teammates, Awonder Liang against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, nice to see them crossing swords as well. As the players are fighting hard, and they're going to be fighting hard in the Blitz as well. What are they fighting for?
For a lot of money in the Grand Store points. Total prize fund is $200,000 for this event. First place takes home $50,000, second place $40,000, just big prizes for everybody. But the main fight is for the Grand Store points, because everybody wants to make it to the Final 4.
Absolutely. That's where the really big money, as we would say, lies in the Final 4s. Players getting ready for this round 7, getting wanded. No electronic devices of any kind.
They also, check your belt and your jewelry and everything.
Glasses especially, right? I really want to do this. I'm not joking. I want to prank the arbiters. I want to come with like 12 electronic devices, a pen, smartwatch, the whole regalia to see if they catch everyone.
Like Neo in the Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. He pulls out the gun.
He pulls out, he opens up his trench coat, 14 guns there.
Armory.
Yeah, I think you're not going to get through the security. Yes,
It may take an hour or so.
I don't think Rex Inkfield or Joy Bray would take kindly to that prank.
Hey, we want to make sure that the equipment is all properly functioning, right? I see at the bottom left there, Sebastian, a young son of Leinier Dominguez.
Does he play chess?
Oh, yes. And he was really happy at one Singfield Cup. I think he was playing in a simul against Magnus.
And here we have the tournament leader, Praggnanandhaa, arriving. He must be feeling very confident leading the event.
Well, he's feeling great because, as he explained to Maurice in an interview, he was at the lowliest moment a year ago in this Rapid and Blitzes. He went -5 throughout the event. Started day 1 with a couple of wins, and he said, okay, I'm off the schneid.
He could go +5 with 2 wins today. Ooh. What a turnaround that would be, a 10-point swing.
Hello.
That would be astonishing if that's what happened a year later. We forget, he's only 20 years young. So as he gets more and more experience, it's just going to be tougher and tougher on the field.
And I also saw, because of this last 2 days, he for the first time entered top 10 in World Rapid.
Wow.
So he's
welcome, Prague.
Right.
It's amazing to me that these players who are so young, under 20 years old, can be in the top 10. Why? Because it's such a hard climb. You're starting at 2,200 Masters.
Speaking of young players who are in top 10, Vincent Keymer is world number 5 at the moment.
Exactly, with the white pieces. But Jorden, too, Van Foreest from Holland.
He had a big rise in the last couple of years, yes.
Absolutely. No, seriously, I think I started as as a 1,000 player and the slow climb. If you gain 50 rating points in a single list, that's huge. But these people have to climb 2,700 and 2,800 mountains to make it to the world's elite.
Yes, it's incredible. These days, we see one potential future world champion arriving a little bit later than the rest of the players. But, I mean, he looks pretty slim. I don't think he's hiding anything. It would show. This guy's got a nice felt physique and just hopping to his table, shaking hands there with Leinier Dominguez, who is more than twice his age.
Yeah, I was about to say, when you highlighted the three players who had drawn all the games, one was a 20-year-old, 30-year-old, and a 40-year-old. Leinier.
Special guest to ring the bell for us today.
Let's listen to Chris Bird making announcements.
Special guest bell ringer.
Oh, and that's
Sound of the bell, please go ahead and
Grandmaster
start Week's clock. Good luck, everybody.
She's going to be playing in Karen's Cup coming up soon in St. Louis.
Absolutely. How many times has she won the World Blitz Championship for women?
At least twice.
Yeah, that's what I was. And also very young.
22, I believe, yes.
Yeah, to be World Blitz Champion twice.
Bibisara is here as his Vaishali, supporting her brother, Prague. So just chess royalty descending on St. Louis for the month of August, as we'll have the Singfield Cup and the Cairns Cup for the first time ever taking place jointly.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And we're going to start with the leaders game, Anish, Giri, and Praggnanandhaa.
Absolutely. We're starting off and staying with his French flag.
Hey,
Pragg
it's working for him. Why not?
Hey, look, I'm going to, if I can beat Fabiano with black.
And he beat Awonder as well.
Exactly. Let me keep doing what I've been doing. Now, Bishop E2 is fine, as was played by Fabiano, but I don't think that that's really the most testing. I don't think the bishop really belongs on E2. I do, on the other hand, really like it on the D3 square, so that I'm always at least intimating that bishop takes
Keeping an eye
H7.
on
Yeah,
H7,
H4 and bishop H7, Queen A5. Lots and lots of theory still in this one.
And Yasser, I think Maurice has something for us.
For sure.
Well, a sighting that you don't see much, but you used to see in the 19th century, and that is the Evans Gambit in the game between Sindarov and Dominguez.
Really?
This really romantic gambit took place pretty ordinarily back in those days when gambits were in fashion, but in modern chess, you don't see these kind of gambits in the openings so often. B4, and that one sacking a pawn in order to get development, and then D4, yet another sacrifice of a pawn, and Leinier is sitting there going, oh boy, I gotta walk into preparation. I haven't played this probably in 20 years. But Garry Kasparov did famously beat Viswanathan Anand with this line. But he essayed it basically once and said, okay, it worked.
Twice, I think.
Twice even.
You ruined Piquet. But I remember a game that Fabi on the black side defeated from Germany, top grandmaster. Oh, shame on me for not being able to remember his name. Nisipianu. Nisipianu played, and it was like almost a refutation of the gambit for white. And so I'm very curious to see what Javokhir.
Well, let's see where they are. As actually, they made several moves. Let me back up as my board wasn't updating.
D6,
D4, he played D6, Queen B3, hitting the F7 pawn. Queen D7, defending, and castles.
Right.
Bishop to B6, hitting the central pawn. And you can have your pawn if you want to. It's all about development and free flow play. Sindarov well prepared. And it looks as though so is Leinier, saying, I'm just going to play what I think works.
Yeah.
Show me what you got. The bishop under attack. Of course, you could get rid of that very dynamic piece. And Leinier said, I see a bishop, I take a bishop.
Right.
And there goes that piece. Why would Sindarov jump into this line, Yaz? It doesn't seem as though it promises much, although there is a lead in development in some central space, but you're down a pawn, and black doesn't have any weaknesses in the structure.
a couple of things. The first thing that goes through my mind is surprise, right? You just hope that you're catching your opponent, you know, like unawares at this exact moment. The second thing is that the engines today are extraordinary. They understand dynamic possibilities, and they start giving you compensation. Even when you're pawn down, the king is still in the center. And this last move, by the way, I don't know, I'm pretty sure we're still in modern day theory, but essentially, if you want to keep the pawn, you take the pawn and develop the knight. Leinier said, no, I'm willing to give up. I'm willing to give back the pawn for development myself. And
also split up White's pawns, right?
Yeah, and the pawn structure is compromised. Are we still
there's
in
still
theory?
11 games in my
So far.
database.
And after-
Sindarov did take on e5.
Right. So he gets his pawn back, and in a fantasy, you end up doing something incredibly wrong. Let me just put a fantasy variation for White. Something of this nature where you play a poor move, a very poor move, let's say queen to d6. And this is where the strength of the gambit comes from. You play for the development. Bishop f4, rook d1, you know, bang, 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 you get your pieces out, a la Morphy.
Happy moves.
Happy moves, and away you go. None of this is going to happen because Leinier's far too savvy for that. But I'm surprised by his choice.
And Yasser, I just want to point out, we're very lucky to be working with Maurice. He has such rich vocabulary. Every day he's teaching us new words, and we have a very fun clip.
No way. Maurice, what have you done for us?
This kid's a dynamician. That's his nature. He wants to play dynamic chess. He's not a positional genius. Of course, he understands positional chess, but that's not his innate forte.
Absolute tactical wizard.
That's the right word, wizardry. And I use the technical term, dynamician. Somebody who plays dynamic chess. Maybe it's not technical, maybe I made that up, but the idea that he loves the feel of crazy, wild, unorthodox positions.
Dynamician.
And Yasser, we have a definition of the word because I'm not familiar with this word. An expert or specialist in the scientific field of dynamics.
Somebody better call up Webster's. We'll take a trademark on that one, Maurice. We'll put it on T-shirts.
We'll just add it to the chess lexicon.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I love the word, the dynamician.
Dynamician. I mean, I understood it right away, even though I didn't realize it wasn't a word.
Gist, but I wasn't sure exactly what it was. So I'm happy to learn new
Got a
words.
few more words
Dynamics.
stuck in the vocabulary bank.
Can't
Right.
wait to hear them.
But only when
Brooklyn.
appropriate. I don't just
Yeah,
make this
right,
stuff up.
right.
Sometimes I actually do make stuff up. What am I talking about? Most of the time. At any rate, this position is not that dynamic, the one we're looking at right now. As we see, the position has liquidated so much. It started off in a lot of chaos, but now it's simplifying itself. And Javokhir is acting like he did something. But you can analyze this for a while, and let's just go a couple of moves. Offer of a queen trade thanks to
Very good move.
this file opening. And let's say you just move your queen out of the way, and now knight to f6.
Right.
And attacking this pawn. You don't want to stop to defend the pawn because black just gets out of the middle very, very quickly and is happy with this position. But if you do decide not to defend and play bishop to g5, there is queen takes e4, a very aggressive way to respond. And against this check, c6, giving back the pawn, and then getting out of the middle and accepting this certainly deficient pawn structure, but how bad is it really? We've seen this pawn structure be ultra defensive, solid, able to even sturdy. You look at it, you say, this has to be horrible. In fact, it has not been in some of the games we've seen. So I'm not sure what he's looking for, what the nuance is. A lot of times when you play these lines, you want to also find some offbeat maybe pawn sacrifice that keeps the energy going. At the moment, the king is stuck in the middle of the board, but it's really not obvious how you're going to keep it there with advantage.
Thank you, Maurice, for those lines. Yeah, sometimes...
Queen A4 is, Queen A4 is a crucial move right here, and I do think Black is doing fine.
I agree.
After that one. Yeah.
Should we check some of the other games?
Yeah, I had opened my game to Vincent Keymer versus Jorden van Foreest, and I'm really amazed by Vincent's play. I don't understand it. That's my amazement, the amazement part, because like I played the hedgehog my whole career, and I never got such a good position as Black.
You were always suffering?
No, my opponents would trade queens.
Oh,
so okay,
fun.
we have an English. It came from an English, quickly transposed into a double fianchetto for Black, a kind of a hedgehog position. And I was really happy and proud of myself when I eventually found the move Queen B8, trial by error, I want to say. But Queen B8, and I would equalize. My opponents would play moves like Rook D1, and we trade queens.
Jorden has played with 100% accuracy so far, while Vincent, for some reason, is not at 100, but it's 99.9.
But this move, Queen D2, stop.
It's a bit odd, right?
Well, look at this impression that we're going to do. Look at this maneuver we're about to make. The white queen takes on D4, goes ring around the rosies to the F4 square.
So it's like he's provoking Queen B8 and then going back to D2.
Right, to begin with, but then putting your queen on D2.
Blocking your own bishop.
Blocking
yes,
your own bishop.
Strange.
So I'm like, okay, I am definitely confused.
Can we assume that he plans to fianchetto the bishop on B2 then?
Yes, without a doubt, but be mindful that there is a move knight E4. So we ask the salient question, what's your intention?
Yeah, I can't play B3 right away.
Okay, so rook to D1,
Rook D1, yes.
Let's say, rook to D1, that's certainly a very fine move.
If it was up to you, Yasser, where would you rather have the queen then instead of D2?
D1.
Well,
because of this
that.
move. This is a very important move, and it featured a lot in my own practice. And the idea was that, you know, if you play B3, I've got this knight E4
So I have to move the queen again, go Queen D3?
Exactly, and then bishop A6.
Now I can play B3, I hope.
Okay, and then I play D5.
Oh. Okay,
And
maybe it's...
This is why I'm sitting there going, I never got these good positions as Black. You can see that white has encouraged Black to get in all the good moves.
I can see that, but the eval bar tells me that Black is still not happy with this position.
Remarkable. But you understand,
Yeah,
if you were at the
If you get to
board,
play D5, you're good.
yeah, I guess it's bishop F4 that still keeps white in the game. But this is the type of thing I would love if I were Black. In any case, we do have Queen D2, and Jorden van Foreest, who has had a rough first 2 days, thinking about, oh, by the way, I think he has played castles, and it's Vincent who is the one burning clock.
Yeah,
and
there's
thinking,
already a 9-minute time difference.
which tells me he's wondering, what have I done? Even though we know from our engine that the eval is about even.
Yeah, sir, I think we need to jump to Wesley's game against
do it.
Levon. I'm not too happy with Levon's pawn structure, but given his time, he has 24 minutes, maybe this is still his prep.
I was about to say, he
Maurice
has
can
played.
catch us up, actually. I think he's been watching this game.
Okay, Maurice, over to you.
Yes, I've been drilling deep into this game because I'm shocked by what has happened in this position as Levon has been blitzing out his moves. It's not like he's had any difficulty so far in the opening, but something seems amiss.
Totally.
In this position, bishop G2 is not the most popular move. Bishop to E3, guarding the pawn.
I think we need to get your analysis board up on our screen.
Oh, it's there. It's there.
It is.
Bishop to E3 could have been played. Instead, he played bishop to G2, and this was his first think, was Levon. Maybe he was surprised by this move, bishop to G2, and decided to play the move C5 to exploit it. Now, this is a sort of a weird way to exploit this bishop move, you would think. And it took a little while, actually not that long, for Wesley to play C takes D5, and then the response, C takes on D4. From the previous game played in this position, E takes D5 was the move, but C takes D4 runs into this horrific pawn structure that we see in front of us, especially this pawn sitting on the square. But it's at this moment, right here, right now, that Wesley has to think about it, and he has found the best move in the position. His knight was under attack, could have moved it to E4. He said, no, I don't want you to take and double my pawns. I want to free that diagonal, and my bishop will capture on E4 if you take back. And this one's going to come as a shock, no doubt.
For Levon.
We will see how long he takes in this moment, does Levon, because this move really puts the screws on his position. He's going to be staring at some of the more putrid pawns you'll ever see. I mean, this pawn structure is just awful. G6, E6, this pawn on D4 is isolated, even though there's a pawn on the same, on an adjacent file, but you can't advance and protect it. So they're going to be target practice in a second. This position is fantastic for Wesley. Okay, the game's not over by a long shot. In fact, the move knight C6 is a pretty natural one, but after knight to E4, beautiful centralization. By the way, bishop check, bishop D2, bishop takes D2 check. Most of us would just play knight takes D2. The engine says it doesn't mind playing king takes D2. I got to tell you, I'm looking at it, and I still don't think I would play it. But the king is sitting pretty in the center. The rooks are going to grab the C and D files. The king's going to back up, although there is a rook takes H2 that's in the position. So sharp. I'm not sure Wesley is going to be willing to go for this, especially since knight takes is also clearly better for him. And look at this, an exchange sacrifice played. D takes C3, completely going for it in this position. Wesley has to imagine or wonder, did I walk into some weird prep? The guy's playing so quickly, that looks like a whole exchange sitting on B7. But Levon, we saw him sacrifice an exchange against Sindarov. Was
And
it
then almost winning the game.
And almost won the game.
He was
that
lost,
game.
but yeah, he almost won. That's right.
Right, and so he looks like he's just calmly taken this knight and said, you go for it, take your exchange. And Wesley is staring at it wondering for sure, what have I walked into? And look at Levon, just opening the bottle, taking a sip.
I do think Levon is bluffing.
I'm not so sure. Hold on. Let's imagine what's happening. Okay, you take on B7, I take on B2, right? And you take on B2, right?
I have to, yes. Take with the bishop.
Take with the bishop, and then I drop my knight in on D5. So I force you to take my rook.
I'll pick up your rook.
Okay.
You give me a check.
Correct. Now, where do you move your king?
Let's say for F1 or F2.
Okay. Well, F1 encourages another check. Hold on.
I thought so did King F2 with Bishop C5. So, what do you think, Maurice? Where do we go? King F2?
No, you're walking into checks if you go to F2. Bishop C5, what are you going to do?
F1 is better, right?
Okay. So
This check, at least your queen is guarding the bishop, so
I want to keep your queen trapped on A8,
Makes
and I
perfect
want to
sense.
go knight to C6. Is this complete bluff? It feels.
No, but it's two moves for
I go
white.
rook C1.
If white takes the knight on D5,
Yeah.
you have to take with the pawn, yes?
Yes.
And then rook C1 stopping you from bringing your knight out.
Yeah. Then I have a check on H3 that I might
King G1?
check.
Or even King
Oh,
F2?
I
You don't
can't-
have Bishop
check-
C5 anymore.
Oh,
Yes.
and I don't have rook takes F4.
No.
I was just trying to make a perpetual check.
No, you're not getting
Hold
it.
on. I think I do. Wait a minute. You guys are bluffing me. Can I take this pawn for perpet? No.
No.
I don't even have
Ask
to
that
handle.
answered.
He has to answer the
Maybe I even
chess
go
Let's see
pawn.
your idea, though. Let's see your idea.
Well, my idea was that if you take, I was going to go queen H3 check and bluff my way to a perpet.
I think I can walk in the center because you're
King will
only
go
checking
for
me
a walk
with
Yeah,
your queen.
up the board,
Exactly.
and it's only your queen. And that's, I
Doing
believe,
the
the
business.
last check you get.
And you're losing your knight.
Yeah, but
Yeah, this is
how often did you see a king march to d4
well,
in
we
the
saw
opening?
Jorden did it against the Awonder, remember?
Amazing. Okay.
No, but more critically, okay,
Yes.
Levon's back at the table.
Right.
Levon got up from the board. Wesley's sitting there, played this move f4, thought he was being smart,
Well, you got to play queen b.
and then his opponent played d takes. And what did he do?
Queen b7,
Bishop.
and now Wesley stood up.
No.
No, he
bishop
took with
to-
the bishop, which is absolutely backing down in this position. Bishop b7 does not give nearly the advantage that
The
queen
other-
takes b7 does. And look at Levon instantly play his move. Wesley did not want to call his bluff. And this, again, we had talked about missed opportunities. Players backing down from opening preparation. They don't want to see what your computer said. Said, look, I'm not falling for some garbage and then lose my tournament because you knew exactly what to do, all from engine just giving you guidance.
Right.
But queen b7 was the move.
Was the move.
So he backed down. He's now taken on b7, and it looks like this could happen, as you're pointing out, Yaz. And black has great compensation. After bishop takes a8, knight d4,
He's played it
you
instantly.
can't even play queen takes c3, as
That's
queen
a-
d1 is played.
That was a pretty.
As we know, the famous tactic of bishop to b4, hello,
Oh, boy.
hand your queen over after queen takes and knight to c2. So the queen has dropped back, and white is arguing that, all right, at least for the moment, I'm up in exchange.
That is the argument white has made. And
Yeah, you are, but the thing is, you only have one developed piece.
But the crazy part is, we're seeing the Evans Gambit.
That's-
Let's develop.
develop.
Let's play for development, right? We're seeing an exchange sacrifice. Got to play for development. Got to
But with
play
the
for
black
attack.
pieces,
Yeah, that's hard
that
to do.
and an exchange sack,
That's hard to
and
do.
It is extraordinary, and his opponent, as we said, backed down. This position, how do you evaluate this as just the engine says just a little bit better for white? Black is not just down an exchange, black is also down a pawn.
Exactly.
So what is the right way to play here? This position, by the way, the engine gives bishop to b4, and not your c2,
Yeah, exactly. I'm not
bishop to
getting anywhere
b4,
with C2.
and then the only move to not get a significant disadvantage is king f1.
Not castle?
Only way. If you castle, you run into bishop to c5, and now your king better watch out.
Seems
I
so
thought I could just play
threatening.
e3.
Didn't seem so threatening with our bishop controlling the diagonal. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't seem threatening at all, but the move e3 can be met by c2.
Okay.
And now don't put your queen on d3 because
Then
knight
it
f3
discovered.
rocks your world because you'll lose your queen. So now your queen has to find a square.
Let's say queen d2.
What did you say?
Queen d2.
Queen d2.
Queen d2, and now the very powerful knight to g4.
Okay, this is
I was about
incredible.
to see, the
The
eval bar
drop.
kept
Yeah.
dropping and dropping, and I was like, what did we do that was so bad? And look,
You stop protecting the g4 square. Now, we talked about that rook. Remember I said that rook on the h line?
Yeah.
I didn't think it would factor in this much.
But
But
guess
now you are absolutely terrified of this position. The h-pawn is hanging. Taking,
how many pieces do I get for the
I know
queen?
you want to start grabbing
Still
stuff.
counting. Oh, the
Now we're
engine's
just
just
resigning,
saying,
apparently. Oh, queen takes d4 might. No, it's not a checkmate because king goes up to g2.
This is reminding me of
yeah. Anish Giri.
Lewy Rubinstein on the diagonal.
Oh, that was a different game. I was going to say Anish Giri, Leinier, Dominguez, where Leinier had a queen
Against the two
but
pieces, yeah.
against three, the rook.
I had a very weird idea. Not looking at the engine now. Bishop d4 and bishop.
G1?
No, it's queen d7. Check is the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem.
How do we get the queen? How do we get the queen to no longer defend?
Well,
Take and king and take
well,
and check.
I mean,
thought
this
here
is the
white
one
is
we.
winning, yeah.
This the king is just hiding.
King's walking g2, f3, and running.
Well, this is the one we wanted. But King G2 is the problem, right? So
Oh, wait,
wanted-
what are we doing? What if with the pawn back home, rook
H2 first. Yeah.
Rook H2 first. No
Nope,
real
that's
choice.
not it. Queen
right?
takes. I was planning Queen D4, but
King H1.
that's not enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of pieces for the queen, right?
Okay, this is ridiculous. It can't be that hard.
Bishop takes D4. Why aren't we
Yeah,
playing
Bishop
the most
D4 could
obvious
start.
move?
All right,
King
let's just play the most
H1.
obvious move. King H1. Now, the queen is the thing.
The queen is the thing.
How do we distract the queen?
Queen is the thing.
It feels like we're so close.
Queen,
What
B5?
a crazy situation.
queen
Not
B5.
see. For all three of us to be missing this move, it feels pretty embarrassing. Like,
No,
what is going on?
It's like if I go queen B5, you can't go queen G2 because I'll take
Right.
the rook. You
When
can't
the bishop
go
can't
bishop
move over the back
G2.
rank.
So
So that's a nice idea.
just to
I
tickle.
think it's queen B5. Yeah.
And then you've got ideas of queen H.
Right. We like it.
Fine.
It's a nice
H4 though.
move. It's a heck
No,
of a
I
nice
mean,
move.
I'm taking on H2.
Oh, first. Okay.
And then I get to check you and check you on E2.
No, that's it. Yeah,
That's
well
it.
done.
That's it.
Well done.
Thank you for saving us.
This move here.
Ooh, crazy.
That's a
But-
great move and a great way to accelerate the attack.
Right.
So that's
But
the
Wesley
point.
Castle, he didn't play King F1. with
And
it.
he castled instead of playing King F1, thinking, because King F1 is counterintuitive, but now he's much worse. And Levon's bluff has worked out brilliantly. If he
Wow.
now finds bishop to C5,
Wow.
with E3 being a very natural move and then C2, Levon will just
Okay.
absolutely have played magnificent chess.
I must say, I thought E3 was the correct move, but the more I'm seeing it, E3 gets us into trouble. Why don't we, in that case,
There's still knight G4 maybe.
and then can I play H3? The crazy part is this bishop is doing a tremendous job covering the diagonal.
But the queen can go to H3 now, though. So E5, how are you stopping the queen's access to the H3 square?
Okay,
It's
immediately
like you're
E5.
walking into a punch.
F5 maybe? Let's play F5, Yasser, maybe shut
F5?
it down.
F5?
Ooh, Vincent doesn't
Still
like
losing
that one.
somehow.
Well, again, I'm seeing the eval mark, keep going down as if black has all the play.
Also, this is just temporary because if
Yeah.
you take on F5 with
Yeah.
a pawn, at minimum,
Let me try H4 instead. Somehow just guarding the H3 square. And
unfortunately, that's walking into a rucksack.
no,
Yeah.
please
You
no.
have nothing over there.
Oh.
Rook takes H4. Should put it on the board. It's
Yeah.
just incredible. And Levon will find this in a
Instantly,
heartbeat.
yeah. This is
It's incredible. Now pawn takes
Yeah.
is met by queen G4 check,
I'm lost.
and
Yep.
you're losing the family.
Yep.
Look at the coordination of Black's pieces in this assault. And Wesley, you said, okay, I don't want to go to the prep, and then you back down.
And guess what?
A
You
move
fall
later,
into something
you
worse.
stepped in it. Yeah, your foot is knee deep in it, and his position. If we could get back to the live board, Levon has played bishop to C5, and
No.
did he play bishop C5 yet? No,
that
he
was
hasn't.
me. That was me.
Levon is now
Apologies.
studying the position, checking for the weakness of the last move. It looks like Levon is out of his own prep as well.
But I've got to tell you, the move bishop c5 looks okay. But what you really want to do is you really want to play e5 and queen h3 like everybody wants to checkmate. e5,
Agreed.
knight g4. So the problem I think Levon has, we know bishop c5 according the engine is telling us, let's go. But as a human player, now that you can't meet knight g4 with h3, your inclination is, ooh, I got something saucy here. Let me play knight g4.
But the problem with knight g4 is okay, but e5 isn't. Because
E5 is not
It just
okay?
takes too many moves. First you made this move, then you have to play queen h3, and after rook f2, then you have to play knight g4. Then you have to also take on f2.
Right, that's a
before
lot.
you finally arrive.
Right.
Meantime, white gets moves. So here, for example, white can take on c3.
Okay, take on c3. I was going to go bishop c5. Well, then
Take
what
on
happened?
E3, right? Take on D4 and then pawn E3.
Yeah.
I mean,
Too many
you're going to be
pieces.
down.
Yeah.
take on A1. No,
You don't want to go to the end game. You're trying to checkmate me.
you're right. I have been trying to checkmate you. Bishop C5, take on D4, take on D4, E3. This is what Maurice was saying. You go Queen H3 like a hero. You go Rook F2, Knight G4. Look at how many moves it takes, and then suddenly it's White's turn. White goes Queen A4
Yeah,
check.
and Black's king is also open and in the
Exactly.
center.
Or Bishop C6 check with the other bishop coming into the game, and
Exactly.
is going to be
So-
ugly.
So okay, so you resist the inclination to play Knight G4. You resist E5. You come to Bishop C5.
I do have one other suggestion, though,
Please.
for Black. Let's start with C2.
Yes.
Because White Queen has only one square, Queen D3, and now go Bishop C5 because you no longer have E3.
Right. Okay. Also very attractive,
But I
including.
guess there's something here for White.
But you know, the inclusion of the move C3, C2, you feel as Black. Oh, this benefits me. You know, my
Maybe
pawn
just
is.
go Bishop.
You pushed him to attack your G6 pawn with check.
Oh, I didn't see that at all.
You missed a check.
I'm not saying maybe you just have to recognize that that's what you did.
But
If he takes immediately, it's problematic. But you're going to need moves. There's always, we don't have to cash a check right away. You could play Bishop E3, for example.
and I can't go Knight G4 because then
Knight
you'll
G4,
take
now that
Bishop
check
A.
comes in.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, at least I without the move E3, there is no Knight F3 check, and Knight G4 does run into Queen takes G6. Wow. Okay.
what a wild position. And now
For-
Levon deep
for a
in thought.
Rapid game. That's crazy.
But we've been analyzing this for what, 7-8 minutes?
and
Or
still,
thereabouts, and Levon has not moved. He had that big edge on the clock, and now his edge is about to completely evaporate.
right.
This is an amazing game for. If this was classical, this would be amazing. We'd be enthralled. But we've got 4 other games to look at, so
Let's
we'll
do
come
it.
back to this one.
We lost our tournament leader Praggnanandhaa some time ago. Let's jump to the game between Anish and Prague and see how.
I think you're on Fabi's game.
Oh, you're right. That was very strange. I clicked, but okay. It was French defense, Queen A5, A3, A6. Wow. Okay, A6, Bishop D3, Knight takes. Well, as I was saying, for my taste, the bishop definitely belongs on D3, and we have a trade. Okay, this is interesting. Are we still in theory? I suppose
Trapping
we
the
are.
queen, yes.
Yeah. Queen back to D8, bishop went to B6. I mean, they're playing pretty quickly.
Not so quickly. They're down to 12 minutes.
They're actually
Oh,
both
excuse
taking
me.
a lot of time.
Now, I see that now.
But I like this dark square bishop exchange for White. Now we can dominate on those D4, E5 squares, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You'd love to just go knight to D4, trade knights, and drop a knight in on E5. F4 is hanging. It means that we may have to play G3.
Is this the first time Prague is in somewhat of trouble?
His French is
Wait,
giving him a
wait.
great game.
F4 is not hanging.
Why not? No, I'm saying knight E2 to D4.
Oh, if that's the move you want to play.
You want to play this. You want to trade knights, drop a knight in on E5, but you have to keep the F4 pawn protected.
You could probably.
If I do it this way, I'm afraid that the knight will go away, and I want to put my knight on E5, not necessarily on D4.
Maybe you just need to bring a rook to the E line first, no?
Exactly.
Just apply a little pressure.
So again, what Jeremy Silman liked to say is envision what your ideal is. Just envision what. So I'm saying the White's ideal is this, and then ask yourself, can I achieve my ideal? And this is what you want to do, and I think you want to do it, as you just said, Maurice, by including a rook. So rook on A1 to E1 and trying to achieve that dark square bind.
Back to that exciting game.
Yes.
You know, I'm impressed by chess fans. You ever been in a tournament hall? You're playing a game, and then all the fans are around one board.
Yes, of
Right?
course.
We've all seen it.
Yeah.
Everybody just gravitates right to that board.
Yeah.
And we as chess commentators, we're chess fans too, and we go, Screw the other games. We want to look at this one.
Right.
But the fact is, if you look at every other game, none of them have the fire and brimstone that's burning on this particular board right here. And look at the move he played instead. Instead of bishop c5, he played queen to b5. Queen to b5. He wants to bring his queen over to that h5 square. And the only way to get a big advantage against this was to move bishop back to f3. Slightly, or maybe a little bit more than slightly counterintuitive. But the point is you don't want to capture this piece because suddenly you lose a lot of your mojo.
Yeah, king safe suddenly.
But instead of that, rook f2 was played instantly by Wesley, and that defends the position. It claims to threaten queen takes d4, as the queen was guarding the knight sitting on that square. And now Levon has stepped in it. He must, absolutely must find the only move, knight to g4.
He's played it already.
Yeah. And he has played it.
Can Wesley still take
on the board? And Wesley now has taken on d4, allowing bishop to c5.
Wow.
Which, I mean, that looks so scrumptious. How could he let this even happen?
But there is g7 is hanging. Can
Bishop
you go
f2 with a check?
Okay, but it's not going to be made over there. Okay, if you don't mind, we're going to just calculate it, right? So you're going to take on f2.
Maybe actually rook takes h2 is even stronger.
Queen takes g6 check, and queen takes g4.
Who knows what's going on there?
Position is completely sick.
I mean, this is okay. I mean, I tease Levon and I say, you know, from the mind of Levon, and every time
yeah,
I'm
you can
stunned.
see bishop f2 is just losing.
Right, because that bishop, after rook takes h2, there's no threat of checkmate. So
rook h2 is, I think, necessary here for black.
Yeah, so we got to go.
We stop for a second?
Yep.
Stop for a second. Play that again, please, because I just had a fantasy line.
Please do.
Run into my head. You said rook h2, which is not working.
No.
But just play it for a second.
Rook h2.
The fantasy line was taking on b2 with the queen as black, and then playing knight e3 mate if you take back with the bishop.
Let's show it. It's very pretty.
Okay, obviously you'd have to play some completely ridiculous move for it to happen. But the fantasy line to be able to play knight to e3 with mate. But the engine gives something else against a4, which maybe it's pawn takes does the same thing. Maybe sacking the queen this way.
Maybe bishop d4.
Yeah,
or
so there's no
like
bishop c6 check.
Yes.
Right. And now we take the
we
queen,
go.
and now we take the bishop, and now we got what we wanted.
Put the rook on c1.
That's
exactly a rook. Yeah.
These are all fine lines for us to calculate. Meanwhile, Wesley's looking at the board
And
thinking,
saying,
am I getting mated
what's
or am
going
I
on?
okay?
We just saw bishop c5. We have been looking at the move queen takes g7. Maybe Wesley is, I don't know, considering the move bishop e3 if he's panicked about...
If he's panicked, he could bail out with a4, I think.
a4.
Trade queens so that you definitely don't get checkmated.
Oh my gosh, a4. Didn't even consider that one. Wow.
Because playing queen
g7. That's bold and crazy. All mixed together. Huh?
Crazier than queen g7? Because it feels like we are allowing checkmate.
No, because after king f1, you get a free tempo on
but
everything.
Black doesn't have to take on f2. That could start with rook h2. That's what I was scared of.
Yes, but you're also
Rook
letting
h2.
queen g6 check and queen g4 happen. You're not exactly doing anything after they just take your knight.
Goes to d8 or somewhere safe.
I mean, there's no mate.
I guess d8 wasn't the safe
Maybe
square.
f8.
Okay.
King f8, you take the knight.
g4, rook f2.
Oh,
And I figured because white doesn't have any checks.
So you're currently down a rook, but okay, what is the exact threat? Because you could hide on the diagonal.
I guess
Rook takes f4 check,
or
maybe?
discover check is the direct threat. I'm thinking we're playing king h1 here. Just because...
Then maybe rook f1 c takes b?
Rook f1.
Oh, no, you just go bishop b2. This is such a... I mean, I can just take on b2. I thought black was good here.
I'm not so
You're down a
sure.
piece, and your king is
Whose
exposed
king,
as well.
Whose king is more exposed? It looks to me like,
Queen h8 is not a mate.
oh,
No, Queen h4, thankfully.
I didn't even
now-
see that. Yeah,
But
those
now it's two,
retreating
you're
moves.
down 2 pawns. There's no mate.
This is wild stuff.
But by the way,
Yes, please.
Wesley has blinked at least twice this game,
Yes, he has.
right? He hasn't gone for the
Yeah.
most aggressive lines. It's as though he's just saying, I got to survive. He's
Right.
gone into survival mode. He's not gone into refutation mode. He's believing his opponent and just willingly saying, let me just get out of here. I think I walked into prep, and I don't want any more of this nonsense. But that has given Levon pure liberty to get this position, which is a complete fantasy position. This position is a hot mess.
Yes, it is.
We agree. We don't see positions like this, once in several months maybe.
Well, this is what we said at the start of the show. We're having these great games. If this game ended in a perpetual, would you be surprised? Would you be
No, not at all.
But it would be a great perpetual check that
This is the
brought
kind
us
of
here.
draws they've been making.
Exactly. Fantastic stuff. Queen G7 is a boss move. I mean, it's saying, go ahead and do your worst. Maul my king, and I'm going to try
Now,
to
while
maul your
Wesley's
king.
thinking maybe we can catch up on
Please.
one game we haven't checked, and that's Fabi's game against Awonder.
Yes, and again,
They are all the way down to the end game now, and Fabi has a small advantage, I want to say. He has 2 bishops and better pawn structure.
whoa. It's not
But the rook
that
on
cut and
H4
dry for me.
yeah,
That rook
I'm
on
worried about
H4
that.
is like, whoa. That could be a
You'll
liability.
have to play G5 at some point to save the rook, probably.
Right? I mean, it's wonderful. I'm really happy we have an extra pawn on the queen side. But however, white ever plays b2, b4, that kills that majority. Or
And yes,
game
sir,
one,
Fabi
please.
absolutely needs a win to join the players in the middle. 'cause
Exactly.
He's at -1.
Yeah, as is Awonder. Both players looking for
Wonder's
a
at
result.
-2, I believe.
-2, sorry.
It-
Both
it's-
players still looking for a
It's
result.
really sad to see Awonder at -2 because once he starts winning,
Yeah.
he can go on a streak and win a lot of games.
That game with Jorden Van Foreest probably
Yeah, that
hurt
hurt him.
in the worst possible way. Yeah, again, I see that the engine bar tells us that black is for choice, but
Unclear, right?
I feel like it's closer to a 3-result game than just a cut and dry advantage.
By the way, just dealing with this, the Grand Chess Tour standings.
Yes, sir.
We had talked about, and the numbers that Ben Underwood had given us, that the top 3 players in the tour looked almost guaranteed to make it to the finals by many of
Fabi,
the
Vincent,
various
Wesley.
permutations possible, running all the simulations. But if we look at this, you see that Wesley is sitting at 15.5 points. Maxime looks close, but he's played one more event. So in
Exactly.
fact, he's way behind Wesley. Wesley just needs a reasonable score here and then a fairly reasonable score in the Sinquefield Cup to eliminate Maxime's chances. And both Javokhir and Pragg are saying, look, if we score some big points, Maxime can forget about it. Even winning the Sinquefield Cup might not be enough, given that they're in first and second. But if Wesley keeps creeping backwards,
Right.
those two, and they're off to an amazing race, that is Sindarov and Praggnanandhaa, they would leapfrog him.
Exactly.
And suddenly he's on the outside looking in,
Right.
hoping that he could make a big score in the Sinquefield Cup, which is not what he wanted. So conservative play could cost Wesley So another place in the finals. Last year, he missed out on the finals by half a point.
Precisely, yeah.
By half a point, and Pragg was the one who overtook him at the end. So Wesley's thinking, oh boy, come
don't
on.
want a
What
repeat
does
of
the
that.
guy have to do?
Yeah.
If it ended right now, you see there, Pragg would get 13 full points and Sindarov would get 10. That would leapfrog everybody, actually.
Right.
Even Fabi, of course, he's going to pick up some points.
Right.
And then you see Vincent and Wesley, they're tied. Anish is way out of it. But Vincent would be happy, but Wesley would have to split those points
5 ways, including with 2 of the wild cards.
Right.
That's going to yank his points all the way down. He can't be happy with this. And then if he loses to Levon now, things start looking bad to worse. Whoa, wait a minute. So this game that he's playing Levon is absolutely huge. And he played a move that the Indians don't like. It says now that black's better. He played queen takes c3, the least, again, aggressive option. Just trying to stay cool, calm, and collected. And the best move here is rook takes on h2, the most natural looking. Well, bishop f2 is also quite possible, but rook takes h2. I suddenly noticed queen takes on e2. My mind, but that's
Queen takes c5 probably?
over the top. Yeah, queen takes c5 works. Okay, there are options here. Bishop f2 is not supposed to be good, but rook takes h2. Bishop f2 looks attractive too, I gotta tell you. But oh no, but bishop c6 check would be a threat against your position, so you'd have to deal with that on the very next move.
Question here. Can white play bishop e3? Because you can't
Yes.
take with the bishop. I have bishop c6 coming.
Precisely.
And if you take with the knight, then I'm kind of free of that pin.
And yeah, you could
And I can
probably
take on
play
h2 with one of the pieces.
probably the king, and you're more or less happy. Bishop e3, what a fine move. Wow.
Somehow the engine's not
You have to
impressed,
take
though.
on e3 with the bishop.
You have to allow bishop c6?
You have no other move. Everything else loses.
How is this not losing?
That's crazy. And now you play king f7.
On the
Oh,
move?
sorry. King f7.
Yeah, because queen g7
Oh, sorry.
is
Yeah.
is an
Okay, let's
issue.
take the queen. I don't see checkmate.
No,
Where is
that pattern we talked about pops up. There's no mate, but it's the pattern that we talked about. King over and then knight e3 check, forcing you to give back the queen. And you're down a pawn, but Mr. Rob's color position
Just
with
one
fantastic
pawn, yeah.
pieces. Threat of rook h1 in the position as well.
Well,
Means
I have to go back
you'll
bishop
make,
c6
you'll make your way out of
probably.
this.
Yeah, it's funny you should say Wesley backed down and didn't play the most incisive move. But he's probably making a draw even
Yeah.
with this.
But that's my point.
Yeah.
He had different opportunities this game. Taking on b7, for example.
with the queen,
With the queen, playing king f1 instead of castling.
castle,
And, you know, he's,
and queen takes g7 instead.
and queen takes g7 now instead of this.
queen takes
He's kind of
c3.
just saying, look, I will show you perfect defense. We talked about this at the top of the show. They are playing incredible defense when shocked. But they're putting a lot of their genius into great defensive moves and stopping their opponent. And you see there, Levon staring at the board with only 4.5 minutes and probably starting to see those same variations pop up in his analysis as well. And he's like, man, I almost had this guy. Where was the win? But queen b5 was his mistake.
Queen b5, yeah.
And I think we need to go to the leaders game because
Sure. Anish versus
Pragg is
Pragg.
playing with black and Anish is down to 3 minutes and position is somewhat unclear.
Whoa. F5 just got played.
Okay, queen's
3
about to
minutes.
come off.
And I know that I see they have made some moves, so let me get caught up with the players. Takes.
Pragg
Queen
has big
takes.
time advantage on the clock. Maybe even his position is slightly preferable. This is the current position, yes, sir.
This is the current position. Okay.
Would you take on e4 or just...
I would, because I'm thinking queen takes e4, d takes e4, and
f7, right? With the
yeah,
tempo?
exactly. And I would be very happy as black.
But you did connect white's pawns. You're not afraid of the e4, f5 pawns at all? Like I could play e5 now. It doesn't work though. You have bishop c4.
Bishop c4. But I'm thinking in my mind's eye that I
You
want to
blockade on
blockade
e5.
the e5, the e4 e5 threat, and more saliently, let's go. I want to play d4 d3, and
So black is looking really good.
I prefer black's position. I don't think Anish is going to be, and certainly by the clock, I don't think Anish is going to be happy with the outcome of this middle game.
This position hinges on this idea that e5 doesn't work.
Precisely.
That's what the whole thing hinges on. Because if white gets to play e5, that's a very powerful passed pawn that's going to throttle your position. You can forget it.
Yeah,
but
if you could
thankfully,
play e5 and keep these
no.
pawns, this is the dream, right? You could go
Yes.
e6, but like you're saying, Maurice, it's just tactically.
you can
capture, and then the rook is hanging
On F1.
to the bishop, so that's not going to work out.
I also want to quickly jump to Javokhir's game because currently in his position there is this tactical idea if he finds it. Let's pull up the live board of Sindarov against Leinier. Yasser.
Yep.
Bishop takes c7 is hanging.
Right. E7? D6,
D6 and rook e7,
rook E7.
right? And yes, you can take on a4, but then b6 is also fallen. So it's just a free pawn.
Oh, you had me at free pawn. Bishop takes c7, rook takes c7. You stop and say, what have I done? I've blundered a bishop for no reason. No, there's the follow-up d6. When the rook moves, let's just put a rook move on the board, rook e7, and there's no good way for
And
Leinier.
of course he finds it and plays bishop c7.
There's no good way for Leinier to move his queen and defend his bishop.
No,
White
plus-
will recapture the piece.
White is not only up a pawn, the great position as well. Rook on the 7th, pass pawn on d6, it's crushing.
100%.
Can I say, this kid is finding all the scintillating moves from this tournament.
Right?
Like, we're just watching him play move after move, and we're in awe. He doesn't miss tactics. He's just relentless. You make one mistake, and he's all over you. And he's fearless as well. That's the thing I love about him is he's fearless. He only backs down, it looks like, in extreme time pressure. That's where who made mention of that? Was it you, Nazi, said something about him in time pressure?
Yes.
Notice that trend, that in real time pressure, he starts to wobble a little bit. But, boy, give him time on the clock. Look at him looking back. Like, yeah, I just took on C7.
Bang.
Boom! In your face. And guess what? I'm just going to look at all the other games. Okay, I'm not even focused on this one now. I'll let your clock tick down to less than 2.5 minutes while you suffer over this position. Just extraordinary ability that he is showing in all tactical, dynamic. Dare I say he's a dynamician?
Dynamician. I thought you had a putrid pawn structure. I thought, what happened to the dynamician pawn structure? By the way, you
Don't
were
hurt yourself.
Yeah. By the way,
Stop it, yes.
you were saying, players stop. Well, the world stopped in the Olympiad 1982 when Viktor Korchnoi played against Garry Kasparov, and they had this big chessboard, and it's sort of like the whole American team was watching the board. And I remember a picture of Roman Gingiashvili, Lubash Kavalik, and everybody was staring at Garry Kasparov's game because it was just absolutely the wildest, craziest game we ever had. And Sindarov is drawing our eyes to
Yes,
Every round.
but this round, it's been the So Aronian show, and they have actually followed that line that we talked about.
way.
Let's get to that position because
Guess
it's
what?
exactly what happened, and it's looking very much like a draw. And I mean, just an absolutely fantastical, like mythical draw. Who sees positions like this in chess? I am sorry. We did not see the bishop e3 move get played, but he did play it. And after takes, check, king f7, take the queen, check. Well, I give you back the queen. And now we get to this situation that it's clear that black is just perfectly fine. And let's trade off some pawns. We'll do that. Now rook over. The dark square pawns are going to drop. And this game's going to quickly make its way to a draw. We're on the great part about this game. He did play g6, king f6. The great part about this game is
one last cheapo.
one last cheapo you can't take because of bishop to e4. I'll just show that point
not-
there.
That's cute.
They haven't even played 30 moves.
All of this happened in less than 30 moves.
Wow.
King f6 was moved 29.
Wow.
I feel like this has been like a drama with, 12 acts.
Dare we say an odyssey? I mean,
Yeah.
this has
Wow.
been absolutely
Great stuff.
insane as a game. You can analyze variations. Back in the day, this kind of positions would be analyzed for weeks
Yes, they-
without engines.
And the chess informative,
Everybody
man, we go-
checking, what about this line? What about this line? I think this would win. What about this? What about this? Today, the engine's like, just this. That was always equal. Yeah, he should have played that. But that does not at all diminish the extraordinary creativity we've seen in this game, including great defense. But again, a couple of missed opportunities as well.
I think a big news in Anish's game against Prague.
Let's
Prague
do it.
may have just blundered an exchange.
Say
There's
what?
a tactic.
When we left it, we had just left it right here. The bishop went back to f7. We were kind of expecting knight e5. G6. Okay,
Ooh, but
that's a
Anish missed
prize.
it. Look at this move, rook e8, and here Anish had e5.
Yeah.
If
And
you take
knight
with the knight,
e4.
knight e4.
Very straightforward.
Wow.
That's a strange miss.
And then you
because
take f takes g and knight f6 check.
your rook has to go away. We take.
It might not be a winning endgame, but then it's playing
Hey.
for 2 result, right?
100%. That's
Everybody's
a very
playing
clear.
this.
Yeah. Sign me up any day for this for white. Oh, my
Prague
goodness.
also now lower on the clock, 2 minutes against 3.
Rook c5, I kind of understand that move because you want to fight for the control over e5 so
we
that we can
blockade?
go e4, e5.
Knight e5 now.
I'm
You
assuming,
can't allow e5 again.
I'm assuming he wants to play knight f3. So knight,
And
pardon
I
me,
have to trade.
yeah. I'm assuming this is where we're
Prague
headed.
played rook e5 instead.
Okay.
Offer and the rook trade. A lot of pieces might come off and this game might end peacefully.
Dare we say it?
By the way, in the game with
Yes.
Javokhir, we saw him get a fantastic shot in, but then he promptly missed the best move and has given his opponent a great chance to equalize. If we look at this position in the game, Javokhir versus Leinier Dominguez, we saw the bishop sack. He was able to get a second pawn on b6. His opponent did grab a pawn as well, so it's only a pawn advantage. But the key in the position is, first of all, Leinier wanted to get to an opposite-colored bishop endgame without rooks. That was really very important for him, to get it without rooks. And so Javokhir, in the position I have on the board, needed to move his rook, but also play the move rook to c1 to prepare the march of his pawns.
Right.
That was critical. He did not realize that, and instead he played the move bishop to e3, figuring, okay, I'm not trading rooks, but that allowed bishop to b3, and that says, now your pawn will not help the other one. You are now forced to play d6,
Right.
after which I can offer a queen trade with queen d5, or I could play even bishop to a4, which looks counterintuitive to be sure. But the real issue is if we start trading off pieces, you're up a pawn, but
It's a blockaded.
the blockade is potential on the d7 point. That's going to need to be calculated correctly. We have this position on the board, bishop to b3. All right, what happened here? Let me get
He
the
did
position.
play a d6.
But bishop b3, d6, bishop a4, rook to b1, and now bishop to c6. And we have a very straightforward argument. Your pawn on d6 is going nowhere. It is fully blockaded. You are up material, but you can't advance your passer, which means if you can't do that, you're going to have to get another weakness to exploit somehow, some way, because you can't break the blockade. But where is that weakness? How do you get at it to create more problems for the opponent? Not looking like great chances for Javokhir. And remember what Wesley So said about Leinier. Man, that guy plays endgame so well. He's so good. So we've got the youngster going against the vet. And I said, I've defended worse positions, young man. Trust me, I've done it before. You got to show me that you got the technique to take down the wily old veteran.
Indeed. Well, Leinier is hanging on. But it's a grim. It's grim.
Yes,
You're
certainly
fine.
white
You're
is
not-
a two-result game.
Yeah, you're not happy. I wanted to just go to the game of Vincent Keymer. He comes into this to this round with not a record he's going to be especially proud of. All draws.
Solid start, but he's
Yeah.
definitely looking forward to his first win, and he has a chance now.
I saw the eval bar giving a very big advantage
It's
for
going to be
white.
up a pawn, but it's opposite color bishop, so
But check it out. These pawns, both white's pawns and black's pawns, are vulnerable to the bishops. So normally in these bishops endings, you get your pawns on the other squares. But here, Jordan's in trouble. Knight takes d5, and of course, white has the better outside pass pawn. So maybe Vincent can stop his drawing streak. Where
I
would you like to take
suggest
us?
we stay with the leader and watch his game.
Anish Giri versus Pragg.
I like what Pragg has done. This game is over, by the way. Wesley and Levon ended in a draw. What a fantastic game, but
Absolutely amazing.
peaceful result.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's our curse of the tournament, but
Honestly,
I'll take it. I mean, I love watching these games. They've been amazing.
We are right now looking at possibly another 5 draws in this round.
Be serious.
No, stop it.
That is
Vincent will
crazy.
win
I
his
hope
game.
I'm wrong.
But thank you to Wesley and Levon for regaling us with just a remarkable game. We're going to stay with Anish and Pragg. I see that Anish is down to 2.5 minutes, Pragg a minute. According to my eval bar, Pragg is for choice, but according to my chess clock,
There's a couple more moves.
we do have a few more moves, pardon me. Rook h6, gift me the pawn.
Okay, this is the current position, and
I was about to say you can't have it, but
You're
you
gonna play
can't
rook
have it
e2?
has not yet been played. It's a rook e3 check.
yeah, it's
Siding.
unpleasant. I don't want to allow rook e3. Maybe I just go king g2, defend the pawn, and tuck the king into. He's about to play.
Don't play passively.
It's.
Nasi. Go for the aggression.
I was worried about rook h3 check. You have king g4. King
I'll
g4.
have king.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
thinking I got knight f6.
Well, unfortunately, Anish listened to me.
Oh dear. King
He
g2?
might regret that.
King g2?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well,
But Pragg quickly went back rook d6. This could be just to gain time, or might be a draw for.
might be a draw.
Yeah, king back to f3. We'll see.
Personally, the move king g2, I just didn't find that move very attractive. But I love the idea of planning the king on h4, pardon me, on f4 and trying to get in knight to e4. So king
They
f3.
are repeating.
They are repeating.
Yeah, I think this game is about to be a draw.
Yeah.
Didn't it already happen 3 times?
And again,
Technically did, but nobody claimed. So
a very big success for Pragg, I want to say, because he's not suffering.
not at all.
And Anish says,
He is claiming a
draw?
draw.
What's a draw? That's 7 in a row for Anish. I want to go to Javokhir and Leinier, and we know what's going on in this game. Leinier is defending, blockading a pawn, but his clock is also ticking.
10
Yes, and we
seconds.
talked about the fact that with the blockade, he would not be able to lift that very serious, sturdy blockade on the D7 square. That meant he needed another target to hit, to somehow distract his opponent and maybe sneak in D7 at some point. But he needed another target, and he's chosen the G7 pawn to be that target. But it looks as though that defense looks pretty solid as well. You just can't do anything down there because your bishop can't line up properly with the structure the way it is. There might be a bishop sacrifice somewhere, but you better be correct when you play it. And otherwise, it looks as though the only way I would think Javokhir could win this is to advance his kingside pawns, which he does not want to do. Maybe, but we saw him do it in one of his games.
Yeah.
Play with G4 and H4.
G4, that was crazy.
Crazy moment. But that looks like the only way, maybe to move his rook out the way. Then he would need to push the G pawn, bring the rook back, play H4, play G5. I double dare you to play that, is what Leinier would say.
Right.
That would just be overstepping bounds. Will he do it, given the time situation and his belligerent nature?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, again, I think bishop takes h6 is the way you want to go about doing your business. But the idea you'll have that sacrifice, I'd be cementing that pawn on d6. I would be playing c4,
But
c5.
you're allowing queen d5 at some point.
I'll live with that because I'll go queen g4. But I'm saying I'm going to sacrifice my bishop on h6. But I don't want that d6 pawn to ever be a target either.
Or c4 either, right?
Or c4 either. So for me, I would...
By the way, Vincent somehow managed to trade the opposite color bishops. We should jump to that game because now he's clearly winning.
Okay,
I don't know
Vincent
how those
versus
bishops came
Jorden.
off.
Whoa, it's 2 extra pawns.
It's 2 extra pawns, but
For
how do you trade, Yasser, opposite color bishops?
very carefully when the arbiter isn't watching.
Oh, Jorden just walked into a fork.
Did he really? Oh.
Yes, bishop was on c3 and he played king f6. A knight d5 check happened.
Gotcha. That's how he did it. Knight takes e4? No.
But why? Why?
Yeah,
King
'cause,
d4, it's Zugzwang.
You're right.
There we go, and we have a resignation. First win for Vincent.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, and hopefully this gives him confidence to play for a win in the rest of the games.
Well,
All he needs is a solid result. He knows that.
He's
To get
number
into the
2 in
finals. So
Grand
if he
Chess
just does
Tour.
okay here, then no reason to take chances.
I'm going to switch quickly to the game of Awonder Liang, who's white, against Fabiano, as they're playing with a minute on their clocks each. Fabi has vastly improved his position as far as I can tell. He's maintained the 2 bishops. We saw a position where the bishop was on c8 and the pawn was on a6. Well, guess what has happened in the meanwhile? The pawn has managed to get to a4. The bishop's planted itself on a fabulous square d3, and Fabi has improved his position. Doesn't mean he's winning. Doesn't mean he's winning. Not 100% sure.
Sorry,
What's
I
your
can't
take?
catch up because for some reason...
I hear you with
have
this
a
one,
picture.
Yas, but
Yep.
we've got to go to the game with
Okay.
Leinier and Javokhir. A win by Javokhir puts him only a point behind Praggnanandhaa
Praggnanandhaa.
in that very torrid race for first.
If he should get it, yeah?
And he has made some improvements, but so far not enough as yet. But he does have a serious edge on the clock. No, he had a serious edge on the clock. Now he no longer does. He's only down to a 30-second advantage in time, and he refuses to play the move c5. That's quite interesting. Yeah, so you want to cement it all day.
Right, but my board's not updating. Could you tell me what has been happening?
Well, you're right. It's not updating with me either. Let's take a look.
Oops.
That's not the board.
Yeah, we need to
If we
zoom
could
in.
get a close-up on the actual
Guess what?
board only.
I just saw c5.
Yeah, because our
100%.
positions are not updating at all.
Right.
So let's take a look at the live board with the 2 players. We can get the wide shot. Then we can see what's actually happening as they move.
There we go.
There
Here
we
we go.
So we do see.
So he did finally play c5.
Yeah, and he is.
But how does he break this structure? It just looks next to impossible.
Yeah, and that's what Leinier is saying. You've got all the pressure. You've got everything. Your bishop's on a great diagonal, your rook, and et cetera, but break through.
I'm telling you, he needs to pick up that g-pawn and put it on g4. Good luck figuring out how to do that.
Okay.
He's figuring it out. He moved the rook away
Rook
first.
to g6.
He's lucky bishop e4 doesn't wake him up.
Yeah, bishop
But now
e4
he's
was
moved his
the
I was about to say, I think bishop takes f6. It was a threat. Okay, I think my board just updated, which is a very nice
still
thing.
behind though.
Yes,
Still
mine did
behind?
too. No, mine is updating as well.
Yeah, as we speak, it is
How do you
updating.
do it?
He played bishop c3. Yeah. Oh dear, bishop. Ooh, bishop to d7. Okay.
Just glanced over at the clock you saw there,
Okay, time
and
to
I
go
was about to
H4,
say
and he's
h4
done it.
because I think bishop to e8 might have chased the rook out. So h4 prepares to play h5, cementing
no, bishop
the rook.
e8 doesn't chase the rook because we could take twice. We could let you take.
And
Oh,
then
D7.
Play
D7.
d7.
But
No
there's
threat.
rook e8.
Oh, rook e8. Good point. Nice tactic. But if you play h5, then there's
then there's
no
nothing to
danger.
discuss.
But
Leinier's down to 10 seconds. As usual, by the way, is bishop... No bishop c6,
okay, but
e4.
Leinier himself is starting to threaten things like rook e3, for example.
Rook e3 is... Okay, bishop to d4. I'll give you that. I think rook e3 is awkward. So bishop to d4. By the way, I'm getting
Yeah, we hear Fabi's
Awonder.
winning, but this one has got us transfixed. He played bishop to d4. Look at the time situation, 35 seconds to 15. but no progress. How to move forward? Can he
Well,
play
he better
bishop
play
b5?
bishop.
He refuses to do it. Now h5 on the board. He's all in on that side.
It's an incremental, creepy crawly advance move.
But only g4, g5 would crack that structure. Will he play it? G4 and maybe move the king to g3.
Okay, we're back to maybe queen e8 with the intention of playing.
Here it is. Bishop back to e8, suggesting a queen move, and the engine hates this move because of suddenly f4 of all things.
He's not
F4
looking
is
at
a very
f4.
He's not looking at f4 at
Not
all.
at
That move
all.
looks a little bit crazy, but that
Now
last move.
queen d7?
Queen d7 is very good. Bishop
Wait,
c6 is also
No,
playable.
queen
Queen
d7 with
d7?
the idea
Oh, bishop
rook
d7
takes
played.
d6.
Oh, nice, nice.
Queen d7 with the idea of rook takes d6, as well as bishop takes g6. He missed it. Leinier had set his opponent
But
up
he's
for
still
this.
fine. He's holding this now. The f4 was the critical move. We still don't know why, because it looks very strange. Are you pushing f5?
So bishop d6. Okay, but
We went all the way back to c2.
We don't have the seconds we need to discuss it, but I still don't understand what Javokhir
Fabi
would
did
have
win
done
his game. Now
queen
he's back
d7.
at 50%.
Wow, f4 was spectacular, by the way.
But you're not
f4, the
looking
rook was
for
trapped.
it. Yeah, you're not looking for it at
Rook's
all.
trapped on the e-file?
Yes. The queen was
Okay,
on
that
d3,
does not come to
and the
mind.
rook was completely trapped.
Okay, now rook takes...
It would have forced him to go through gyrations to get his way out. We'll look at it afterwards, but f4 was the opportunity he was looking for. But he's still looking, and the time
King H-
ticking away.
King h7. Ooh, I'm not so... You
Leinier
just-
has gained a lot of time to 27 seconds now.
Sindarov below him on the clock.
Remarkable. I mean, Leinier gets into time trouble virtually
Every game.
every game, and then he plays incredible in time trouble.
Isn't he a former World Blitz champion?
Yes,
Yes,
he
he
is.
is.
So, yeah, well,
Tip your hat on
those,
that one.
those skills don't just automatically go away.
So king h8, he's just holding. It's a grim defense. But
The problem is
Yeah,
white
but
just
care.
cannot break through without the inclusion of one of the kingside pawns. F4 and F5 was possible, but it seems ridiculous when you look at it.
Absolutely.
Opening up that light square diagonal.
king,
And G4, G5 looks even worse,
exposing the king.
exposing your king so much just for victory. So Javokhir is just sitting on the edge saying, what am I supposed to do to get in, to play some kind of trick when you cannot do anything about that giant bishop on D7?
Right. Again, I'm thinking it has to do with bishop d2 and bishop takes h6. I thought the sacrifice, I saw the sacrifice from ages ago.
By the way, the
'Cause,
F5
I mean-
sacrifice was connected to bishop takes F6.
Yes,
The F4, F5 move, I mean,
right.
was connected to that. And now,
I understood that, yes.
now the move rook to E5 is extremely problematic.
That's
How
a-
do you defend your
And
H
he's
pawn?
done
And
it.
it is on the board.
Looking
And
for
suddenly,
his
Javokhir has to
chances.
stare this one down.
Is it time to go G4?
You don't want to play G4, not because you want to. He's played Queen H4. G4, by the way, Queen A2 was possible.
That's scary.
And
Right,
that
yeah,
gets scary.
Queen
So now
A2.
Queen H4, but now you're tethered to your pawn on H5.
Is c5 pawn hanging or is f6,
F6 is hanging. F6 is hanging. So,
So
rook
he's
F5, I like this
defended
move.
the pawn on f5. He's keeping a connection with the pawn on h5. And
I'll
by the
probably
way,
bishop D4 to defend the pawn.
the pawn on c5 was hanging. So Javokhir said, well, let me just
But
tuck.
now Leinier can go back to shuffle in bishop E8 like he was, right?
And
He played King
I
H7, similar idea.
think
I think right about now is when you pull the brakes.
He's starting to think about queen d5 as well.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
for
you
Sindarov.
better start pulling the brakes if you're white. Look at this. He's down to only 5 seconds. And he's playing with
Whoa,
fire.
what
He went
was
down
that?
to 3 seconds before he made his last move.
And he's inviting rook g5 with a double attack.
Ooh, I didn't notice this double attack.
King dropping back.
Queen E4.
And take on
He can play Queen
g6.
E4 now, attacking B7, right?
Okay, now I think Leinier is actually, he's not.
No, Leinier looks happy to make a draw.
Well,
as he's seeing the time pressure, and he's trying to force his opponent to stop playing.
Yeah.
And down to 6, 5. Oh, he finally moves. He had only 5 seconds there. And he's still eyeballing some weird potential threats. But at some point, you feel like he's going to blunder.
Maurice, rook h5 sank in, and he found it.
Yeah, just give me the pawn.
Pawn's gone.
And that is now...
Oops.
Oops, indeed. He has to take and play this endgame, and now they will be playing
easy
for
blockade.
only a draw, as Black is the one.
That's an easy blockade now.
Well, Black has nothing to hope for either, but now it's over. Now the draw.
Now you're really happy you didn't play g4.
He's getting the queens on the board.
Uh-oh. Just a second.
If g4 was on the board.
If g4 was on the board, you'd be crying.
Okay,
No, this is now
playing for what?
actually just a plain draw.
Yeah, but
After all
I'm
that.
starting to ask who's playing queen
Because
d3.
Black would play h5, right, and hope to get to h3.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, he might torture his young opponent. Now you learn what Wesley said. This guy knows how to play endgames.
And here you go. I
think
mean, I'm
Sindarov
not just playing defensive chess
will
anymore.
offer a queen trade, queen d4. He has no advantage here whatsoever.
Exactly.
But no, he's a fighter. Okay, h5.
But what does h5 do? What's your next move?
Just
You play king
checks and
h2
hoping at
next?
some point you move your queen.
Okay,
He's a movie king.
Lanier's playing carefully now. He's just saying, okay,
They
let's
need
go
to
back to making a draw.
Both be clear that this one will indeed end in a draw.
How
What
are the
a
results?
fighting game. But we did see 2 victories in this round,
That's nice.
with Fabi winning to get himself back to 50% and Keymer breaking the schneid against Van Foreest. So,
Anish keeping his streak alive,
as will Leinier.
as will Leinier.
That'd be 2 players who would have drawn all their games so far. Doesn't help Anish much, but
For a moment there, I was just looking at a possibility of bishop takes f3. There was a queen on g5,
He
but
allows
not
queen
on
d3 check.
g6.
Yeah.
The queen was on g6, bishop d3 would work. Not when...
look at this kid. He just refuses. I'm not trading queens. No, thank you. I'm still looking. Maybe there's a chance. But he missed his opportunity several moves ago.
f4, he was not looking that direction when he was getting that set up with the rook on g6 and the pawn
No,
on
unless
h5.
someone tells you you can trap Black's rook, you do not consider f4 at all.
No, not at all. And I think...
There we go. We have a handshake, and this game has ended in a draw. Dominguez
Another
defended
eventful.
an incredible endgame.
Just what you were saying at the top of the show, resilient defense saves the day.
All games are over, right? Yes, this was the last one. Are we ready for a break?
I was just catching my breath, so I guess the answer is yes. But in the first...
The update first. The standings after 7 rounds. Praggnanandhaa remains in clear first with 10 points out of 14. Wow, Vincent
Popped
is
up.
above Sindarov now? But this makes no sense. Sindarov was at +1. They should
Yeah,
be tied for second.
They should be
He
tied.
was only at... Why is he ahead of...
I believe
shouldn't be
they're
ahead of
tied.
Javokhir.
Yeah,
That can't be
I
right.
think there is a tie for second
Yes,
behind.
there should be a tie for second.
Behind there.
By the way, if I could quickly show you this line as it looks like we're updating the correct standings
The
now.
graphics updated correctly. There
yes.
you
So
go.
we do
That-
have a
that
tie
looks-
for second between Sindarov and Keymer with 8 points, and there's a huge tie for the 4th place.
Which now includes Fabiano.
includes Fabi, yes.
And that's the big difference. But still, that gap between Prague and the rest of the field looks...
Very quickly on this
Yes,
line,
please.
in this position, right here, the move bishop back to e8 was a mistake because of this f4 move.
Yes.
And there are problems. If you now play bishop to d7, there's f5, and then when you play rook to e8, suddenly bishop takes on it. Look, the rook has nowhere to go. I just want to make this point. There is nowhere to hide on the entire file, so you have to go back. And now this capture, and this one, and when the king goes to h7, this move, and you're in trouble. You have to guard the square. You have to play this. Queen to b2 is playable. If rook to e5, queen takes b7. The geometry of that was quite miraculous, and suddenly White is winning in this position. Now, he had better defenses, but this was the correct way to play and would have given him a big advantage, but he missed the chance to play f4. Counterintuitive, to be sure, f4, f5, so you could sack. With a rook trapped on the E line with all those squares, very study-like possibility. Sindarov missed that, went on to draw the game.
That was beautiful. That was good. The geometry of queen b2, hitting f6 and b7.
That's hard to find even in a classical game.
Fantastic. We are
Thank you,
ready
Maurice.
for our break.
Yes, we are. We're going to take a short break, but you can stay and enjoy the interview with Fabiano Caruana. We'll see you soon.
The stage is set for an incredible finale to the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the 2026 Sinkfield Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club. With only one event left, tour players will fight tooth and nail to claim critical points for a spot in the Grand Chess Tour Finals. Come witness chess history in person August 10th through the 20th in St. Louis, Missouri, and tune in to live coverage at stlouischessclub.org.
Fabi, I want to say welcome back to St. Louis, but you live here, so you should be saying welcome back to me. Yeah. How do you stay really motivated in a place that is 2 blocks away from home and events that you play in all the time, in a club you play in all the time?
Yeah, it's true. Now it's been already 12 years since I first played in St. Louis, and yeah, already about a decade that I've lived here. But I really enjoy playing here. It is kind of nice and very different to play from home, or more or less. I stay at my place and I just walk over to the club instead of staying in a hotel. I actually like it because it's very normal for chess players to stay in hotels, and it can get a bit monotonous after a while. So staying from home is a nice change.
Do you feel it's an advantage for you? It's like home field or home court advantage in sports?
Yeah, I don't know, but I do typically have good results here. Not always, but I have had some of like the Sinkfield Cup, I've typically done quite well. And yeah, the US Championship, which has been hosted here since I've been playing it, since 2016, I've also done generally pretty well. So I've had a lot of pretty good tournaments, or some very good tournaments in St. Louis, and I don't know if that constitutes a home court advantage, but I'll take it.
You've only won the championship 5 times. I think we're going to call it an advantage. Now, this tournament in particular, these 2 you're about to play in, the Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup, you're pretty much wrapped up a spot in the finals. How are you staying motivated for these 2 events?
Yeah, well, I don't want to consider that I've actually wrapped up getting top 4, although the chances are probably really high, and I don't know the numbers, but I'm guessing that it's a very, very good chance if I play normally. But you never know what can happen. I mean, these are really tough events. It's possible for anyone to perform poorly, to end up in the bottom of the half of the tournament. So I'm really not chalking it up yet. And outside of that, I do want to play well, just generally, even if it's not part of a tour. But of course, my eye is on playing the finals. So I do kind of have it in both minds, both the overall standings of the tour and the individual tournament. I don't know if that means I'll play it safe if I get the opportunity, but definitely last year when I was playing the Sinkfield Cup, it was very much in my mind. And there, I think it was a really close race. There were a lot of players who could have made it, and I was pretty far behind, and so was Levon, even though we both made it. So you never quite know. This year, I think the standings are a little bit less close. So like Vincent's doing really well. I think we're having more or less the same points. But yeah, you can't ever call it too soon.
This tournament is also, or a series of tournaments, will be a lead-in to the Olympiad. And you won it, now it seems many years ago. What's your feeling about this new team and to take this shot with so much competition? It's not just the Indian players, it's not just Chinese players, you also got the Uzbeks who have risen as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of really strong teams. I don't think there's a clear favorite. Last time, in hindsight, India was the clear favorite, but that's also because they played out of their minds, all of them, especially Gukesh and Arjun, right? They had like 3,000 rating performances, which doesn't happen every day. So I think normally if you look at the players of each team and of each team near the top and the ratings, then you could say it's a pretty close affair, and it'll depend on which team is in best form. I guess by rating, the 3 favorites are the United States, India, and Uzbekistan. But I could definitely see other teams fighting for first, fighting for medals. And you never know, sometimes you have surprises. Like Armenia back in the day won, I think 3 gold medals, which is tremendous. And they were not the by rating favorites, but they performed really well as a team. It has been a decade since we won, but we've had a few good successes in between. We got the silver in 2018, we got the silver last year, and I still consider that a really good success for the country. And the team has slightly changed now, it's true. We have some of the established veterans and some of the younger players like Hans and Awonder, the younger guys, who are still pretty experienced. So I think it's a really well-rounded team. Everyone's really strong, and I hope that we have chances to fight for the gold.
Now, on a personal note, there are a lot of world championships that are suddenly sprung out of nowhere. You've got freestyle world championship, you've got the total chess world championship. Of course, there's the classical one. There seems to be so many now. What do you have your eye on? Is it still the classical world championship that's the real jewel for you, that you came so close to winning yourself? Or are these world championships really motivating you anew?
The thing with the classical world championship is that it is the most prestigious and the main goal for most players, pretty much every player, except for Magnus and I don't know, maybe Hikaru. I'm not sure how they feel about it exactly. Well, Magnus has already made his feelings very clear years ago. But for everyone else, it's the main goal. But it's also a very far away goal. So in between that, we have a bunch of world championships. We have the Rapid and Blitz, well, that'll be in the end of this year. We have the Total World Championship that I think is in November, which I'm planning to play. And then I don't know if freestyle, I hope it happens again. I think it's been announced for February. I hope that continues because that was really fun. So it's not like you have to have one goal. Of course, I'll try to qualify for the candidates again, and that's, let's say, step 1 towards the World Championship match. But yeah, there's all these tournaments in between. I might be playing, you know, the Total World Championship, the Rapid and Blitz, and so on before I even think about the candidates race.
So, final question for you. Your motivation now, you are kind of getting to be a bit of a veteran with all these young players coming up. How do you stay fully motivated, and what activates you when your feet hit the floor in the morning?
Well, when I start a tournament, I always feel very motivated. In between tournaments, like the amount of work that I do is probably not as it was a decade ago, but there's always been like peaks and valleys in the amount of chess work I've done. And when a tournament starts, I'm fully motivated and trying to do my best in it.
Well, good luck in your future tournaments.
Thank you.
The Queens of Chess are back in St. Louis for the 2026 Cairns Cup. These world-class women will showcase their chess skill as they battle for one of the largest prize funds in the game. Tune in August 10th through the 20th and catch all the action in person or visit stlouischessclub.org to witness women's chess at its finest.
And welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for round 8. Let's take a look at the standings after 7 rounds of rapid chess.
Absolutely.
We still have a sole leader, Praggnanandhaa. He has 10 points now out of possible 14. And shared in second are 2 young players, Javokhir, Sindarov, and Vincent, Keymer.
Yeah, and Fabi, with that victory, just kind of crept up the charts. Tell us about the pairings coming up for round 8.
Let's see who the leaders are facing. Well,
Pragg versus first and second.
First and second, Pragg versus Vincent. Then we have Sindarov against Awonder, Liang.
Awonder is going to want to do something against Javokhir.
Then we have Levon facing Anish, Giri, Fabiano against Wesley, and Dominguez against Jorden.
And statistically speaking, I was waiting for that in the first part. Who's going to win this tournament according to Ben Underwood's calculations?
Well, Wesley was the favorite pre-tournament, Fabi in second and Sindarov in third. Look at Pragg being below 11%, defying all odds.
Okay, well, he's going to get a final word.
Indeed, and Vincent too, after day 1, he was at 1%, while Wesley's at 27.5.
Right.
But after day 2, things have changed. Now Pragg's at almost 40%.
Wow, that's big.
Sindarov at 21 and Wesley at 16. Vincent's still below too, but right now he's sharing second place.
Yeah, this round coming up, that's going to make this such a big round. Again, Pragg with a 2-point lead over Vincent and Sindarov as Pragg is playing with the white pieces. I didn't see enough of the game, Maurice, between Pragg and Anish that just finished, but it just feels like Pragg with the black pieces as having an easy go.
I don't know though it is easy.
He won against Fabi.
The results maybe
Okay.
have been good, but the games have been very tough. And
This last one, he seemed to have an advantage comfortably.
he
Slightly.
was also
Yeah.
losing in one move.
Well, that was
his
that
opponent
E5.
had made his move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, sometimes you can be fooled by the result to say how you're doing. So he has to be very watchful. And he's playing somebody he's going to be playing for the next 5 years.
Exactly.
If not 10, 15 years.
Right.
At the very top in Vincent Keymer. So we have a battle royale here for sure. And with the chance that if Vincent beats him, he'd be in a tie for first.
Precisely.
So Pragg is being very careful. He's going to make sure he doesn't do anything ultra crazy. But this is his last chance with the white pieces today. So best chance, I guess, to go for at least some edge and squeeze his opponent.
These two players, as you just said, might be playing each other for the next 5, 10, 15 years. Javokhir and Awonder Liang, that's another great matchup. Awonder has a lot to prove because Javokhir has already said, look, I'm playing for the World Championship. What have you been doing lately? And Awonder saying, well, I've been playing in U.S. Championships. I've been acquitting myself well. I just made the U.S. Olympic team for the first time. It'll be my debut. But you're right. I got to do more.
He and Hans Niemann are the current
Debutants.
standard bearers for young players in the United States. There's those who are coming behind them, like
Andy Woodward,
Tani,
Mishra.
Mishra as well. Abhimanyu Mishra, who are in the 2,600 range. They're still far away from 2,700, 2,750 elite.
Right. As we listen to the arbiter, Chris Bird.
Thank you. This is round 8. Good luck, everybody. Please go ahead and start with call.
We got the thank you.
And I think he said, go ahead and start your clocks.
But yeah, I'm hoping that Awonder Liang will be right up there acquitting himself. I'm going to stay with Pragg for a moment.
We have to start with the leader who's
Of course.
facing Vincent, who just won his first game and is now sharing second. Nimzo?
Yes.
I don't think we've seen this in this tournament yet.
Exactly.
We saw so many King's Indian defenses, but not Nimzo.
Yeah, and a Rubinstein Nimzo at that. Akiva Rubinstein made this line famous by preparing the move knight on g1 to e2, and then preparing to recapture on c3 with the knight, keeping the pawns intact.
By the way, with
Bishop
6
D3.
draws in a row, we have not spoken about Vincent much.
No.
Every so often we go to
What
his
could we
game,
say?
but
Yeah.
he hasn't been a factor in this tournament at all. Now suddenly in
that
second
win.
place with a tie with Javokhir and could affect the tournament enormously with a win here. And now, rightfully, we should be talking about him and his chances because he is in second place on the tour as we speak and ahead of Fabi in the standings at the moment.
Yeah, Bishop d3. Vincent is actually taking a page from his countryman, Robert Hübner. Robert Hübner made what was very famously and appropriately called the Hübner system. The idea was that after knight c6, knight f3, bishop takes c3 check, b takes c3, d7, d6, and the structure is completely changed. And this was actually even played in the famous 1972 World Championship match between Bobby Fischer and Juan Boris Spassky. So will Vincent borrow? Yeah, well, he's got knight c6 on the board.
And 92 by Pragg.
Not knight f3, but knight e2 by Pragg. Now, normally speaking, against knight e2, the move d7, d5 is favored by theory.
As you mentioned, it's not often you see Nimzo Indian allowed these days because the Nimzo has been so reliable.
Right.
But we're seeing 2 of them in the same round.
Oh, really?
As Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So have decided to essay this hyper-modern opening. And we take a look at this position, and you could start here on my board as well, as Fabi decided to allow it with Wesley. And you mentioned the name Bobby Fischer. We'll see a move played in this game that resembled a move from that match with Boris Spassky, as we see knight c3, f3.
Okay.
The so-called Samish variation, and c5, d5, b5, e4, and now black has successfully essayed the b5 move. And now after castles, we look like we have something of a Benoni gone well for black.
Benoni gone well. Yeah, okay.
And now this move, knight h5. Now, Fischer did it in more exotic circumstances when he played against Spassky, because he allowed a bishop to take his knight and wreck his pawn structure with the pawn sitting on g6. But here, this knight move prepares or suggests, why don't you just go ahead? I dare you to play the move g4 and allow me to play queen h4 check. And this would be ruinous completely. So knight h5 stops that move, and any move like f4, for example, suddenly you have to guard your structure. So this move, knight h5, it looks like you should be developing pieces, right? Get your pieces into the game.
I've had a similar game against Irene Crash. It also stops knight g3, and you're preparing f5 yourself. It's a very aggressive move.
Very aggressive, ultra-aggressive move, getting a lot of dynamic chances. Here, we should point out, as you mentioned, let's say you try to make some normal developing move. Now, knight g3, this bishop comes into the game, you castle, you get f4 in, and you're partying like it's 1999. So not what he wanted to see. Very alert at this moment. The move knight to h5, stopping that idea, more or less. Knight g3 now can be answered by queen to h4. And what did you do this for?
Oops.
To your position? So this position is quite dynamic and exciting.
Queen
and
B3.
the move, queen to b3.
Look at the clock times.
Almost 27 minutes for Fabi.
Which means knight h5 was not a surprise for Fabiano.
No, it isn't.
Ready.
But what is the strategic point behind queen b3? Is it just a castle queenside?
And maybe, like you say, to stop f5, because now we are prepared to play g4. I'll take on f5 and play g4, and queen h4 check doesn't get me mated, checkmated.
Gotcha. Well, it turns out, and as Wesley studies the board, as Fabi is attempting to show the futile nature of this move. Like, if you play knight h5 and you can't play f5, then I just said to you, you're silly. Why'd you make this move at all?
Right.
Turns out he can play f5 and should play f5.
Let's go.
But the point is, after captures, bishop takes is challenging, possible. G4, queen h4 with check, king d1. You might consider this, if you're Wesley, giving away an entire piece for the weakened king and pawn structure, as f3 is having some difficulty. You can't just defend it. I mean, you could, but black's pieces are swarming quickly. Knight e5 will happen. Your f3 pawn is hanging. That's a crazy line he could play. Seeing how Wesley has been playing a little bit safer, if you will, calmer.
Right.
If he does find f5, it would bode well if he then found the move a5.
What?
Pawn on f5 followed up at the pawn on a5. What? I knew I'd get a reaction out of you, Yas, which is why I want to show the line. Because now, this move a4 makes you do a double take as far as castling queenside, and the pawns are racing down. And if you, so for example, castles in this position is virtual suicide.
Right.
Where do you even put the queen? You could get hit many different ways. A3 is coming almost always, in queen d3. The point is bishop f5 comes with tempo.
Right.
So this is, I would say, somebody like Sindarov, the dynamician, would play f5 and a5 and say, let's cook, let's go, let's see what happens next.
Wow.
G4 trying to hold on to the material is indeed possible, but where do you put your queen? You try to hide it, let's say, back here, and believe it or not, the engine's giving knight d7 as the best move. Oof. If you take this knight to e5, oof, and you can't castle because of, whoa, bad news, and your king is suddenly stuck in the center, knight d3 is coming anyway.
That's crazy.
This is just an absurd line, but crushing for black. Just incredible variations are possible. So will f5 land on the board? My heart is saying, please, Wesley, play the move. But, you know, he's a cool, calm head. He's not going to just sacrifice if he doesn't see what he's getting for it.
Exactly. But Isn't that amazing, the idea of playing f5? You're playing on the king side, it's all good. Queen h4 check, da-da-da-da. You follow f5 up with a5? You're playing on the other side of the board as well. So
And why did you include f5, you know?
Right. And starting with a5?
A5 makes perfect sense.
Right.
And it's very playable, it turns out. The engine does give g4, a4, and queen e3, and now you don't have f5 anymore, and you likely have to bring your knight back in order to do anything. And here,
Wasn't queen h4 check an interference move there?
after a4, you want to play this move.
Unless I get my...
Yeah, you could play like this, and then if you play...
I go back.
But now you go back.
Yeah.
This line is playable, certainly is playable, and would be more logical for Wesley to play this way. He gets less as black, but I think this is a more human way to handle the position. You did give a tempo with the move g4, but...
Right. The white king lost
Also
castling.
playing
right?
f5 when your opponent gained 2 minutes on the clock. Just
Something.
you have to be very brave to go f5
Something
here.
is amiss.
If he plays f5 and a5,
Amazing.
man, you would just smile and say,
Great.
astonishing. But I would say a5 seems like the most predictable move to play here.
Yeah, because I think the move queen b3 might scare you a little bit away from f5, you know, because of this g4 stuff. You know, between these two veterans who have played each cross swords so many times, and they still come up with great ideas and great games.
How do
and
they
challenge.
keep surprising each other as a mystery?
I mean, they challenge one another all the time. I just wanted to go to another game for a moment. I'm going to the game of Javokhir Sindarov against Awonder Liang. And it seems to me like Javokhir is going into the dusty part of his library. He's playing Evans Gambit. He's playing Joko Piano. He's playing this D4 Gambit variation, but he's not playing it with knight C3. He's playing it with knight to D2. And Awonder, in this case, does not capture the pawn on E4. Knight takes E4, but played the move D5. And I played like this when I was a kid, but I mean, the theory has gone so far, Maurice. Modern day engines, they look at this position and I guess they're saying it's even.
Yes, the thing to remember too, from a psychological standpoint, we are looking at the world champion challenger.
Right.
He can't start giving away all his secrets.
That is
because he has another 20-year-old who's eyeing every single game, and if not him, his team is eyeing every single game that Javokhir plays and says, wait a second, you might play that, you might play that, you might play that. And so some of his lines might actually be somewhat bluffs, if you will, to say, yeah, any one of these variations I might play against you, so you better go study this too, Mr. Gukesh. Right. And that is part of the strategy of playing offbeat lines. And then he gets to the World Championship and we see none of it.
Right, exactly.
We'll see. But this last move by Awonder c5, and I saw Sindarov's reaction, he was a bit surprised. It's not a good move. And guess why, Yasser? You're not reacting to pawn on c5. You're looking at that bishop on g6 that's almost
You're
trapped.
You're not going to go h4, are you?
f4, though.
Oh,
F4.
This reminds me of a pet line of mine in the exchange French when the bishop's on g6 and then you play f4 and they can't do anything about it. They have to play h6 and let the bishop be buried. Well, and that is never fun to have to deal with.
Well, f4, Sindarov. You can't play f5.
Correct.
Exactly.
And there's nowhere the bishop can hide on the diagonal, and that's
guess what?
Critical point.
Wow.
Yes. Now, Awonder immediately reacted. He's like, oh, I missed that.
That's a heck of a find, because if we are forced to play h6 to make Luft,
F5,
I don't think there's another move.
Bishop, right?
But this is so scary. Knight h5, queen g4, f6. There's so many things coming.
Right.
H6 is the only move. No, this is my fantasy in the variation that I used to play is to see the bishop on g6 with your knight on g3, and your opponent lets you sneak in f4, f5, and the bishop gets buried.
You're going, sweet.
Yeah, and then suddenly any sort of attack, the only hope you have is in the center in this line. And he's played it, h6, and f5 is going to happen.
However, reluctantly, he's had to. and his bishop is now incredibly passive bishop, and I think all of us are starting to look for the happy moves. Bishop
I wish
E3.
the bishop was already on E3, so
Yeah,
I didn't have to trade
Yes,
queens.
Yeah.
usually that's my next move, but you know, if I played today, the engines would teach me a thing or two because he actually has a fantastic move. Did he play bishop E3?
No,
He's
that's
about
my
to.
that,
He's
that,
about
that
to.
that's
He-
my
Oh,
move.
he hasn't moved
He's
yet.
hovering over the
He
bishop.
has to sense the moment because the moment is ripe for a move that is quite unusual. And he did play bishop E3. That was my auto move.
Auto
Like
move.
I said, right? That's what you would do, bishop E3. However, better than bishop E3 by a long way is the sacrificial knight H5. Counterintuitive as they come. Why is this? Because we can trade queens. Queen takes.
Exactly. I would be aghast that I allowed the trade of queens.
Yeah, it looks like you're completely foolish until you realize the power of the move F6.
And H6 pawn also falls, right?
And suddenly the entire side just cracks wide open like a, I was going to say a can of sardines, but usually you don't crack a, like a coconut. Like a coconut when you crack. There's some nut that we crack.
Walnut.
Walnut. There it is, a walnut.
Husking a walnut, huh?
But F6 would be crushing, actually. Just a huge edge for white in this position. Sindarov missed this
He did.
idea, which is easy to miss because all of us wanted to play bishop to E3.
100%. I mean, that's the auto move.
And it's, by the way, there's an edge here as well. Pleasant edge, so why not just play it? You have a bishop that's buried on the H7 square, and this is a strategic point you want to maintain, not suddenly do something else.
Yeah.
But knight H5, very instructive, would have been the best move.
Well, the crazy part is I could get to knight H5, I could get to F6, and I go, yeah, I am better. I could realize that. But I would be upset with myself for allowing the queen trade because I'm thinking knight H5, queen
want a
G4,
checkmate.
and let's play for the checkmate. I mean, I'd rather play king H1 than allow queen takes
Yes.
D4 and
It all resembles part of my line in the
Right.
exchange French.
Yeah.
The line I used to play, I should say.
But okay, still.
But this is
Awonder
still
has to-
advantageous for him, and he knows it. That bishop on H7, Awonder is not sitting there thinking happy thoughts about that bishop.
No,
Guys,
exactly.
guess what happened in Fabi's game against Wesley?
Let's take a look.
He played F5?
He did. He didn't follow up with A5 though, but it's a crazy position. He's sacking his piece right now.
Oh,
Nice. Wesley going for it.
F5. Okay, we capture. And the idea is that queen H4 check. For the moment, we have G3, but if you play bishop takes F5, Wesley's going to have to sacrifice a piece after G4. He didn't do that. Instead, he played knight D7 and said, how seriously do you want to keep that pawn on F5? Very much so, said
But look at this next
Fabi.
move.
You can even give me a check on H4 if you like and ruin my king position.
Do you think his idea is after G takes H5 to just take bishop F5?
I
and
think
threaten
his
knight
idea is
D3?
to play C4 and knight D3 check.
Because I can't take queen before. That's nice.
Oh, well, let's just show that because
An important game, by the way. They're currently both sharing fourth place, and we saw how Vincent quickly jumped up to second place.
when you
All
win,
it takes is one win in a rapid, because you're getting
when-
2 points.
Precisely. And
Wow.
oops, that's
By the way,
royal
even
four.
here, it's possible if you take on H5 to just play rook takes on F5 and threaten F3.
Not even playing C4.
You play it later. How do
Dang.
you, your pawn on F3 is hanging, and a bishop is coming to the F5 square if you dare even think about castling. And it's one of those jammies.
Jam.
In fact, your queen is trapped.
Yeah. It's a crazy
if you
line.
castle-
let me just put it on the board.
If you
for
castle after rook takes F3, you've got to play bishop E3, which is going to lose.
'Cause queen
Because
C2.
queen has nowhere to go because of all the squares. Well, you have this. How long do you last with this move?
But yeah, the really nice one is if the queen was forced back up to C2, bishop to F5 is going to really hurt your feelings. Oh my
93.
goodness.
In fact, I think that black was have time to stay instead of playing bishop D7 after the queen went to A4 to maybe even play A5. No,
It's that bad? Wow.
I guess the queen could go to b5 and get out of there, or
I'm not
I'm
sure.
not sure where the queen is going. The Indian doesn't like my move.
Knight F4 or something.
We can
Knight
finally
F3.
stop bishop f5.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so we don't have time to
Otherwise, this
put
was
this
like,
together. It looks
like you
miserable.
know one of the worst feelings in chess that you can have. Give me a bad feeling. Give me a bad
I
feeling.
mean, for me, it's just being in time trouble.
Being in time trouble, but knowing you're losing. No. That's not the worst. Worst feelings you can have in chess is knowing not only you're losing, but you're losing a brilliancy that's going to show up and be published
those are
all around the world. And you're going to go.
people
Maurice
don't resign.
Ashley,
They play extra moves just to spoil the look of the brilliancy.
Maurice Ashley lost a brilliancy this week. Did you see?
Why I got to lose the brilliancy? Why can I have won the brilliancy?
Exactly.
By the way, this line here, I just saw another line.
Uh-oh.
Let's see if the engine disagrees. Castle's rook f3, queen a4. Can't you just play knight d3 and bishop f5?
Yes, of course. You're so coordinated. It's beautiful.
Although you do have king a1 spoiling it. Maybe I should play bishop a5 first. Oh, wait, there's a knight
There's
f2
also
siding
Knight
too?
F2, yes.
Oh, yeah, bishop f5. This.
Oof.
Well, king a1, queen f6. I keep attacking you.
This is like the
Yeah.
never.
Yeah, this is ugly.
This is like.
Or maybe immediately knight b2 was working, actually.
By the way, what's hilarious about the moves that we're playing the most natural moves, and the chess evaluation thing is just jumping up and down like.
I don't think Fabi's going to
yo-yo.
touch that knight on h5.
No, Fabi does not want that knight.
No.
And
Let's get the current position, if you don't mind, and just okay. Fabi is seeing all of these variations. Says no. What's he saying yes to?
If he castles long, c4 is very unpleasant.
I hate it. I hate c4. Do you mind if I play a very ugly-looking move for just a moment? Knight g3. So what's my idea? First of all, I want to stop c4 because I can play bishop takes c4, right? That's huge. I don't want to see rook f5. I don't want to see bishop f3, bishop f5. So I just want to reinforce.
If I go
Right.
rook e8,
King
Wait.
f2.
you're not even castling long?
No, I actually want to be in
Okay.
around the king side structure. I
Queen
want to be.
b6?
I want to be cocooned
If I play
with 5 pawns around my
queen
king.
b6 here?
Queen b6, king g2, and just chill. Ooh,
whoa,
look.
whoa,
So
whoa,
we're
whoa.
blundering
Whoa,
something.
whoa,
That's a
something.
knight? Yeah,
Oh,
because
because
you can play
c4,
queen
queen e3.
e3.
Queen e3. There's knight d3,
Now I
though.
can take the knight. Yeah,
But maybe you take too many pieces.
I take
Taking
the
a lot
knight.
of pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Show that line. Show that line.
Okay.
It's worth
this
looking at.
is great stuff.
Is it pawn takes or knight takes? Well, okay, you take with the pawn.
Whoop.
e3,
Got
knight
knight
d3. Give me that guy.
Give me
Then
that
you take
guy.
on e3 with a tempo.
That's
Rook
huge.
takes,
Yeah, I
you
can't
take,
grab
hit
your
the
bishop on
queen.
d3.
And
Gave up
remember,
way too much food.
if my king
pieces
were
on the
on the
rook.
queen side, I'd be worried. But look at all of those white army defending the king. So that's why it was. So again, the current position, Fabi saying no, is knight g3 a yes?
You know, it
Might be. Okay.
yes to that, but a very big point for our listeners is the nature of the way a grandmaster thinks, and especially a world-class grandmaster like yourself, Yaz, as you were top 10
These
in the world,
guys.
is the way you said, I want my king to be in a cocoon.
Yeah.
And you didn't say, I calculated 16 different variations. You said, I want my king to be in a cocoon. And it's really that simply sometimes how we think.
Protected.
You know, the king is safe. It's in a cocoon. It's fixed.
That's good.
And I want my pieces to be free. I want my pawn structures to be whole. Right? I'm not looking at that move. That move looks ridiculous. It wastes time. It does something abstract as opposed to I'm calculating. Then the computers make us look like idiots.
Right.
Because we do the thing that we just said, that's sense, and then whoop. But most of the time, the approximation works. And those are those hidden or maybe not so hidden heuristics that grandmasters use to facilitate the thinking process. And I love the way you said that. King in a cocoon. It's not often you hear that phrase about a chess position.
And
you just
chill.
evaluated it, and you were right. The engine said, that's actually the way you should play.
Yeah. The problem is that when you take those generalizations too far, which I often do, you miss what
He's taken the
Javokhir,
piece.
what Javokhir did in
Yes,
not in not playing F5, F6.
It's a delicate balance, right?
By the way, he took the knight.
Yeah, he took it. He's not.
And
Wow, you
C4, very
have-
forcing, was not necessary. It does equalize, but he had more if he had just waited.
Was Rook F5?
Rook F5 was the best
Yeah,
move.
That was the
GH5
point.
is, by the way, just simply considered a mistake. C4 is the second best move, but Rook F5 was even stronger. But it's hard to not play this move and get your knight in on
D3.
the D3 square.
In fact,
But this is highly risky for white, no matter how you count this up.
100%, right? Knight D3 check, King D1 only move. And I mean, Fabi had 26 minutes when he played the move Queen B3,
He took a lot of time considering taking the piece on H5.
right?
Rightfully so, because he's walking into this crazy position.
But let's just have a look-see. I'm a pawn grabber, so I'd be looking at knight takes B2 check,
And you can claim that black has a long-term compensation here.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm guessing king, where does the king supposed
This
to
is
go?
a fascinating game, but we do
Okay.
need to go to the
Apologies.
tournament leader, Prague, against Vincent, because he has a huge advantage after just 13 moves.
A huge advantage? Who
Maybe
does?
I'm not getting the right position, because you have a castle. There's no castle on my board. Okay,
Okay,
my bad.
I've got Prague
I've
and
got it wrong.
Vincent. I think you've got the wrong setup on your
I don't know
work.
why.
When
It's
we
missing
left
a
it
castle.
D5, so that great introduction to this fantastic game where Prague has a huge advantage is all wrong.
Something's wrong with my computer, because the king is on E8.
Okay, I think you've got probably a
Yeah,
different.
you might have some subline going on in your game because he did castle. So
Right.
the advantage is not that big.
What has caught your eye in this round, Maurice? This is just a normal position that I have between Prague and Vincent.
Yeah, I'm back to that game between Sindarov and Awonder Liang, and we're talking about the strategic,
F4, F5.
the continuity of this bishop being buried on H7. Another heuristic. That's why he played bishop E3,
Yep.
right? We said, you got your bishop on H7. We don't want you to change that. We
Right.
want to stay this way. Instead of being very concrete, like the engines could have played, engine suggested, knight H5 and F6. But in our minds, that is enough.
No, we
If
want...
the bishop is buried, we like it.
Yes.
Keep it buried. Unfortunately, he's given away some of his advantage here. And although the bishop is buried, you sort of need the knight on G3 to maintain the setup. Because how do you make progress now? You can't quite push the pawn. The bishop is actually doing work along the diagonal. Black's queen is sort of solid. What are your next few moves here as white?
White.
Showing that the bishop is not so great, but you don't have another front to attack. And
I have
where
one
is
idea.
it?
Rook F4, Rook G4, Knight H5.
What a
It takes some time, but it's a plan.
a rover, rook up and over, rook F4. I like it.
Because if you can't stop Knight H5 and I provoke G6, I'm very happy.
Oh my gosh, yes, especially with that bishop lurking on A2.
Yeah, it is an idea. He's instead offered now the end game with queen to C3,
Okay.
which, again, your knight on G3 has to stay there to keep the bishop entombed.
Right.
So, yes, the bishop is not great. The knight is definitely better because it can move, the bishop cannot. But how do you move that knight at the right moment to exploit the setup? Because right now he's trading queens and he's going to bring a rook to the file.
That was an interesting moment for me because oftentimes whenever we trade queens, my thought is, yeah, we can trade queens, but I want to do it on my terms. I'm a little bit afraid that this pawn on C5 might become a target, so I would find myself drawn to the move queen D4 check. You want to trade queens? Okay, I'm with you.
Engage one?
Yeah, exactly. But now I have a passer as opposed to maybe having a weak pawn. I don't know. I would have found Awonder didn't spend that much time.
Awonder has just
trading queen.
blundered under the illusion that that bishop is so bad he needed to solve the problem immediately.
Whoa.
And he played the move G6. And the problem is you cannot capture back with a pawn and keep your structure healthy because you're pinned. So pawn takes and then knight F5, leaping to a fantastic square. And Awonder has just done the business to himself after this move.
This is where Nimzovich's the cure is worse than the disease pops to mind. Because
Also, instead of taking on G6, right now, I really like knight E4 for Sindarov.
yes,
he had-
knight E4, give me this, give
Knight
me
F6
this.
is coming.
Yeah, no question.
Because if you take on F5, I will end up in a much better endgame, right? After knight F6, take on H7, take on F5. That
And-
has to be winning.
Well, yeah, 2 pawns are hanging, F7 and C5, so you're winning a pawn to begin with.
And your king is still weak. My bishop and rooks are still coming at your king.
Hey, I didn't learn too much from Jose Raul Capablanca's games, but I did.
We do
Draw.
have a draw between Levon and Anish.
But I remember what he said, pawn islands are bad. Anish, his streak continues.
Hey,
8 out of 8.
we saw what Vincent did. He needs one win and suddenly he'll be in second place. So,
Exactly.
So far, so good.
Our apologies to those 2 players as we did not follow their game that closely, but with this game of Sindarov, he's got great choices. Knight E4, as you suggested, captures on G6, knight F5. And for me, I like this idea of playing against an entombed piece. So in my mind, I like the move rook C1 with the idea that if you take this pawn,
If you could play knight F4 right now,
enjoy your bishop. Just,
immediately F4. I'm not letting you.
Yeah, I could play rook takes C5, but
Yeah.
just enjoy the bishop. So I think Sindarov is really enjoying himself. If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to the game of Prague and Vincent because
Okay.
we didn't see a lot of it. It's a Carlsbad.
Yeah, I do have an updated position now and see that black king is safe and it's not stuck on E8.
But I'm looking at this position and I'm liking white. And the reason for my immediate liking of white is this bishop on A5. So the bishop just popped out to H4 and said, "You're pinned."
Ooh, look at that, Yasser, G5.
And I was about to say, I think I'm provoking the move G5, and in my mind, that's great for me.
Because now we can play bishop F2 and then E4 next, right?
Well, I was just thinking about the
bishop
pawn
G3 is also
sacrifice
good.
right away. Just go bishop to G3.
Yeah. This
Give
is
me the
also good.
rook. Oops,
And if I
sorry.
go bishop C7,
And then yes, exactly.
take
So
an E4, right?
that's it. Yes, you said it
This looks
perfect.
very dangerous for Vincent.
Exactly. And especially because the pawn is on G5 and not on G7. If the pawn was on G7, it'd be a different story. But here, it just looks like I'm ready to go E5 and F4. A very nice advantage for Prague for free.
G5 is a hook.
Yes.
Talk about a nice advantage. Fabi has a fantastic position as Wesley has
that.
blundered.
Uh-oh.
Went from equal with compensation to much worse.
Whoa.
And if we get to this critical position here, actually,
On
you
your
pull it up
board?
on my board.
Yes, sir.
After knight takes B2 check, king to C2, and C3 all forced.
Okay.
Knight to D4, you can't take my bishop, I take your knight. Now he should take this pawn, which is a little, or a lot even, counterintuitive. There's no loss here in this position. You are down a piece, but this queen is going to show up on A5, and there's going to be some issues on this other side of the board. And this king is very exposed. This is a hard position to assess and recognize that it's actually black with all the compensation here. Instead, he decided to play solidly with the move queen to F6. And I don't think his opponent has moved yet, but Fabi has a terrific move right now, and that is the move queen to F4.
What?
Very subtle.
Very solid, saying if you're
F4.
taking on F5 ever, we're going straight to an endgame where you have no compensation whatsoever. Next stop is just to move this bishop and ask black how exactly are you coordinating your attack?
If you don't mind me asking you, Maurice, I don't like the move Queen F6 at all. Bishop takes F5 is one. Why didn't he take the pawn on F5 with his rook? Rook takes F5. Please take my rook. Do me a solid favor. Develop my bishop with a check against your king.
On bishop h3, you have rook e5, right?
Yeah, bishop h3, I wanted to play rook e5
Yes,
or
yes,
rook
with
takes
tempo.
d5.
Yeah, that's
So
He would not take your rook. That's for
Never,
sure.
never.
Knight c6 is a problem.
Knight
Oh, knight e7 maybe.
c6 is a problem.
Wait, but I'm not
This
taking
position
the
is
rook,
all
so-
of. He's not trying to take your rook.
You
But-
know, he's trying to take the bishop and then play bishop h3.
He also has h6. He also has his own attack.
Okay, so let's continue the line. Queen f8, sorry, queen f8. So give me the pawn on f3.
But now h6,
Now h6.
because he's taking on g7.
Were you going? Because I wanted to play bishop f5 check desperately.
You're not getting it. Don't forget, knight e7 is coming with check. So
Yes,
pawn on
it
g7
is.
is going to drop with check. If you
And
play
you-
rook f3 now, the knight e7, and then what do you
Check.
do with your king?
Exactly. And white's king somehow.
So h6, it's
It's
just so
amazing.
disruptive.
I mean,
You think you're there, but white's going to be there too.
exactly. Knight c6, very nice. I needed an answer because rook f5 looks so natural. I want to play rook on f5 to capture the pawn on d5 as well as to maybe harass rook e5. But this did not happen. Instead, we did see the move queen f6.
Wesley is playing crazy, intuitive, chaotic chess right now, which is not normal for him.
Yeah.
He's looking like Levon,
Yeah.
especially Levon from the last game.
Well, Levon's a trendsetter. He can influence anybody.
Yeah, well, Wesley better not lose this game. He'll slap Levon
Because-
when he sees him.
Right? What have you done to me? You've
Thinking I could get away with it. By the way, Javokhir did take on g6, did play knight f5, did
All
get
those
that
things.
bishop.
Yeah.
Awander's thinking, at least I'm done with that bad bishop of mine.
Ooh, by the
Before we
way,
switch, Fabi just played bishop c1.
played a very human move, which the evaluation bar just hated. Bishop.
It gives up the f5 pawn, right? And you don't have the queen trade. That's why queen f4 was suggested.
Precisely. But I'm sure in his mind's eye, Fabi was prepared to play bishop to d3, right? Takes, bishop to d3. But maybe these pawns are
Apparently,
enough.
wait. Black is winning here somehow.
There's f3 is hanging, knight takes d3, queen takes d3. Queen takes d5? I don't know.
This is a mess.
Totally. Well, the chaos
This
is just
incredible
continuing.
mess. You don't want to know the best move either.
Oh,
It's
no.
just so ridiculous. But it's a logical-ish looking move, and it's the move bishop d7. Cool, calm,
You want to go bishop
What?
a4 check,
as well as rook e8
but you
to
especially
bring the final piece into the attack and say, what are you doing?
That's so strong.
But it just seems so quiet. I mean,
Wow.
guys taking your knight on b2, you don't care. You're down a piece, I don't care. That's just ridiculous. And they're
Bishop
both going to be
d7?
making mistakes from this moment on. The position is too random.
Oh.
Have you ever seen a pawn structure like this with the white pieces?
And the king on c2 and a knight on b2. Like, what is the knight doing on
The position
b2?
is ridiculous.
Of course it
There are no anchors for us to rely on
Right.
in a position like this. It's all concrete now because there's nothing logical about the position. You gave up a piece to scatter white's pawns and compromise the king, and now you have to start finding moves because if white gets out, white's up a piece.
Of course.
But
And-
look at Wesley find bishop d7.
Are you kidding?
You know,
He
this,
resisted bishop f5? When
you know
he
the crazy thing about Wesley is when he tries to play enterprising chess, he is an absolute genius.
Yep.
We saw him beat Gary Kasparov in a blitz game that we called it. You remember that one?
Gary
Yas.
said, I was the amateur against Paul Morphy.
Yes. I mean, that game was one of the greatest blitz games you'll ever see. Wesley's
Wow.
creativity is off the scale. His main weakness, you might say, is he just doesn't like to take risks
Yeah.
that much. I wish he would just spend 1 year and say, 2027 is the year of risk. I don't care about my rating. I don't care about anything else. Every game I'll be sacking pawns, or maybe even a piece. If he just tailored his if I had been his coach, as just an advisor, let's say, I'd say, listen, just let this guy start sacrificing stuff. Just be free. He's going to get invited to tournaments anyway. Don't worry about your rating. He's such a genius attacker. It's unreal. His ideas just come out of nowhere. And look at this, computer-esque. Bishop D7. I'm just going to chill.
And from the perspective of Fabiano, he says, excuse me, my friend, I played the move Bishop C1 to win a pawn and take off your knight. Haven't you blundered?
Which in-between move should Wesley start with, Bishop A4 or Rook E8?
I would start with Rook A8.
A2 or A or F? Both look good, right? Maybe Rook F to E8.
Okay,
I'll
tell you later. Rook E8.
Just tell us where you're putting your queen. That's going to be the first trick.
Exactly.
But Rook E8, he'll be down 2 pieces temporarily.
And Wesley's pausing because those intermezzos are important.
Look
and he's
at this
reaching
guy.
for the
He's reaching for a rook, and he's done it.
Rook.
2-piece sacrifice.
Wow.
Of course, he's taking the bishop on B2 next. But by the way, he has some mating formation. You see this craziness that's coming on the board? A little bishop A4, and if you move your king to C1, rook E1 would be mate if you're not careful.
So we're going to
If we go Queen F4.
Queen F4, for example.
Bishop A4 check.
And Bishop A4, and already watch out because obviously
Rook
King
E1.
C1 was my fantasy variation. It's not going to be the way he plays, of course, but Rook E1 is mate.
That's hurtful.
Whoever, you never see this at this level. So Queen F4 also, Bishop A4 again, Knight B3 would be forced, more or less.
Now I guess we...
And your bishop is dropping, and oh no, somebody call the police. This is murder happening here. This is just ugly. Tremendous, tremendous attack. The rook has to move off of A1.
It's white to play.
Yeah, I know, with the
But
threat.
it doesn't matter because the attack is so strong. And I think if I'm Fabi right now, I'm going, okay, hold on, mister. Where's the bailout line? This guy's sacrificing pieces. I could go down in flames in this game.
Exactly. By the way, everything you were saying about Wesley strongly reminded me of my own results with Boris Spassky. And Spassky, I was playing Spassky at the time of his career when he was being ultra safe, ultra solid. He was making a lot of draws. And no, I wanted to fight every game with Boris. So it's like, I poked the bear. But that was a very bad idea. You know, Boris was an incredibly strong player when he was forced to play. I mean, he didn't seem like he wanted to win or something. He just drew a lot of games. And he won a lot of games against me because I said, no draws. Look's what's happening here. The current position, if you don't mind.
I think Fabi needs to play Queen F2 to protect the E1 square.
Give me some good advice for Fabi. Queen F2, protecting the E1 square. Bishop A4 check. I'm assuming we want to get in that.
King C1 or maybe B1. Oops. Queen takes D4.
Queen takes D4.
No.
Oops.
Welcome to your funeral, my friend.
Oh yeah, please. Oh, that, and again that rook E1 checkmate.
I have to play Knight B3.
No, I think I have to play King B1, so that I have Bishop C1 in answer to rook E1. No Queen takes D4 for you, but still. It's 2 pieces.
We take on B2 and rook C8.
Yeah, so now it's only 1 piece.
Oh, apparently that's bad.
They didn't like that at all. No. You don't take a piece?
Do we play immediately rook C8?
Do you play rook E1 check? No.
That might be... What?
No. I mean,
so
I was
hard to
just
say.
trying to analyze the ramifications, and I said, no, that's too pretty.
And then do we take on B2 or D4?
No, just take on D4. Queen takes D4.
So I guess White had to play Bishop C1.
You will not believe
How
the
is
engine's
this-
already screaming mate.
We're up rook and bishop.
Bye-bye. Something about welcome to your own funeral I heard a moment ago.
And you're not even threatening mate in 1.
I'm threatening mate in 2. C2 check, or apologies, I'm
Mate in
threatening
3.
3. Yeah.
You're also threatening to take the bishop,
I'm
and the rook is strapped on the square.
That's
this is
hilarious.
You may be up a rook and a bishop, but it's the rook and bishop sitting on H1 and F1, and the other rook is sitting on A1. So
That's-
you're actually down a material because they're just not
That
working.
is
That's an insane line.
I mean, you don't see those kinds of patterns.
It's so
Did
hard
he
to
play
like this
Queen
game.
F2?
No, Fabi's still thinking.
Fabi's
He's
still
down
thinking,
to
and by
5
the way,
minutes.
Wesley's
got
gotten
no
up from the
time.
board, down 2 pieces at the moment, and what is that line? He's down 2 pieces, but the sacrifice you just showed, he'd be down a rook and a bishop,
Right.
and walking around saying the engine
By
says
the way,
mate in 8.
mate in 8. I do believe it's mate in 8.
Wow.
Like, what?
Maybe before they go too far into the
Yeah.
checkmate zone, we should jump to Prague's game against Vincent, because Prague
Let's
is
do
up
it.
in exchange now.
Okay.
And hey, if he wins this game, not only he extends his
Whoa.
lead, he puts down a player who's in second
Key
place.
rival, absolutely. Wow.
And
okay.
look at the clock. That just tells the story, right? Vincent is in trouble. 3 minutes against 11.
We left it at G5, and this is where I said, no. I really like White's position. And Prague is getting in this key move, E4. E5 resigns. That's just strategically lost. This is how we understand why Vincent decided it was absolutely vital for him to give up an exchange, and he's just played bishop E6.
What? But what do you do after rook d1? Do you just not lose? Oh, there's.
No, bishop G4,
Bishop-
I take C on C6.
And if you take on bishop d5, I have knight c3. Did he just
Exactly.
blunder?
Probably.
That looks bad.
Yeah. The accuracy dropped to 90%. That's how you know he blundered.
Right.
That's not the winning move?
It is.
It is a winning
It is.
move.
It is.
Oh, it's crushing.
Could knight C3 be even more winninger?
Oh, knight
No, I
C3,
don't
rook
think
D4, no?
There's rook d4.
Knight C3, rook D4 is not winninger.
Bad, but
We
not
are
as bad.
inventing words.
Yes. Bad. But no, rook D1. Thank you so very
No,
much.
it's too simple.
Bishop takes D5 does not get you that
Knight
ending
c3,
because
and now if you go rook d4, I can't even take it.
which
Queen
I
takes
love.
d4.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a queen B6.
There's a queen B6 at the end.
There's a sighting here. Wait a minute.
Okay, then maybe just queen f2. You're still going to lose the bishop on d5, right?
Bishop E6.
Maybe queen
What am I-
e3. What's the right square?
I'm missing something because now, still, the engine keeps telling me White's winning. White
What's
is
the winning move here?
winning. Knight
Should be something
B5.
easy. No, there's
I
rook.
mean, it looks like you're
hanging
winning
on
the
d1.
B pawn by trading off on
And
D4.
then, and then
But you're
playing
not.
rook
Take,
D1.
take everything, play rook D1,
D1,
then take the
and
B
then
pawn.
knight B5.
I wanted more.
Exactly. I thought so too. I thought when you played the move rook D1, you were winning a piece.
'Cause it looks
And-
like
By the way,
I am.
Sindarov has now won a pawn. As we suspected, his advantage was real, was
Yes.
severe. Bishop was superior to the knight. The pawn structure for Black's king inferior, and he has won a pawn. We can go back to this moment when he did play knight f5, and you get the bishop, but you got this weak pawn here, this weak one here, this weak one here. Actually, he won a pawn even earlier. When did this pawn get won? Here we have this position. Knight f5, he just gifted in the pawn right away. So now it's just a pawn up ending, trying to survive. But unfortunately for him, White's position is ultra solid. And now the threat is b4.
Precisely.
Gift me a second pawn.
Exactly.
And your endgame, there's nothing to look at anywhere to say this position is reasonable even.
I remember a fantastic victory by Anatoly Karpov against Vlastival Hort, which went literally this ending. Just a second. Rook b2, rook takes c5, rook takes c5, rook takes c5, rook takes b2. And at first blush, you say, oh, Black has decent drawing chances. And then you go, no, you don't. Because what happened is Karpov forced the rook into passivity. And then he put his rook on a6.
A6, yep.
And then just pushed
Start pushing,
all
bring the
his
king up,
side
and you're just sitting there
pawns.
watching.
Exactly. And it was game over. And by the way, Eval Bar says absolutely, absolutely winning. Awonder played rook c6. I don't think that's going to change the Eval Bar at all.
I think he's trying to put his rook on a6, but after b4,
That looks b4.
b4 rook a6. No, rook a6 doesn't do anything here.
Take a pawn.
Just take a free pawn.
Thank you.
You could also trade rooks if you wanted to, I think.
At this point, 2 extra pawns in the pocket?
No, I mean rook takes.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, you play rook c6 here, and then we might be here a while after pawn takes.
Now you take with the pawn.
But if I
right?
take with the pawn in this position, you're not touching my pawn on a3, and we're not going to be here a while.
No, that's a good point.
That was what I thought would be better.
Yeah, I thought he would
But guess what?
play
He
rook
chose
a6.
the other way. He took with the pawn on c5. We might be here a while.
Well, wait a minute. If I take with the rook, I thought rook
D3?
d3 is the problem.
I can't see how this is a problem.
Okay, but
Oh,
two extra
wait. If you take, what if I play rook c7 after you did that?
Rook f2 threat.
If you play rook d3, I play rook c7.
I have rook f6.
d3 takes a3?
I have rook f6.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Okay, hold on. I have to play rook f2 first.
Okay,
But we
but
can
what we
play-
do have, excuse me, we do have 2 extra pawns, and nobody's crying about that.
No,
Rook
sure.
c6. Pardon me, we've got rook c4. Let me just go to the live, currently the live board. Come on, baby. You can do it, Yasser.
And king
2
g6
extra
was just
pawns.
played. Yes.
King g6.
It's a technical endgame, but
Yeah, this should be
winning.
winning. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
well, let's jump back to Prag's game because we are seeing how he may or may not win the piece.
Exactly.
And if he wins this,
That is
With
save
+3?
Prague. Yeah. And knocks
going into
down
the
a few-
blitz with such big advantage, we know what happens
Well,
when a
Maurice,
player wins the rapid section. They usually win the blitz too.
that's what he's
Yes,
saying.
but 2 players have come back from second place to win the whole tournament, and that is Levon Aronian in 2023 and Fabiano Caruana last year. Came back from second place. And we've seen Magnus do it. That's in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, exclusive.
Usually you win the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, you got a 75% chance of winning the whole thing. Sindarov is a brilliant blitz player, so their matchups are going to matter quite a bit. 2 points is not an insurmountable gap, but he's playing really well right now, and he still has another game to play, right? So
Yes.
let's not count the chickens before they've hatched.
So we
we
don't
going
want to
knight
jinx anybody, but is it knight c3 that is... Because we can also essay queen on d2.
Well, e2 is
takes-
hanging. So.
Yes, and this ending, I would think, is winning.
Takes c2, rook b5, knight d4. I was a little bit worried about your c pawn. Because if
Well-
it gets to c2, then I don't know how I'm going to win the game.
That I would worry about as well. Does it get to c2?
By the way, as time ticks down, I just want to give
Yes,
a quick
please.
quick overall assessment of the situation in the Grand Chess Tour, because Prague and Sindarov could absolutely upset the apple cart and make even people who look uncatchable look vulnerable. You look at Keymer right now,
Yep.
or Fabi.
Yep.
Both of them could lose this game.
Yeah.
The respective games they're playing. They are way ahead in the Grand Chess Tour standings, but if we pull up the standings, you'll see that those standings reflect that they need to score some points to assure themselves of having a good chance in the Sinkfield Cup itself. And right now, I believe Fabi's at 20,
Right.
Keymer's at 19,
1 point behind.
Prague is way back
Like 11 points behind.
at is it 10 and a half or is it 11 and a half? Well, hopefully we can get the standings up to show that quite soon. But they're so far back, but a win getting 13
GCT
points.
tour, if we could get the GCT tour.
And even the 10 points from Javokhir getting up to 20. Suddenly, you had better score a good number. And here we have it.
It's
20 to
11
19.
and a half, 10 and a half.
Let's say
Prague wins.
Let's say
13.
Prague wins. He's at 24 and a half. Javokhir comes in second. He's at 20.5. Keymer could get maybe 3 or 4 points. I mean,
5?
okay, if he doesn't do great. But now suddenly he's been caught. And Wesley's right there, knock, knock. Any one of those top players has a disastrous tournament, this one or the next one, and any one of them can be caught and passed.
Fabi and Wesley, so
I have
much
to
is
say,
happening.
Fabi and Wesley, check it out. Remember that rookie one moment? Rookie one moment?
Wow.
We need
We
to
are
celebrate.
there.
We see the
So
prize
much
fund
is
there.
happening
But
here.
it's happened. Some beautiful chess being played.
So bishop c1, the only move, because queen takes e1, as we saw.
Rook
Queen
e8,
takes
strong
e1.
move, defending the rook. And now look at Fabi's move, bishop b5.
What a move that is.
The only move.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just getting killed on the first rank. C2 check, queen takes d4, rook takes c1, queen g5.
What is happening?
Did you say chaos? Chaos is on the board?
No, the beautiful line, by the way, is
Rook e2?
is the move bishop to g2 instead of bishop to b5. If White had, instead of playing this, had played bishop to g2, the move rook 8 to e2,
Yeah.
and now any way you take, queen takes or knight takes, well, knight takes would be the one that is the most picturesque, and you get to see the move c2 mate
Nice.
on the board. And that would be
Wow.
absolutely unusual, impossible, never happened in chess normal. I mean, that would be incredible. So he realized he had to do something with this bishop. He couldn't just defend his rook on h1. He had to go give up a piece now with this move, because now rook takes h1 is playable for free. And then he gets to take on e8, but black will take back on e8, and white still has trouble in this position.
Untangling. He's got his king in a...
They're following. Oh, by the way, Fabi took on a4. He took the bishop, not the
Whoa,
rook.
whoa, whoa. I was afraid of rook e1.
But that's a big blunder, because you're right, yes, a rook e8 to e1 is just winning now for Wesley.
Uh-oh.
That's
What a
shocking. Why does
turnaround.
Fabi believe that rook e1 is not scary?
It's over.
It's
Well,
over, right?
he must be thinking, I can
course it's
deal
on the
this
board.
with knight e2.
Or maybe king c2?
King c2?
Yeah, king c2 played, but oh, this is what he missed. Rook h to f1, and your queen cannot defend d4.
And guess what? He's
Wesley
played it
immediately
instantly.
Played it. Fabi just blundered a piece.
And Fabi is now coming to grips with the fact that when the queen lands on d4, it's about to land on d1.
Wow.
And in the immortal words of Larry Christensen, I get you from behind.
Is
Listen.
this Wesley's one of his best games?
This is incredible. The
Truly.
bravado that he showed in order to get to this position. I can't. This is Wesley So.
Wow. At his
When
best.
he goes
At
after you, when he wants to try to win, he just does such miraculous things. I mean,
Bishop
literal
d7.
hyper genius things.
Bishop d7. Dang.
I wish he played like this all the time. It's just,
We need to encourage him and help.
I don't know if he'll do it though. When he plays like this, it's just,
It's
so shocking what he could do.
It's a
Even if
thing.
you lose a game, what's the big deal? Just play free-flowing chess. You
thing
are
of beauty.
a great genius, one of the great geniuses of our time, but you refuse to take risks. As a matter of fact, Magnus nailed him for that. Magnus called him out and said, yeah, Wesley doesn't take risks. Just straight up.
the problem is he's become one of the greatest players in the world by not taking risks.
Exactly. So you have the success, and why bother
Right.
taking those chances? But hey, you've been on the Grand Chess Tour all this time. You're a fixture on the scene. People are going to invite you to the
mix it up.
tournaments. You're going to play in the U.S. Championship. You're going to play on the Olympic team.
All the
You're
time.
going to play in
Grand Chess Tour.
on the Grand Chess Tour. Well, that one's iffy if you start losing rating points.
That's true.
But you're going to play. What was the other one? The American Cup.
The World Cup with the World.
I'm saying the American Cup at least. And then you got all the others, the World Rapid and Blitz,
Right.
Freestyle, a bunch of tournaments. Did he play in Norway chess this year?
Yes, it is.
He took, Fabi just took on F1,
Gave up the queen.
recognizing that queen takes d4 would be lights out.
He technically does have 3 pieces, but it's those pawns on b4 and c3 that don't let white develop the queen side.
And this rook pin is, I mean, isn't it time to just...
Start taking some pawns.
Well, I was thinking more like...
Maybe queen f7 and attack d5, h5.
Yeah, I wanted
Those are all the...
to get my queen somehow into white's camp. Queen e1, but okay, queen h4, queen, sorry, what did you say? Queen...
f7.
f7.
Yeah, I just want to pick up d5 because then I think
That's beauty.
game over, yeah.
That's a beautiful pawn. Oh, what are we doing? Sorry, bishop b3?
By the way, and this game is
Sindarov
over.
has
We did see a victory here. We knew that he was crushing in the position, and he did
Big
crash
win
through
for
and ended. So now
Javokhir, because he bounces up.
he's tied for first.
Yeah,
At the
with
moment.
Prague.
At the moment with Prague. If Prague has any
Right.
hiccups in his game, which we don't think he will, then they will be tied for first. This is, though, what we've got here is the material imbalance that we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
3 pieces against a queen. Even number of pawns, even though they look scattered. Yes, 6 against 6. 3 pieces against a queen. The problem for white are those multiple factors that happen in these imbalances is the weak pawn structure. I can't even call it weak because it's, what I called it earlier, putrid. Then you've got the exposed king, and you've got the passed pawn for black, and you've got the discoordination in white's camp. So Wesley can just sit on this, but now he's decided to be very concrete.
He played the move c2.
And played c2.
With the threat of rook d1.
What is he?
With the threat of rook d1, you have to take the pawn on c2, and now you take on f3 with a check.
But now this point here is the point we talked about yesterday. In these material imbalance positions, you as white don't want to see the rooks leave the board. You want to see the rooks stay on the board. And he keeps...
Queen c3 check.
He keeps playing these moves that help white.
I don't think so anymore after king e2 and he took on a1.
But you're telling me he should have played king e4?
Apparently.
Okay, I might have done a course in Chessable about this. But even I would have said, what the heck is king e4?
King d1. And Fabi has no time.
Take on e2.
Fabi has no time.
Oh, but what?
There is a
Why
knight
did king e4 make any sense?
Right now,
Bishop f4, and I think you were taking.
Bishop f4, queen takes a2, doesn't win?
b3 was threatening to win.
That would have been amazing for
D5.
that to happen. But right now, passed pawns will travel. You need rooks on the board if you have the minor pieces. Your minor pieces cannot fight a queen. Pure and simple. You need rooks on the board.
Not with 2 connected passed pawns either.
And especially not when your opponent has connected passers. This one is busted. The pieces just can't do anything. Even 1 passed pawn would cause problems because all your pawns are weak.
This is a
And now it's just pure desperation. He's throwing pawns at his opponent with no time on the clock.
Yeah, this would be a huge win for Wesley because Fabi just got himself to 50%
Yes,
and was
just
climbing
now.
back into the event thinking, okay, that was a very important win. But losing with the white pieces...
By the way, every game Fabi lost, and that will be 2, it was with white pieces.
Wow, if only I could hold with the white pieces, huh?
Looks like we're going to have 3 decisive games for the first time in this competition, if I don't jinx it with commentator's curse.
Right?
But I'm putting it out
wait.
there. This should be winning. We don't need any more pawns to be leaving the board. If you...
That's a great move because the bishop on b3 just... You're going to have to tether it to the king.
Queen d4 now, taking
And now-
d5, or queen f3.
I like that move a lot because I think I can pick up the h2 pawns with check,
We can
can't
take
I?
both d5 and h2 with checks.
Yes.
And you have to stay around the bishop. The bishops,
White's,
actually.
yeah, the white's king has
Why,
to...
you need, again, you need a pair of rooks, at least, on the board. You cannot fight a queen It's just too difficult. The lift is just too heavy.
Yeah. Queen, I think we're going to play queen to g4 check.
The other thing is making sure that you stay near the bishop and not drop every pawn with check. And that h pawn that black has on h7 will be the deadly one.
Look at this beautiful
Staircase,
triangular
right?
staircase. It's beautiful. And if you go to d2, that pawn drops with check, or that pawn drops with check.
Now that pawn drops now with tempo.
Exactly.
Very
Oh,
nice.
that was.
Great technique.
Oh, that was. That's art.
I think this is one of the best games I've seen Wesley play.
This is art, because now you want to go queen h1 check and queen takes h6.
We know this one's over. Let's jump to the
Yes.
Prague game with Vincent, because they're down to seconds, and Prague had only 6 seconds on his clock, and a mate threat is on the board for black.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wait,
but
what's
it's just,
happening?
I got to get, when I heard mate
So
threat.
white's up in exchange for a pawn, but both kings are
Wait a
weak.
minute.
Queen g2 is coming. You got to play queen g3 only move.
I was about to say, you go rook g1, I was going to take
Get
the
mated.
rook.
Yes, yes, yes. Vincent has found some good counterplay with that knight on f4. And
He's
now the
threatening
active
bishop
queen.
to d5.
Isn't this resembling the Levon
Levon
Aronian game?
Aronian, yeah.
Wesley did win that game, as we knew was happening, but this is down to seconds, and huge that he could not take the bishop on c4 because of that passed pawn, and it would be almost exactly like the game that Aronian saved against Javokhir.
Crazy stuff. So I would probably stay.
But now h4 looks very good for Prague, and I'm still attacking your king. And there he goes.
Perfectly timed h4. Otherwise, black was ready for moves like bishop to d5 and
Look at Vincent's face. He's like, where did this come from?
Oh no, f6. Dare I
Below 10
suggest it?
seconds.
Dare I suggest
No
it?
choice.
He
You're
had to
opening
do
up
it.
7th rank now for my rook.
So there is a rook e7 check sighting. There's a sacrifice on g5 too. hg5 and knight g5. That black king
Gotta be careful
is
with
going
that,
to be naked on
He's captured
h7.
on g5, and that
Vincent
pawn
knows.
must be taken.
Vincent
He's trying to figure
knows.
out which one, but he only has 6 seconds left. Has to just decide, and he's taking with the h-pawn.
Knight takes g5 looks lights out.
Knight
Is
takes
that
g5
clear?
is almost equal if you play it. It
No,
does
he
not
played
work.
rook e7 check.
which is a good move. Knight g5 was a draw.
Knight g5 is a draw. Okay. Why king h6?
Now he must bring his
Knight
king up to
h4
g6,
check.
which is as dangerous as it looks, but it's the only way to play.
Knight
And
h4
some checks,
check.
knight
king.
h4, knight f5 check.
That's a perpet.
Right.
We agree.
Who wants a perpet?
No. I'm going to put the knight on f5 and then play queen g4. Rook g7 mate is coming.
Queen b1 check.
There's
Queen
still
g4
rook
does
g7,
allow
yeah.
queen g2.
They're playing this. Oh, but
Here
Prague
we are
needs to-
repeating moves just to gain some time.
Prague
But
needs to
knight
play
f5
queen g4.
check and queen g4. There's queen takes g.
2 check, exactly.
But then I take a7.
And that end game.
And
Yep.
then
And then not clear. Not clear. Better for white, of course.
crickets.
Engine says
And here
it's
we
winning,
are.
but
Here we are. It's now or never.
Queen
If he
g4 is
repeats the move with
only
knight
winning.
h4, he will have blown a victory
That
that he's
will be a
had this whole
draw.
time.
The queen
And he's
g4
played the queen
has been-
g4 move,
Queen
and
takes
now
G2.
queen g2 is necessary. Only move.
But I don't take your knight on g2. I go knight d6. That's why it's winning.
And then you get a pass, or
Yes.
maybe even two
With his
passes.
bishop d5, and
Ooh.
we continue.
We continue.
We continue.
Yes,
This
but
game
white
is not
needs to
over.
win.
Black has
Hold
2
on.
passed pawns after that.
The queen takes g2.
Only move.
The threat is rook g7 hakimate.
He can look for
So,
checks. He will be. He
It's
can't play
time.
queen b1 and queen takes f5 because of rook g7. That's important.
That's great.
Yes, this variation with queen b1 and queen takes on f5 runs into rook g7. So he cannot play that, and he's decided to do what he had to.
And now it's knight d6, and he
And knight
played
d6
it
played.
instantly.
Winning move.
Now bishop d5 and just say, I got 2 passers. I'm going to hope for the best. And the engine's not giving dead loss. It's saying definitely bad, but plus only 1.3.
But he's-
some chances.
But he's in there with a real shot.
Yes.
Those are connected pass pawns. They
Exactly.
can do damage.
And white will have his pawns too. Now it's just a question of push him, baby. Let's go.
Well, where do I want my knight?
You don't have to move it.
On h4,
G4
F4,
played. We'll see later.
G3, F.
Knight c3, king h2. Gonna make some moves to kick your pieces back. Knight c3.
Bishop f3.
Okay.
King
but that
h2.
stops your pawn, right? You're in the way of your f pawn.
I'll put my pieces on protected
there's
squares.
going to be pawns raining down until they get to they get to g3.
Okay,
and
but
some stuff. White's pawns are not that fast, so.
Are we saying this is a game for 3 results?
No,
I
would
would
say
think
it's
so.
just chaos.
No, honestly, I would think that this is a game of 3s. I could easily see f5, f3 hurting your feelings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's fast.
Those are
and now king h2 on the board gives an additional tempo.
That's
f5 on the
right.
board now. Only 2 moves before f4 and g3 check. Make that 1 move as f4 because g3 is with tempo. So
right. And
9 seconds on the clock for Prague.
He
needs a move. He's frozen.
5, 4, rook
and
a7.
rook a7
Allowing
and
f4.
f4. Hold on.
He needs to bring the pieces
I
back.
mean,
Knight c3
Vincent
is
could
a
upset our
must.
tournament leader and just throw this tournament into
4
complete
seconds.
chaos.
Knight c3.
Knight c3, best move.
Okay,
Bishop has no real place to hide.
Check. G3 check.
It's funny how we're saying Vincent might win this even though it's +3 because that's how crazy this endgame is.
Exactly. Okay, so I guess we have to play bishop f3, unfortunately.
King g1 seems to be the best move to get out of all checks, but it's...
How do you play a move like
It feels
king
like you're walking into
King g1's the only move.
And he's done it. I
So
was about to
good.
say, how do you not play king h3? Because you're afraid that you walk into a checkmate.
The key is you want the knight to have the f3 square, but you're not going to get it because you have to put your bishop on the square.
Sadly,
you have to put the bishop there.
He did it.
That's unfortunate because you want to move your knight. So now you're thinking about moving the
Push your
knight and
pawns,
then
right?
moving the bishop so you can push.
Now b5 and Prague's pushing the pawn. It takes black a couple of moves to untangle.
To untangle.
Now the only move, and this will be impossible to find, is knight e1 to have a chance. That looks
E1, and you're hoping against
extremely difficult.
hope that you're going to get, and
He
he's
went
done
to
it.
e1.
Wow.
They are making the best moves.
Wow. And now b6, knight d3 is a draw.
B6,
way.
knight d3 is a draw.
b6,
How do you
knight
not
d3.
play b6?
He did play...
Now knight d3, letting you push.
Knight d.
Because the knight is headed to f2 and h3. No way. He's dropped his
he
bishop
missed
back.
it.
He missed it.
He missed
knight d3 to go to f2 to go to h3. What a dance by the knight, and he missed it with bishop to c6.
That is insane.
But it's still unclear. Rook c7, now knight f3 check is
Knight
coming.
f3
This was his most
check.
natural move, was to move his bishop so he could get the f3 square.
Hold on,
But
knight f3 check and knight d4.
King g2,
Knight d4 check.
then maybe king f... Well, I don't know. Okay, he went king f1 to avoid the discovery check.
he played king f1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now knight...
Knight
Can we repeat?
h2 check.
Knight h2. He's going to have to
Yeah,
move
we
his
have-
king forward. The problem is for both of them because
They got no time on
they
the
got no
clock.
time,
12
and his bishop will
seconds.
sacrifice itself for the b
12
pawn.
seconds, and be careful where you move your king. King e2 could be a losing move.
You put the king back.
f3.
If Prague wants to win,
the bishop is hanging with
He
check.
needs to go king g2 after knight f3. He has to.
He's got to play knight f3, and he's done it. And now
King f1.
king f1, and knight's back. And saying, where are you going to put your king? Will you go for it or not? They're just saying equals because it could be a repetition, but it is not equal. Well, actually, after knight back to f3, is it
Third
threefold?
repetition.
No, the king never went to e1, though, so it can't
If you
be.
go to e1, you're right.
King e1, the way to try to win this game.
He's done it.
And he has done it.
And on knight d3, he's going to go king d1. Sorry, knight f3. Oh.
And he's played f3.
He wanted
Oh,
rook
no.
the check.
He's hung his
it's with
bishop
check.
with check.
It's with check.
And he's seen it. Look at it. He's leaned back and realized the disaster.
Because we've got knight e4 to stop
so close.
f2.
Yes, once the knight lands on
forgot the
e4,
bishop.
which you cannot prevent him from doing, then
stop
you have no
f2.
moves.
We stop f2 because we're
Correct.
sacrificing
The knight could even go to d1, by the way.
Yeah, same idea.
The worst case.
Yeah.
But now you cannot stop
the pawn.
the
He
b
needed
pawn,
the bishop.
and white just has to stop this
What
from
an
advancing. He just
ending.
blundered with check. He had his chance
He
and
sure
missed it.
did.
And now disconsolate. You could see it on his face. He cannot believe he blundered a piece with check. And he certainly feels like resigning now, just bringing his knight back, hoping against hope.
No, is it rook c2? Oh, what am I
But
saying? What am I saying?
To win the
G2.
tournaments, sometimes you need to get lucky. And
Absolutely.
Pragg just got lucky with that, hanging a full piece on C6.
That's it. Resignation.
Wow.
Oof, what an endgame.
What a game.
If Vincent wins the game, we've got a three-way tie for first, and if Pragg wins the game...
Vincent was never winning, but anything can happen. Pragg had 4 seconds.
At the very end there, I had...
Look at Wesley was watching the game too.
Yeah.
And he's like, what was going on? Let's listen to the players.
D4, I wasn't sure what was happening. No, King D1, there was some Bishop B5. Yeah, King D1, Bishop B5. I wasn't sure, I couldn't capture.
Did I need to play Queen G2 if I go knight D6? Did you have any mate or?
I thought it should be made somehow.
I can't really hear which position they're
I thought Queen
discussing.
G2.
Yeah, exactly.
But maybe just
They're talking
like,
about-
worst case, some check on Queen F5, no?
And then I have to try these. Probably this.
Oh, that, yeah.
Bishop B5.
Yeah, I was worried actually. It's
Vincent's reaction,
But
did
maybe
you
I
catch
can-
that when he blundered a piece?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
I don't know
We've
where
all
I'm
been
supposed to
there.
have to keep-
That's
maybe
okay.
go
F8,
rook
F8,
C8,
yeah.
rook.
After
No, instead of F3, knight F3 check.
King D1,
I wasn't sure how to...
Bishop
I wonder
B5.
if they're
Bishop
discussing the
F3 at
end
the
game?
end. Knight F3.
Yeah, pawn F3, Pragg just
King D1,
saying,
Bishop B5.
I was going to do
C8.
F3. But Wesley's fascinated with the end game too.
B7. yeah.
Oh,
And then rook G8.
Totally.
Is that winning? Gotta go to.
Yeah, not sure how it's winning. Sure.
But King D1, I have Bishop A4.
All right, and let's take a look at the standings after 8 rounds of rapid chess.
What a
Praggnanandhaa-
dramatic game that was, though. I'm still in recovery.
Both Pragg and Javokhir win their games and are in clear first and second. Wesley now for the first time in clear third with 9 points.
Nice. And if you don't mind, I just want to jump to this position that Pragg just had. It was after knight e1, and you were saying that Vincent was never winning, and I'm thinking, well, maybe he was. He played the move bishop c6, which was a bad move. After knight here, I just want to point out this amazing find that Maurice mentioned during the chaos, that you don't take the pawn on b7.
No, you
Are
go
you
for
ready
the
for this?
checkmate with knight f2.
Isn't that just wild? You make a queen, and guess who's first? Not white.
Well, you're first with checks, but you're not mating.
Yeah,
that
my
knight
king
on
runs to
c3 is a pretty
d2.
strong piece, guarding key squares near the king. So you are first with your check, but
White.
then...
Oh, I'm sorry, black is not winning.
Not winning.
No, look,
I
you're queening with check.
I thought I was getting a mate.
No. The king, that knight on c3 is just, as we know, knights next to kings are fantastic defenders.
It says
you'll
it's a
get you'll get
draw.
checks, but the black king is too exposed. As you can't force a mate, you'll just have to suffer to settle for those checks.
That is
incredible,
a crazy game.
insane game.
Okay, I need a break.
We all do need a little bit of a break.
Wow.
We're going to go on a short break. You can stay and watch Irene Sukandar, and we'll be back for round 9.
Hello everyone, welcome to the show break, and what an explosive round we had just now. Round 8 of Rapid is totally mind-blowing, and while the commentators are taking some time to recover from all the shocks that's happening in all of the games, let me take you to one of the highlights of today's round. It is the game between Fabiano Caruana versus Wesley, which I think is one of the most historic Rapid games I've ever seen, because the technique that both players showing, especially Wesley, he was just having fun, and eventually he sealed the deal and beat Fabiano Caruana in this important round. So let's take a look starting from the opening. So we have here what we called with the Nimzo opening, and everything was so good so far for both sides. And after a few moves here,
we can already tell that this game will be a very aggressive game. So after bishop d2, castle, knight e2, takes, and in this position, knight h5. It is a very typical move that you played if you see that your opponent's king is still on the center like this, because you want to give a check on f4. Here, Fabiano played queen b3, and after this, and f5. So I take a look at some of the position here, which can be like a grandmaster draw. So if you play knight f4, for example, there might be a grandmaster draw like in this position with queen h4, and after g3 takes, and then here just play knight g2. If your queen moves away from the h file, you will just take the knight on g3, but after queen h3 here, you just keep going with knight f4 and knight g2 again, and it can be the repetition. But none of this happened because after queen b3, it's already a totally different variation. And here f5, this is a very energetic move by Wesley, and it must be done. And here, it takes f5. So we are still pretty much in the theory. And after knight d7, they keep having fun by playing g4. So I think this is one of the crossroads in this variation, because it is a very, very important thing to remember your preparation. And in this position, I think Wesley mixed up some of the lines here because he played knight e5, which is not the best move in the position. You should actually go with queen h4. The difference is, since your knight is on h5 in this position, you would prevent white from playing knight g3 because you just take it with the knight. And after king here, then you play knight e5. Also, the idea is you're sacrificing the knight on h5, but if this happened, then black would be just attacking non-stop. So bishop takes f5 would have been on the board, and after bishop e1, let's say, you just move back with the queen, but you get ready for another attack. f3 is kind of hanging because you have a discovery check on the c2 ladder if the queen takes on f3 and so on. And you also have this rook coming next move. You also have c4, and then take a look at the king being in the center. And don't forget, we're playing a rapid game, so it's going to be very hard for Fabi to think all of these variations and to save his king. So here, after g4, Wesley played knight e5. And okay, where's the fun in it? Just take on the h5 knight. And the difference now is if you play queen h4, since the knight is no longer on h5, white can just safely play knight g3, and white would be just much better. So in this position, after taking on h4, Wesley took some initiative on the other side of the board by playing c4, and now the queen has to move, queen e3. So as you can see, the evaluation bar is quite equal in this position, but wow, it's such a complicated game. You never know what's going to happen next. So knight d3. So at this point, both of the players played their best chess. King c2, all the moves here are the best moves for both black and white. And knight d4 is also another good move. Queen f6 is a very natural move to make, although not the best one, but it's a very practical move. You just want to keep your pieces flowing in to the attack. And in this position, bishop c1 is a little bit passive move, but of course the best move in this position is a bit hard to find because instead of going to c1, you have to put the bishop in a more active square, that is to c3. And how do we do that? By playing queen f4. And now the idea remains, if you take this bishop, you'll take the knight, and it's okay for white. And now if bishop d7, you put the bishop on e3, and if anything, if any checks like this, you have knight b3, and your king is safe. So here Fabi took a very passive approach, bishop c1. Not only that it is more a passive square, but the rook on a1 also doesn't have any square to go. Then bishop d7. So black was just trying to get all the pieces coming, attacking the king. Because, well, it's a very natural thing to do since you're already down a piece. And here, bishop takes b2, and instead of taking it immediately, there's a Suizensuk or in-between move here, rook f e8, attacking the queen. And after queen f2, it is still okay. The evaluation bar is showing that it's still somehow equal despite the complication in the game. And after bishop a4 here, knight b4. Okay, knight b3 is one of the moves, but king b1 is the most precise move. And here, rook e1. After some time of thinking, Wesley decided to sacrifice the rook. The idea is, if you accept the sacrifice like this, it's going to be almost game over, because after queen takes d4, where to go with the bishops? Also, next move, you have c2 coming up. So you cannot take this rook by any cost. So you have to play bishop c1. This is the only other move that white can play. And after rook e8, we are coming to one of the most critical positions in this game. Bishop b5. So this is actually a very, very nice move, because you have to come up with some other counter attack and then get your other pieces moving too. And after bishop b5, rook takes h1. You just have to get the rook. But then in this position, Fabi had two options, whether to take the bishop on a4 or take the rook on e8. And he chose to take the bishop on a4, which was the wrong move. I analyzed this a little bit, and it was amazing. The line that the computer showed, if you take e8, then you can take and then challenge this pawn chain with a3. And if queen g5, we'll see what happened next, f4 and so on. But what is more interesting in this position is instead of queen g5, you played b3. And then I just don't know what is coming up next. Like if takes here, of course you have bishop here. But then if you play queen e3, then you have this, and then takes here, takes, and the resulting position might occur, and this is actually quite equalish for both sides. So let's take a look what happened in the game. So after bishop takes a4, the rook, another rook coming into the first rank, and this is already almost trouble for white's position. And king c2 happens, and rook f1, and now the queen has to move because, the queen has to move, but the knight is hanging there, so Fabi sacrificed his queen. But after the sacrifice, king d3, c2 takes, and in this position, again, white is quite passive, only black can win the game. And after rook takes f3, I think this is Fabi's last chance to keep the game going by playing bishop e3, and just keep all the pieces on the board. But I think he might already be mentally checked out, and then he took on the rook over here, and Wesley just converted everything very nicely, grabbing one pawn after another and winning smoothly in this game. But what a game we had in this round. Round 8 is done, but round 9, the final round of the Rapid, is coming up soon. So stay tuned, because we'll be back after this.
We're back, everyone. We only have one round left for today. Let's take a look at the standings. After 8 rounds of rapid chess, we had a very exciting last round.
We did. I'm not even sure where we stand. I do believe, however, Pragg has.
We know Pragg is
amazing. He's amazed us all.
But Sindarov is catching up with him. He's also in clear second, only 2 points behind Pragg, and Wesley now in clear third with just a point behind Sindarov.
It really looks like a draw fest, doesn't it? Suddenly, pairings for this the 9th and final round of Rapids. We're done with Rapids.
Well, Pragg has black pieces against Jorden van Foreest, who's not having the best tournament. But look at that second board. Yasser, Wesley against Sindarov.
Fantastic. And will the real Jorden van Foreest show up? How about Vincent?
Vincent is against Levon, Anish playing Fabi, and Awonder against Leinier.
Still a lot of great matches.
A lot depends on the results of those games.
Wow. Maurice, weigh in on what we just saw in that round 8. That was just some incredible chess going on. That Wesley game.
Mm-hmm. My high blood pressure can't take this. My doctor said I should avoid
too much
stressful situations. And boy, that was extraordinary what we just saw. We talked at the beginning of this day about the draw fest that we were seeing in the tournament. So many draws.
Fighting chess.
There was no round with 3 wins. Today, we get 2 of them already.
Right.
Somebody heard us and said, no, it's time for the excitement, and they have brought it.
To match the fighting chess.
Was it?
I think it was just once. The first one was 2 wins.
Oh, no. Really? Felt like 3.
But we're going to get it again.
Well, we got 3 now, so they're improving. Well, at least we got 5 wins already today out of the 9 games, and It's just incredible what we're seeing. The players are bringing it. They also know the importance of Rapid. Let's be clear. The winner of Rapid usually wins this event, or second place is the best that has ever come back to win an event. They don't want to sit here and end up in 3rd or 4th, be way behind the leaders, and then have to make up all those points. So people are making a run, and we saw Wesley So do it last game, playing very enterprising chess, sacrificial chess, taking down the Grand Chess Tour leader, who, by the way, used to be in a comfortable situation. Not so much anymore. Fabi sitting where he's sitting, how many points would he gain if he got 8th place? I wonder if we can bring that graphic up really quickly before they start.
I think he would get 3 points.
If he gets 8th place in this event, with all those points just whoosh, being vacuumed away by other people, Fabi, we see him now at 20, but if he got 8th place, I'm sure we can bring up
we need the $200,000
prize list and Grand Chess Tour points list.
Graphics.
We see him here at 20, but 8th place for him would get him only 3 paltry points. You know how many people could pass him if that happened? First of all, immediately if Pragg wins, he passes him.
Vincent
with a decent result passes him.
Right, behind.
Wesley with 8 passes him. I mean, he can't sit. And Sindarov closes the gap. Let's get to the games, but Fabi is absolutely in trouble, even as the tour leader. And he's playing a tough opponent to beat, to try to change the position, change his trajectory, especially with the black pieces against Anish. That's not going to be easy. But we should be focused on a big-time game with Wesley So and Javokhir Sindarov, because they are 2nd and 3rd in the tournament.
Well, Wesley is on the white side of a Ruy Lopez Morphy variation, not a Berlin, with A6. And Javokhir, he moves around a lot in his defenses. He can choose a lot of different schemes. He's gone for D7, D6.
He also doesn't play for a draw, so if his coach comes over and says Berlin, he'll be like, what? Who's playing?
Nobody's playing a Berlin.
Who wants that?
No,
want to play some sharp lines.
7,000 games from this position. Most popular moves are Rook E1 and C3, as you can see on your screen. Bishop takes C6. I didn't even think that'd be a move, but Bishop takes C6 has been played 700 games.
Yeah.
So C2, C3, Wesley chooses the 2nd most popular move. Now we have, as you see again, Bishop D7, Bishop E7, Bishop D7. Now Rook E1 that looks the most natural after the move.
Isn't Wesley an expert in this opening with both colors?
Yes. I mean, he's basically devoted himself and done a number of chessable courses on the whole E4, E5 complex. And I remember I had the Encyclopedia of Chess Openings encyclopedias. It was a 5-volume set. And the E4, E5 was the thickest. I mean, boy, had that territory been mapped out by the world's best players for 500 years, essentially. Rook E1 on the board as White aspires to set up the central pawn duo with pawns on D4 and E4.
Decides to flanquero his dark square bishop, G6.
Yeah, and back in my day, we actually thought that it was too risky, that you couldn't afford the tempo with the bishop coming there, and most often they play bishop E7 and castles quickly. Okay, we do have, however, the bishop on G7, and Wesley to choose between D4, D5, just grabbing more space, or bishop G5.
A long way to go with this opening before it turns into something really dynamic and interesting. I'd like to turn our attention to Jorden's game against Pragg. Yep. And Pragg has been playing the French over and over and over, saying, I'm doing all right with it. Why should I not play it? And the players are saying, no, we're going to break this down sooner or later. And Jorden's best attempt now is with, or I should say the latest attempt is with this move H4.
Right.
And saying, yeah, somewhere you're going to be vulnerable. But Pragg has been fantastic so far, at least in terms of his results, and he's played the f6 break, the most natural secondary break in the position as he tries to break up White's pawn structure. And you're going to wonder what the point is of the move, h4, in a moment, because he has to take on f6.
Now after knight f6, we always have knight g4, right? Because you played h4.
Yeah, and you could chase the bishop back to g1. So, for example, castles long, knight g4, bishop back to g1. Jordan's captured
He's still
the pawn
in his
on
prep.
c5.
He's playing this really fast.
Totally in prep at the moment. We don't have that many games in the database, only 8 games, in fact, in this exact position.
Only?
Which I find kind of strange in this database that we're looking at. I'm sure other databases would show more games.
Yeah.
But now queen a5 will win the pawn back. Knight g4 is also a playable alternative here.
Yeah, I would be anxious as black to win that pawn back before white gets all settled in with castles and maybe knight e5 or bishop to d3. I mean, the pawn on h4 does have this annoying, you know, when it gets to h6 and you play g6, you're going to have to live with that pawn next to your king for the rest of the game. And you don't want to meet the move h5 with h6 yourself.
That's why the engine started playing h4 in every opening, right? Just to put the pawn on h6.
Exactly, Alpha Zero. Changed the world. They're still in the opening stages. I'm going to jump to the game of Vincent and Levon for just a moment, as these two incredibly dynamic players do battle.
Slow start of
Very
this round
slow.
so far.
How could I pick the one game which was so slow?
Anish and Fabi
versus
have
Fabi?
more happening on the board, but also
Think so?
very solid.
It does, although I
was
must
it
say,
Sveshnikov? Sorry.
I do prefer Anish's position at the moment. If it were white to move, the move bishop takes c6, and if you're forced to take with the pawn, well, that's going to be a very big weakness on
You're
c6.
going to put knight a4, knight c5?
Absolutely, along with queen a3. So Fabi recognizing the obvious there. Okay, queen a3 tickles the knight.
So Anish is still at 50% with all draws, but with one win, he'll be jumping up to
It's amazing
second,
what
third
one
place.
win can do for your
But Fabi
tournament.
back to -1.
And he must feel so frustrated at the moment, because that game with Wesley was, I mean, there was so many twists and turns in that game. Queen b4, Anish is saying, please go back with the knight to c6 so I can take it. Nope.
I thought
Knight
you were going to
G6.
say, so we can make a draw.
I was going to take it. Now, the immediate knight takes d5, queen takes d5, queen takes a5 is not going to work. a6 hurts. So we can't take the pawn at the moment. Can we follow it up with knight e5? We'll think about this one.
I think
Where
Fabi
else?
has equalized pretty much.
Awonder.
Let's go back to Wesley and Sindarov.
All right.
Awonder Leinier is a very, very equal position.
Okay, so Wesley did not go for the positional grip variation with d4, d5. Instead, preserving the bishop. Bishop e3.
What do you think of this last move by Sindarov, queen e8?
It's very natural. Funnily enough, these moves where you play d5, oftentimes the knight doesn't have a very good square. Sometimes on e7 it doesn't have a future. However, knight d8 gives you two options. One option is to play b6 and bring the knight to c5, which you oftentimes do in a King's Indian structure. But you put your knight on d8, you put your king on h8, you go knight g8. I know it's all... Once you
so
get
passive,
an
but
f5,
yeah, you play f5
the knight
and
does
then
have a life on f7.
pieces come back.
h2, h3, says Wesley. Okay, knight b1 to d2, and he's ensconced his bishop on e3.
Can Sindarov consider knight h5, knight f4?
Yeah.
Instead of going to g8?
Yeah. Knight d2, knight f4, knight f1. And we have some...
Yep, he's played it.
Knight h5 he has played, yeah. We're trying to get our knight to g3 and to try to restrain f7,
He
f5.
might even go for f5. He's a very aggressive player. Instead of knight f4, I mean, he might be eyeing the f5 idea.
Let's see, so f5 in this, and that's another reason for queen e8, right? The defense of the knight. So if I take, if your queen were on d8, let me just emphasize that if the queen were still on its original square, then there is knight takes e5, and the knight is undefended. In this particular case, the knight is defended. Sorry, I did it wrong. f5.
On one hand, putting the queen on e8 right in front of the rook on e1 cannot be good, but here it works.
Let's take another look. Takes.
Take with the pawn.
Bishop c5. Let's get out of
Making me go rook f6.
the tempo.
But if I manage to put the knight on f4, rook on g6.
Whoa. Knight g5, bishop b3 check, knight f7 check.
But it's two pieces, right, for the rook?
I wanted you to play rook g6.
Oh. I'll start with knight f4.
You'll still stay with knight f4. Okay.
Yeah, this is very double-edged.
Yep, sure is. When you walk into these variations, you've got to study them carefully, which Wesley so has. And I'm sure neither knight f4 or f5 is going to come as a surprise. He has played knight d2.
King h8. He's definitely prepping f5.
Yeah. He says, okay, guess what's on my agenda?
You can stop f5, but you can be ready to open up some files, right? Take on f5, take on e5. But I prefer those positions for black. How about you?
Yes. You know, it's funny. You look at this position, you say it comes out of a Ruy Lopez. Actually, it looks much closer to a Perk defense to me than it does a Ruy Lopez. But yeah, I played the Perk a lot, and these were very common positions.
Maurice?
All right. Well, we've got, while they're figuring out the niceties in this one, we've got some interesting positions, particularly the one with our tournament leader, Praggnanandhaa. He's, again, we're talking about this French. He's down a pawn at the moment, but he played the move knight to g4. In this position, his opponent dropped the bishop back, too critical a bishop to give up. And at this time, Pragg has been thinking for quite some time. We look at the clock, it's early days, but Jorden has more time than he started with, and Pragg with 17:35. So Jorden is essentially blitzing out his moves and gaining time on the clock, while Pragg has been really meditating almost on this position, deeply trying to figure out the nuances, as it looks as though he should be aiming to get his pawn back, maybe with a move like queen to a5, but he apparently is not satisfied with this natural move and is looking for something else, and I'm curious what that might be.
I am sure he would love to play the move d5, d4, queen d5 in anticipation of white castling long. The only way to ensure d5, d4 is to start with bishop f6 and say, I'm willing to play a pawn down, and I want you to castle.
That looks great, Yasser. Bishop f6, d4, queen d5, threatening a2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks very good.
But I'm
e5's coming
suspicious.
too.
I'm suspicious that.
And d4 does allow the knight to go to e4 and attack your bishop on f6. So he's taking quite a bit of time. This could be consequential.
Otherwise, you play queen a5 right away. I mean, there's nothing to discuss.
You could just play queen a5, and that would be a natural move.
Right.
But he's looking for something else.
Yeah.
And look at Jorden as though he is intense right now, intently looking at something.
Yeah. What could he?
What are they seeing?
Okay.
That could be so enterprising in this position.
Seriously, if you're playing knight g4, you're thinking about e5. You're thinking about d4. You're doing something other than bishop takes c5.
Right.
Definitely.
But E5 doesn't work because queen takes d5. That's a clanker. You just stop. You just like, oops. You can't play d4.
So much time.
You can't play d4. Knight takes d4. That's a clanker. Oops. So it's got to be bishop f6. Maybe b6? b6?
E6.
b6?
That's
just offering a pawn and just
But
saying.
you're leaving the c6 undefended, right? So bishop b5 with a tempo.
Well, that would be just annoying. You didn't even take the pawn. Yeah. I mean, you play b6 with the idea that I wanted to take on c5 with the pawn, and if you take, I get to say, isn't this wonderful? I opened up my rook on the a file. Bishop b5 is annoying.
Well, Pragg is in deep think. I want to go back to Sindarov's game because the rook is. Let's go back to Sindarov's game.
Okay,
because
sorry.
Pragg's still taking his time.
Okay, and this is
Wesley against.
Wesley. There you are, Wesley. Okay, he has played.
The rook is on g8.
wow.
Yes, so he captured since
Everything
the move
moved
king h8.
one line over.
Yeah, everything. Since you went king h8, Wesley said, "Well, let me misplace your rook for you." The rook had to go to an
It's misplaced now,
awkward
but if I
square.
get f5 and you take it, it'll be very well placed on g8.
True that. So a4 by Wesley. That's strange. I would have thought he might have played knight. Okay, knight.
Really want to play bishop b3 and knight g5, right?
Am I the only one who's mystified by the rook g8 move?
Well, it was hanging.
Yeah, okay.
Captain Obvious.
That's why they pay her the big bucks.
Big bucks, baby.
Was there another move?
Okay, the rook-
97
No, but the fact that you played to this
position.
variation
Yeah.
to get your rook on g8, and it turns out that after a4 you're better because you're about to attack along the g file.
Wow.
Is bananas.
That is crazy.
And if that's what he did it for, which it looks
Kudos.
like it's not, maybe not what he did it for
He
because
played
he just played
b6.
b6. Maybe he did only move it because it was hanging, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
But to me, if he played with the idea of moving his king over to move the rook over, to then attack, yes, that's. I see you shaking your head now.
Yeah.
This is my point. Like, are you
Shake.
serious?
What?
How deep is this player?
Right?
Because that looks And by the way, he could have put his knight on f4. He missed the opportunity to play knight f4 and the move g5 next.
Ooh.
He missed that chance. Instead of b6, knight to f4 and g5 would have been extraordinary in the position instead of the move b6.
Yeah.
It reminds you of those hedgehog systems, right? Where you
Yes.
go king h8.
Yes,
g5.
exactly. And that was a moment. He missed this moment. Now, bishop e3, even trying to fix the problem, is still going to get met by the move g5. g5 is just coming.
Well, guess what? Wesley said, I'm trying to get tempos against that rook.
Yeah, he's doing it. He's just attacking
gonna
the
move the
rook
rook
on g8
again?
now.
But is
Bishop
there
e6, right?
f4?
Oh,
Is there the move
bishop
f?
is trapped on e3, right?
That's what I'm banking on, right?
By the way, the engine hates what he did.
For whom?
Black. Black is
Worse?
not doing well here. According to the engine, at least.
Yes,
He's
they're up to
playing
f4.
dynamically, but more like the King's
g5,
Indian.
knight g5.
And less like
F4,
the
knight
hedgehog you
g5?
mentioned, Nazi.
Yep, yep.
Oh, I would wanted that move before when I was saying knight to f7, knight to g5. That is sweet. Hello. I'm about to pay an unwanted visit on the f7
Yeah,
square.
this is very loosening, and he played quite intuitively here, but now he's going to suffer with that rook on g8. He should not have opened himself up this much. And his biggest problem is the move bishop e6 is unplayable.
Actually,
Point-
that's a
oh,
move I
because the knight on
want to
h5
play
is hanging?
because of knight to g5.
And the reason why is bizarre.
Knight g5, I go queen g6.
And that covers everything for the
Tell us.
moment.
Knight takes e5, which looks illegal and impossible, is winning a pawn.
Yep.
Very simply, that's it. We just take the pawn, and you got nothing. You can dream on.
So the open G file doesn't give black.
You got the open file, but you get nothing for it. No attack, no nothing. Just done.
Could Wesley win 2 in a row and change up the standings completely?
Yeah, that would totally mess
It's
things.
very early to say that, of course. This is a crazy position after bishop b3. But Sindarov definitely considering the sacrifice of an exchange, right?
Yes, but it is remarkable that the desirable bishop e6 just leaves the knight on h5 hanging, and so you can't do that. You can't.
Okay, what's wrong
But
with
the-
just going back rook f8? Yeah, we lost the tempo maybe, but we
Rook
got
f8
f5, right?
Sure.
And now we're threatening f4?
Nope, he
He's
put his
played
rook
it,
back
yeah.
on f8.
Yeah.
And he's acting like nothing happened. Just got up and started to walk around and say,
Okay, you got
just
your
a chess
bishop.
position. You got me.
You got your bishop on b3. What else have you got here? Just a second. Again, I don't know why I'm finding myself very attracted to the move knight g5.
Still?
Knight g5? Yeah, do you mind if I just take a look here? If you go queen g6, I got this knight to f,
And after h6?
h6?
No,
knight
queen
F-
g6, knight f3, h6.
Oh, sorry.
Then your
So-
knight would be trapped, right?
Well, let's see. Queen g, this is
Oh,
what
d7 is hanging. That's what you're trying to take my bishop.
Shh, don't tell
Okay,
her.
let's include rook d8.
Well, I wanted to include knight h4 as well.
Okay, yeah, this is working.
Something happened, right? But I don't think you had to fall for my
Yeah, I could
nefarious
play immediately h6.
ideas.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I think
Big
we need to, yes, Maurice.
development in the game
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
with Jorden and Prague.
Uh-oh,
And Prague has just
blundered.
made a horrific mistake. And what is happening? 6 against 6. Right now, he is in big trouble. He has miscalculated this position. He played queen a5. His opponent played a not
G3.
great move in g3. Bishop takes c5. Bishop takes, queen takes, castles. And then he jumped in for knight f2, which the engine is screaming is a big mistake after knight a4, queen a5, queen f2, queen takes a4, and now there's only one move that gives a terrific advantage for him. Terrific advantage, and it ain't easy.
Bishop d3, knight g5.
You're giving up a2?
Yeah, but with my bishop on d3, I'll always have c3. Bishop takes h7 stuff.
Key move is
B.
a3.
I was going to say king b1 if I don't like bishop to d3.
So on king b1, I can play e5 and then bishop f5, and there's so much stuff coming with tempi.
a3 makes all the difference in the world. Why?
Gives no counterplay for the opponent.
Okay.
Complete shutdown. I've seen this move with a trap of the queen, but not with the queen able to just go back to a5. But to shut down any kind of hope you have on that side and then proceed
Bishop
to take care of
d7.
business on the other side.
Bishop
You're
d7, rook c8.
You just have an inferior French.
Yeah.
You want to play a move like bishop to d7. White will just continue to play. I'm looking at the move b5 as the toughest move to play in this position after bishop to d3. But white can just shut it with c3. That's not normal.
Then rook c8, right? Probably.
Queen e2, queen. This is pure prophylactic chess of another order. Karpov might find a3 and just play chess easily.
Right.
But look at this. He's reaching for it. Kudos to the youngster channeling his inner Karpov, finding the move a3 and not king b1. He said, no, we're going to shut down all your play. It doesn't look like it's shutting down play, though. b5, b4 looks like you just created a hook on that side. So I got to say, impressive, but sort of turgid at the moment. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. Yas, help us out.
Yeah, no, seriously, counterintuitive. I mean, I would have been thinking king b1 and not creating a hook for b5, b4. But there might be a simple problem too. If you start with b5 in this position, I wasn't sure about queen. Oh, sorry. I've got to make a move. Let's say king b1, right? If you play b5, I wasn't sure about the move queen c5. I was trying to play bishop takes b5, maybe queen d6, play a little interference over there, and guess what? I still have b3 and bishop to d3. You're not getting the hook stuff that you want, right? Which means you're probably not playing b5 at all.
Now, on the other hand, you haven't started your attack on the king side.
Not yet.
I'm honestly
it's a
shocked
late
that
bloomer.
White has such a big advantage in this position. It doesn't feel like they should.
Okay, well, give me, and you're not going to give me the moves, but give me bishop to d3. You understand that move. Give me rook to e1. You understand that move. Give me knight e5. And you go, oh my God, you're sitting on me. I got the backward e6 pawn.
The dark squares.
The king's not great, and I don't have an attack against the king, the white's king. So I'm shutting down your counterplay, and you've got positional weaknesses. Accuracy.
That's still a beautiful, I gotta say,
92.
as you mentioned, counterintuitive idea. A3
right? No.
just seems like it walks into a potential punch.
Right.
With B5, A5, B4, a lot of lesser players like myself would not want to play A3 and allow the king side to be weakened this way. I say king side, of course, the king's residence. That's an incredible, extraordinary conception that he has found. And I'm sure Pragg is sitting there thinking, wait, now I get play. I get great play against the position, but you have to be very careful about your queen sitting a little bit strangely placed on that square. It's not so easy to trap, or is it? Bishop?
Maybe it is. Maybe it just is. Queen can go to c5.
No, but isn't there forcing bishop c2, knight d2, bishop b3, king c2 trap?
Oh, yes, there is.
Nice.
You're absolutely
After
right.
a5?
That's gorgeous.
a5, bishop c2.
I mean,
forcing.
this is the a kind of a queen trap that you should have hardwired into your
You're doing
mind's
this
eye.
way.
Oh, that's another one.
There's
I
also
had bishop b3 and king c2.
But there we get a rook for the queen.
Yeah, he gets a rook in that case. Yasser's greedy.
Yasser's materialistic.
That is
sweet.
It just seems like if Black doesn't allow himself to be trapped, though, Black should make a couple of moves.
Okay, you go.
And then the attack will work. But
no, I
apparently,
don't think the attack is going to work. Hold on, where is it?
No, this is you're suggesting a rook, a piece sack.
Uh-oh.
And Leinier has made 9 draws in a row.
Wow. Saving himself for the Blitz.
Indeed.
Doesn't want to give away his preparation for the Blitz.
But he's way behind Pragg, who's on +3. That's 6 extra points you got to make up in Blitz. You're not winning the tournament 6 points down.
I was about to say, because you mentioned c3, and I thought to myself, what the heck is going on after c3? When you put the pawn on c3, by the way, you almost must play a5, b4. But your queen is actually
in the way,
stuck on the a file. If you put it on a6, it's got to go back to b7. It's got to go back. Then you get to go a5. By
but you have to believe fervently that Black's play is super slow. And now when you play your positional style with rook e1 and putting the knight on e5, etc., that whatever Black does, dream on, buddy. It's just not going to work, even though it looks like you may have some kind of hook.
Whoa.
And look at what's happened in the game.
After a long think, he goes e5.
And by the way, this is like, when everybody's over there, there's a knight g5 sighting over here. Queen.
Let's try to figure out, Yasser,
what happened instead.
What happens after e5?
Okay, d5 is hanging. Let's boldly state the obvious. What?
Queen c5.
Queen c5
That was
instantly played.
No,
the engine's giving double question marks.
No, the engine's actually saying double
trouble.
exclamation mark. Because
no, but this move is tremendous.
Yeah, I've been searching for this move for some time.
And Jorden took down Wesley. He's about to take down Pragg.
Let's not jinx it. He's definitely much better against Pragg. But yes, now you got to wonder what this is about. The move bishop e6.
Look at the time, Maurice. 6 minutes for Pragg against 21.
Well, exactly, and we had talked about that earlier. But now bishop e6 runs into knight g5.
Absolutely.
So if we put bishop e6 on the board, knight g5 will happen. So you can't easily defend this pawn. And I think Pragg now knows that he is in trouble. He may be facing his first loss of the entire competition.
Yeah, by the way, not just bishop b5, but also b2, b3 could force a queen trade with your center collapsing.
Yes.
Yuck.
Wait a minute, b3 wins a pawn immediately. Bishop e6, b3? Oh no, he has
queen e4.
Yes, queen e4.
Not, but yeah, I was about to say maybe this is a way to go too.
Oh, I don't have knight g5. Rook on h1 is hanging.
Well, there's knight. Yeah, but there is bishop to g2, and oops, I guess
Maybe you
not.
don't have any good discovery moves with the knight, so. This is
no,
unnecessary. Yeah.
I thought the knight going to g5 and or bishop to b5. What do you like?
Both look great.
Don't they? No,
Pragg
this
down
is
to 5 minutes now in a very tough position.
exactly.
No, his position is horrible after e5.
But the move e5, loosening up the center, when you don't have development, that's strange.
You know, it's funny. Black only needs one move.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Just please, do me a solid. Let me play bishop f5.
Right.
And then let me move again.
Exactly.
And then black is great.
Right.
One move. And white's not exactly ahead in development himself with the bishop on f1 and the rook on h1.
Until you see.
So it just turns out that right here, right now, you've got to deal with too much in this position because you're losing material with bishop takes on c6. And this is just the tempo of chess, the timing of moves. If only I had a move and another one, my kingdom for a tempo.
Right.
It just doesn't work, and that is the problem for Pragg. Bishop b5 is going to be monstrous, and queen e4 doesn't do anything after bishop to b5. This is terrible, and he knows it, and we've been talking about it for 2 minutes. He's only been thinking for 2 minutes before finally moving his queen to the e4 square. That slowly but surely looks like he's trapping his piece.
Okay.
And by the way,
so he dodged bishop e6, knight g5.
Well,
no, knight g5 is possible.
And then bishop d3.
Knight g5 and bishop d3, he's going to have to hope this tactic doesn't work for...
Oh, f8 is hanging.
F8 is hanging, exactly.
Oh, so let's put that on the board. So if you take the rook with...
I can take 2 rooks for the queen.
There is this move, bishop to d3, with a monstrous threat of mate in 2. Bishop takes
your queen, of
h7
course.
check, and the queen, of course. You're forced to give up the queen for 2 rooks. And
But black is losing more material.
You do get a
That's the
tempo with
problem.
bishop g4 check.
very
to say
necessary to
I'm
defend.
developed.
Yeah, the king will likely retreat. And
Okay, and then if we just play g6 or something, why is it so bad for black?
d5 is hanging with a check.
Yeah, but the h7 pawn is also hanging straight.
Yeah,
That was like G6.
Nasi was suggesting
Oh,
move g6.
Yeah, no, that's...
I guess
There's
black
gotta
just
be-
takes both pawns d5 and e5, and that's more than enough.
Well, I mean, you're going to get a gold membership to the Pawn Grubbers Association if you keep this up. That's 1, and as you say, this will be 2, and that is good enough.
But also,
Wow.
Jorden doesn't have to give up the 2 rooks for the queen. He could simply play bishop g2.
I think he's playing knight g5. Jorden is an enterprising player, and he has 20 minutes on the clock. I think he's going to stare down that variation and say, that's the way I need to go.
I need to go.
And why not? He's got so much time. He does not have to rush. That's the key. Don't rush. Spend the next couple of minutes evaluating, calculating, and then finally deciding to play this most aggressive move.
Knight g5, queen takes. Just, I mean, it feels like knight
be more, right?
h7, just bishop
about to
e2.
Let's see if he's going
No
for
need
the
to rush.
bishop or the knight. Knight g5.
And he's done it.
Knight g5. And
You know, when I
there's-
was in Zagreb recently,
Yep.
and as we see this line play itself out, queen takes a1, h1, bishop to d3. Only move is queen takes d1. When I was in Zagreb, the opening ceremony, I got a chance to show some of my studies to the top
we
players.
saw the photos.
And I was having great fun. There we see queen takes d1 played, king takes. And one of my studies, and they were, you know, the best you can have is
Gary,
the top players are struggling, like Gary and Anish and MBL and Ali Reza Farouja are struggling with one of your studies.
Right.
So I did one, and they asked me for more, which I felt like I was on top of the world.
Right.
But one of the studies I gave them, it wasn't exactly a study, it was a position that was a winning combination that I created. And there was a paradoxical move at the tail end of the position that you had to see. And we see bishop g4 played. And Jorden was not there because they were playing a simul, and so one player had to leave, and then the others were going over, were busy with my study, you know, entertaining themselves, or at least amusing themselves. And king c1 played. So they're struggling, and they've gotten to the point now where they have to find the money move.
Paradoxical move.
And they're not finding it. And they're finding all kinds of other genius move, and it was Anish and Pragg in particular attacking this position. They couldn't find the move. And I'm smiling to myself, and then Jorden walks in, and he hasn't seen any of the study.
Right. He just
comes in. But I know his style. His style is to find these kind of unusual, paradoxical moves. So when he was walking up, I said, I bet you Jorden finds it. And the rest of them are looking at me like, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like what?
What?
Oh, we fried liver?
Yeah, we're getting dissed.
There he goes. And he came over, they showed him the line to that point, and wouldn't you know it, he just suggested the move.
Right up.
And they didn't respond to it just yet. It took them a second, and then they realized that his move put the whole thing together. He hadn't seen the whole line, but he even saw the move. To even see the move was critical. That's the kind of player he is. He's not showing that genius on the Grand Chess Tour, though. That tactical flair that he has, the creativity that's made him into a top player. He got top 12 in the world. He doesn't look like it here on the Grand Chess Tour at all. But, boy, don't mess around because his tactical flair is incredible. And when he settles in, he's going to be a dangerous customer. And right now, who did he take down earlier?
Wesley.
Took down Wesley, who's in third. Might take down the leader. Did he play Javokhir yet?
It's a good question.
Because if I were Javokhir, I'd be like, yo, wait a minute.
Well, this is the ninth
guy.
round. He's had to have
he
played.
must have played him.
Yeah, so they've all played. By the way, no G6. Your suggestion, Nasi, no G6. There was a rook D8. He didn't want to lose D5, the pawn.
I mean, he's completely winning. He's going to take the rook on F8 now.
But that's the problem. Now knight H, the rook's
Look at Pragg. Look at Pragg. Can't believe it.
He knows he's busted.
After such a wonderful tournament to this point, and about to lose this game, the last game of the Rapid.
Nobody has handled Prague's French defense like this. I mean, and
it was the move H4.
that just like threw him off his game. And you can see it not only in the expression, his time, 3 minutes to 19 minutes. That says
what an unbelievable development in this tournament. This just changes everything, the entire complexion of the tournament.
Absolutely.
Sindarov wins, he catches up with Pragg.
Right.
But even if he doesn't, losing the last round leaves such a sour taste in your mouth.
Oh,
right?
for sure. And the point was, Pragg had a gap that it looked like it was actually growing there for a moment.
And look at that, he's losing to Van Foreest, who of course is a fantastic player, but he's in this tournament in the 9th place.
Exactly.
It's not just this tournament. He's done terribly on the tour so far.
Right. He's not.
He just hasn't shown his best self on the tour so far. But maybe wins like the one against Wesley, this one here.
It's encouraging.
We'll say, you know what? I'm not such a bad player after all.
You should really. And look at this. Pragg says, okay, I'm busted, but at least I have a passer. Maybe on a good day, I can shut down the queen so you can't play queen g1. And I'm sure Jordan's saying, dude, I'm a rook up. I just took your rook. You got a pawn. You got nothing. I'll bring my knight back. But let's see how.
Bishop h7 check.
Oh, that's even better. That just brings the king
And you can
out
put the
into
knight
the
on
world.
g6, right, after king f7.
And the knight is actually, after king h7, the knight is actually nicely placed to deal with the pawn on g2. Because for the moment, the queen covers g1, right?
Yes, there's no compensation here for Pragg.
No, he's just trying. King H8, perhaps?
That's it.
Resignation.
It has occurred. Pragg didn't want to see any more. What a stunning development.
Truly. Wow.
As Pragg loses the very last game after having gone 8 games without any
Problems, really.
I mean, he had to dodge maybe a couple of difficult positions. But yeah, you're right. I agree with you. No real problems. But this one, he was just completely demolished.
Yeah. Let's jump quickly to the game between Wesley So and Javokhir, because suddenly players are playing for first place. Wait a minute.
Only Javokhir is, because he's in clear second still, right? Or is Wesley tied?
Yes, but Wesley in clear third,
Wesley's
on the point behind Sindarov.
Right.
So if he wins, he overtakes Sindarov.
And then it would be, they would flip each other. Right now, Sindarov in the second place.
2 points
Wesley
behind?
in third.
And Wesley's in third, 3 points behind.
Right.
But
Coming
whatever
into
happens in this
round.
game, the two of them are saying to Jorden, hey, homie, yes, you did us a solid indeed. Way to go. Taking him down. Just stay at the bottom of the tournament. Don't do anything more exciting. But, wow.
What's the expression? Ice cream on ice cream for Jorden? Nicely done. Bravo. Queen F7. What do we
of
have?
course, I wasn't thinking clearly. Javokhir, he did lose to Javokhir in round 3 of the tournament. Did Jorden.
Yes.
Yes, that was Sindarov's first win.
Yes, that's right. And but now he's collected a couple of wins, and is Jorden at -1. He's only a -1, so he's
let's take a
not
look.
in the worst situation in the world. Showing people like Fabiano, Caruana, for example.
So in this game, both players want to win, but position is equalized?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Queen F7, Rook F7. They've traded queens in the actual game now. The knight is coming to D5.
You could have started with knight E3 first.
Yeah, I was wondering, do I want to trade the bishops off? Because, I feel like the bishop on F4 is a little bit passive. This bishop on
Bishop E5 is fine too.
Yeah, knight E3.
And then go bishop E5 and trade. Even after knight H5, I'll still go bishop E5.
Bishop E5 after knight H5 makes sense. Let's just take a look. I see that the eval bar
says triple zeros.
Triple zeros throughout, but just to put some moves on the board for a little bit.
Are you going to D3?
Absolutely. I love centralized knights that are nicely protected.
This could be still a little bit unpleasant for white.
Oh, that's my question is, who the bar tells us it's even, but I'm saying as a human player, is it easier to play white or is it easier to play black? By the way, Rook G8 could be a move. Rook G6, you know what I'm saying? There's a half-open G file. So I wasn't sure where to begin if I'm Wesley. If I start with knight E3 or bishop E5, he started with...
They are following our lines, exactly. Knight H5, bishops got traded on E5.
Right.
And now we expect knight F4?
Absolutely. Rook E8.
Wesley's very good at endgames. I can't see him losing this.
I don't see him either. Rook E8, Rook D1.
Sindarov's enjoying his position, though. He made that move, got up.
He played knight F4 and walked away, did he? By the way, I noticed that Levon, he's getting up a lot more than I'm used to seeing Levon.
He's always walking around.
He is, but now it's just sort of like, it's almost perpetual motion. Like Daniel Deac of Romania, he just gets up after every...
He only has 4 seconds. Sometimes he gets up.
In a blitz game, he gets up. Like, what? Okay. Speaking of Levon, if you don't mind, I'm just going to check in on Vincent and Levon because Vincent is trying to keep pace.
He had that painful loss in the last round against Pragg.
Was that ever? What an exceptional game that was. By the way, his only
painful
loss...
because he blundered a piece.
Yeah. His only loss, he had been drawing... He had drawn a lot of games.
No, he won one game. He beat Jorden. He was +1 and then went immediately to 50%.
How do we like this position? I mean,
Oh, it looks
it's weird, right?
weird, yes. White's pawns are doubled, but black's bishop
Knight
is not
F4.
as good as my knight.
Yeah, I want to put my knight on a good outpost, and I'm just trying to guess what would be the most favorable square. Knight F4, Knight H3. There is a weakness in black's camp, the pawn on F6.
I really can't tell if I'd rather be white or black.
Right, it is a confusing moment. We'll let them stew over that. Where would you like to guide us?
We need to, well, we only have 3 games left. We can check how Fabi's doing against Anish.
Absolutely.
Looks equal.
It looks equal, but as a Catalan player, don't you just
I like the bishop on G2, yes.
groove to that bishop on G2?
If Fabi wants to guarantee himself the final 4, he needs to come back to at least 50%.
100. I totally agree with that. For sure, as Maurice has been mentioning, he cannot afford to finish 7th or 8th or worse, because he will only be picking up 3 points or 4 points.
The wheels could come off the bus real quick in blitz.
Exactly.
You could just lose 4 in a row with just look up and say, how did I do that?
Spin and
so
it's
he needs, most importantly, not just to think about the points, but to think about his play. How do I get back in form? How do I start just clicking with those moves? Because otherwise it could just be an absolute disaster.
Right. I'm just wondering, should I, if I'm in Fabi's shoes, is this pawn weak? Should I be trying to collect it by putting my knight back on C6?
Well, double rooks on C1. And then he can't move.
Well, then I'll break the pin.
Then you'll get out of the way, right?
Yeah, I'll break the pin. Right. By the way, rook C7, that was a little bit of a hidden move, because maybe he wants to play rook to C6. And Anish, how much time does Anish have?
It's 6 minutes against 9.
Okay. So, favorable
But Yasser,
clock
while they're
times.
thinking, we do have a special guest in the studio, the man who took down the leader, Jorden van Foreest.
Yes, we are with Jorden van Foreest after a pretty good day at the office. Jorden, first of all, we met in the elevator earlier today, and I saw you scarfing down a sandwich to try to get some energy, and you really felt the need to start playing better. What was it about today, other than me, being your lucky charm in the elevator, that made you really play such good chess today?
Yeah, it was just a big desire to finally be interviewed by you. Didn't get to see you in any of the other events so far, so it's really nice to be here. And I don't know if today was a particularly good day or anything, but I just got quite lucky that I got all my prep in the last round, and everything just worked very smoothly, surprisingly as well, because I lost the first round, a very tough loss, and then second round wasn't anything special as well. So yeah, at least good to end like this today.
Yes, in fact, this game was absolutely brilliant. You say you got your prep in. Did he just walk into all the moves? And especially that move A3 was just sterling.
Yeah, this was actually some prep I've had for ages. I didn't expect to get it on the board or anything, but I even knew that this knight F2 was supposed to be pretty bad for black. It's quite a tricky line, and especially for rapid and blitz time controls, these things can easily go wrong if you're not exactly sure. Still, of course, I was quite surprised that everything worked so smoothly, and after A3, he's just basically busted, because if concrete play doesn't work for him, he has all these weaknesses in the center, so yeah.
You mentioned that we did get a chance to speak in the other events. Your play has been somewhat spotty in your first trip on the tour. We know you're a better player than you're showing. What do you think that is? Is to get used to the strongest players to be playing against?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm trying to figure out myself why I'm struggling so much in all these events. It's hard to say. First of all, of course, everyone is incredibly strong, and it's tough for sure. It's my first tour, as you know, so I'm not maybe used to this kind of level, but at the same time, it's not like I'm playing these guys for the first time. So maybe I'm just not in the best shape, and especially in these rapid and blitz tournaments, if things go bad, they can go really bad, and I think I have to work on my faster time controls, that's for sure, because in classical, usually I'm doing
a bit better than in the Rapid and Blitz so far.
All right, well, you've upended a leader in the event. Also, Wesley So, who's near the top. Does that mean anything to you to play spoiler?
Yeah, it's fun at least, like when you're not really playing for... I saw I have like 0.4% chance to make it to the top 4. So I mean, at least like trying to bring some people back down and make the tournament more interesting is for sure fun, but at the same time I hope to, I'm mostly focusing on my own play and hope to make a good performance, especially now there's still 18 rounds of Blitz, so anything can happen, of course, and yeah.
Well, good luck and see you next time on the elevator.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maurice. Yes, I need to see you again. Yeah.
Jorden, a quick question. Pragg is here with his sister to help him prepare and train, and you're here with your brother, who is also an incredibly strong player as well. What's that like, touring with your brother?
Yeah, it's wonderful,
Lucas,
of course, that you don't need to look too far to get a second. You just bring your brother along, and
right.
I don't think there's many people that can afford this like luxury, right? Only maybe Pragg and myself. We have a sibling that's also a fellow grandmaster in this case. So.
Right. And you don't have to pay them a penny?
No, they get paid. They're not coming. At
You
least
got to
in my
exploit your family as best you can.
Yeah. But no, it's really good that I can bring Lucas along and we get along so well. And also, he has a lot of qualities that I don't have. For example, he's a very organized person. He takes care of a lot of stuff, whereas I'm a bit more chaotic. So we add to each other in a way.
As well as your younger sister, too.
Sure, maybe in a few years I'll get to bring her along.
Exactly. Well, good luck. Good luck. Great.
Thank you so much, Yasser.
Come for more interviews.
Hopefully.
All right, let's jump back into the games. We've got Wesley and Javokhir.
They're still in that end game, but Wesley's down to 4 minutes, while Sindarov has 8.
And Wesley sacrificed a pawn, or maybe he gave up the pawn.
2 pawns, actually, right?
What?
But he's getting one of them back.
Yes, exactly. He's ready to play either rook takes c7, or rook takes a6, if you allow rook takes e6 and rook c6, right? I would be a little bit worried as black that I don't want to lose the a6 pawn. The pawn is already on
So
the
you play rook f6 and give up the c7
Yeah,
instead?
that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking to play rook f6 or f4, to get some play against the f2. By the way, this knight is very annoying, right? It's always, it's blockading, but it's also...
I like your f4 move, Yasser,
yeah.
But if I take...
Clock times, by the way, 3 minutes for Wesley, 7... Oh, plenty of time.
Plenty of time, yes.
All right, what should we be doing?
I'm surprised Wesley got off.
So that Keymer game
Vincent game
is going to hoover some things off the board really quickly, or at least there's going to be a lot of energy in this position as Keymer has captured the A-pawn and Aronian has taken the pawn on B2. We're seeing pawns drop off, but there is a possibility of playing rook to A5 right now. It may be that we see just a straight end game, but rook A5, definitely an interesting move. You could challenge the piece, like rook D2 here, for example, doesn't work. And it's important to note, you're not just trying to get your pawn back with rook D2, because after rook takes on C5, you can't play bishop takes D3 because rook D5 ends the game on the spot with that pin, and you don't have any checks on D1 to get your way out of this mess. So this would be a complete disaster. So Levon will have to be precise after this move, rook to A5.
But there is a trick, though, isn't it? Rook A5, rook B1 check, king goes to H2, rook goes to F1.
King G3.
And now we got to get rid of the king, right?
H5.
H5.
Nice.
And the point is, I want the knight on F2 to move so that I can finally play bishop takes D3 and
what will you do if I start giving you checks?
I have no idea.
Maybe hide on H6, right?
Okay, if I can, I'd love to.
Also, it's miraculous here. You can play rook A2.
Rook A. You pinned me on D5. Now you want to pin me
every which way possible.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Take the pawn and go to G3 back. Wow.
Oh my goodness, that is hilarious. Did you?
And then you gave me a pawn for nothing?
I guess. Well, if you're going to move your rook back, I guess I'd have to move my rook over.
Is it on the board? Rook a5 is on the board. Levon's going to have to be a little bit careful to spot these lines.
Exactly.
And how to play next. You could panic in a moment like this. I don't suspect Levon will, especially with all that time on his clock.
I was about to say, look at the difference in time, though. Levon has played very quickly in this tournament, and 8 minutes to 1.5 for Vincent. I suspect that Levon had prepared rook to b1 check and rook f1 in advance of this position when he played rook takes b2. Mm-hmm. He was ready for this, although he hasn't responded immediately. Not sure why.
Yes, there's some development in Fabi's game.
All right. We'll go to
has
Anish.
a chance to outplay Anish. You were right to point out that a5 pawn.
Yeah,
it's a real problem.
It comes with consequences. It's desirable to get the pawn to a5, but it's not desirable to get tied, tethered.
I love this last move, rook e6. He wants to go rook f6. And when I attack f2 pawn, look, you can't move your king or your rook to defend the pawn. Because you have 3 weaknesses, a5, d4, and f2.
That's piling on. Why can't I move my king? King e3?
e3 might be.
90. Okay, d5 is saying.
Yeah.
What is this last move, Yasser?
You're right, though. It's pretty close.
Well, he's saying whenever you play rook takes f2...
This was a draw between Sindarov and Wesley. So Pragg still remains in first place despite his loss.
But they have closed the gap, and it's a slim 1-point lead now.
Right.
As they chat about this position.
So, Yasser, you were about to say, if rook f6, what is Anish planning? King e3?
Rook takes f2 doesn't come with a gain of tempo.
So that's the idea. Got it.
Not sure. No, I really don't know why. The bishops defended. I mean,
okay, rook f6. We're about to find out. See, it still comes with the tempo now.
Yeah, we did tease Anatoly Karpov that he liked to defend his pieces before they even got attacked. Could it be knight d1? It's not a joy, but then comes knight b5, and no, I mean Anish is being nicely outplayed. You said it yourself. All of Black's pieces look much more harmonious than White's.
And Fabi is 5 points behind the leader right now.
By the
5 points. He cannot afford to draw this game even, because then he's a full 4. Okay, he can draw and say, look, I'll do a decent score overall, hopefully with 18 games of blitz. But if he's going to make any run at this tournament, the 3 people who are ahead of him, they're not all going to collapse. That is Pragg, Sindarov, and Wesley. And even if Fabi pulled a Magnus and did something completely crazy, he still has a long way to go to catch those players. So he just cannot afford. If he's going to win it, he needs to win this one. But Anish has drawn 8 in a row. Not an easy player to take down.
For sure, but look at that accuracy rate, by the way, for Fabi. In the closed positions, he's played extraordinarily accurate moves. Knight b5. I was surprised by the decision to retreat. I thought that
the other knight was going to come up.
I really thought it was going to bounce. Now you also mentioned knight e6. Maybe knight e6, also, king e3.
It's a new idea. I thought of rook h6.
Okay.
And then on bishop g2 f5. And I want to play g4 and, well, I really want to open up h-file for my rook.
Yeah, now that you put your rook on the h-file, I can see why you might want to do that. f5. So you wanted to, somehow you want to play g4 and rook h2.
96, g5, something like this.
Gotcha.
And I think maybe,
and by the way,
Fabi's going for it. f5 is on the board.
Bravo, bravo.
He might even consider some other pawn push.
Well, what I like is the idea of forcing White's king to e3, and then when the knight is on e6, you can go f4 check. Yeah, that would be very nice.
By the way, the position with Keymer and Aronian has just simply lost all interest, as it looks as though that one is almost a certain draw. White has a pass pawn on c3, but it's just not enough. The pawns came off very quickly, and there's not much tension in this position anymore.
We should stay with Fabi's
There's no way
game.
either side actually wins this game between, we talk about Keymer and Aronian, so we can just take a quick glance as the bishop takes on h3, getting rid of all the activity there, and I think that we're going to see a draw very quickly in that game.
Yeah.
As the rook comes up, and Levon knows how to draw this in his sleep, with his left hand, with his right hand, on his back. He can probably do this with his toes with no problem. This one is just too easy to handle, as this is clearly looking like a draw. You just can't see how you would possibly lose. That puts Keymer in a not so bad position in the tournament for sure. But his blitz is not his forte. So that will be a challenge for him, going up against blitz specialists like Javokhir, for example.
Or even this guy, Levon.
Or Levon, yes, indeed.
Yeah. I think this is a kind of an invitation to make a draw. King g6, rook check.
They will be tied at
King f6.
At 50%, a full 3 points behind the leader, 2 points behind Javokhir in second, and 1 point behind Wesley. So all those players at 50%, not doing badly.
But they're not doing well enough to catch Pragg or Sindarov or Wesley.
Exactly. And rook back
Yeah,
to...
they're just looking for the way to draw and find a repetition.
I'm thinking rook f4, g3.
Has to be a draw.
Yeah. Rook f4.
King g3.
Trade rooks and play
Trade pawns.
g3. Trade pawns. Or king, trade pawns.
We're going to wait for the handshake?
I think so. Unless the other game is already drawn. There we go.
And there we have it.
Very nicely done.
All right,
good day.
left.
A good day. Let's jump to Anish, Giri, and Fabiano.
So Fabi has put the knights on c6 and e6, putting pressure on both the d4 and, b4 pawn now as well. But Anish at least freed his rook, because now he doesn't have to defend the a5 pawn with the rook.
Right. The knight is actually defending both b4, and so that means that the rook can maybe go back to e1, or I would rather have the rook on e1 if I was white.
Of course. Semi-open file, and the rook on a3 is just... What are we doing? So how can Fabi make any more improvements? Because I think he maximized his position.
He hasn't quite reached a zenith yet. I would think that the pawn on f4 is actually better played. Let me just...
g4 quickly.
Let me just play...
And f3. Ooh, knight's coming to f4.
That was his hope for breakthrough.
Maybe he will lose f3?
Yes, that's the problem. But he doesn't want to lose f3 to the rook. Rook takes f3 would be bad news.
Doesn't move. Not to the second rank, because the knight takes d4 immediately.
Yeah. So it's kind of an anxious moment here for white. You would like to play king d2 and rook takes f3, but the pawn on d4 is hanging. So first you have to keep the pawn defended before grabbing this pawn.
I guess rook e8. I'll kick you back to the d file, and then I'll go knight f4.
Rook e8, very sensible move. I was also thinking, is Fabi interested in rook f8 and rook f4? No. At the moment, he's ready to play knight takes d4 check.
I'm so happy.
I know. No, you've been on a roll the whole day, actually. So, okay. So rook e8 threatens knight takes d4. I don't think... He did it. I was about to say, I don't think you can afford to play king takes f3. This pawn is really dangerous.
For white. D pawn now is unstoppable.
It sure feels that way, right?
Rook e1 is coming. I have active rook, active knight, and a pass pawn.
And you've got to be careful where your king goes. If the knight goes to c2... and knight e1,
But yes, so let's stop our analysis because we have Wesley So with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we are with Wesley So in third place. Wesley, we're going to put you to a little work now that you're done for the day. And you're looking at this position.
Yeah, we can.
What are you thinking?
Well, Anish blundered, clearly. So now Black is winning.
Yeah.
Is it an easy one, you think?
Yeah, for Fabi it should be, because knight comes to f4. Yeah, I think pretty clear cut. Pass deep on, knight comes f4. But I think a couple moves ago it wasn't so bad. No. But now I jinxed Anish. I came and then he started blundering.
It certainly wasn't your fault. Well, let's talk about your tournament as we wait for Anish to find a move.
We can just watch if you want.
Oh, we'll do both. We'll just keep our eye on this. But you started off the first 2 rounds in insane fashion. That game you played against Levon, it was the only thing we could talk about.
Oh, really?
What were you thinking when you were playing this position?
Well, I didn't have much of a choice. Levon forced my hand. He took on c3 very fast, and then I thought I just blundered something. But it was for sure a very interesting game. You can clearly see Levon's creativity. But I actually thought I was winning, so I was very excited. But then he kept finding tricks, and then I think he kept finding only moves. But very happy to play a nice game.
That was a great defense on your part, but it was your second game against Fabi that we saw you play in the style of Tal, Alekhine, Kasparov at his finest, Shirov. I mean, that was an incredible game. How do you just sacrifice pieces just so freely?
Yeah, it's like a very bad version of Tal. I'm pretty sure I was losing. Well, first of all, he caught me in preparation in this line when he played Queen Beater because he had several games like this. And he always told me this afternoon, so it's risky for white, so I didn't expect he would play it. But I think he played this for both colors, and actually before the term, I was analyzing his game, exactly on this line. But usually after ED, white takes CD. I think the engine doesn't like this very much for white, but it was very difficult to play over the board. But I didn't have much of a choice. I mean, I got caught in his preparation, so I realized I either lose slowly or I just go all out and then lose.
Wow. A lot of people would just sack pieces just like that. And by the way, brilliant stuff. I don't remember, was he ever losing, guys? I don't remember any position that you were just losing. It was, wait, at Queen F4, there was one moment when he could have played Queen F4 instead of Queen F2. That would have been problematic for you. But you also had great chances yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure. It was a very nice game also. Amazing to win that game against Fabi. Who's been my teammate in the last couple tournaments, also in the upcoming Olympiad. So it's really...
Way to treat your teammates, man.
Yeah, first, it would be nice to first beat Levon and then... I mean, I beat Awonder.
We're working on the team to say who's top dog.
No, it's not about top dog, it's just... and by rating, Fabi is still so far ahead. I have to win like 6 games in a row.
Oh, that's going to be a challenge for sure. This last draw with Javokhir now put you in third place. What are your thoughts about the rest of the tournament?
Well, actually, yesterday I was very unlucky because I was completely winning against Jorden. And then not only I ended up not winning, but also losing. So it's basically, I'm playing with -2 points, which is really huge. But yeah, you live and you learn. Like I said in the American Cup, okay, I thought about quitting. But no, I just take it a day at a time. I think everyone had some missed chances. But yesterday against Jorden was really, really poor because it was such a crushing position. And you shouldn't let go of such, it's a big point. But yeah, but a day at a time, one game at a time. And I really look forward to the Blitz. I think anything can happen, hopefully, and be good for me.
Yeah, you should let it go. Let it go. It's gone. There's nothing you can do about the past now. Good luck as you play the rest of your games. 18 of Blitz games to go.
I really look forward to it.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you.
Thank you, guys.
No, Wesley, today what you did was just magical.
He blundered.
And I think you have some pixie dust. Come on over and shake my hand. And no, it was a wonderful game. Really top.
And we're all hoping that you're going to sacrifice pieces more often. Because we love watching you do that.
Yeah, they forced my hand.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly
No, just
right.
do it.
Just do it.
I told him if I was Wesley's coach, he'd spend a year sacrificing pawns and pieces all the time because you play such brilliant chess.
Need a lucky handshake.
There you go. Let's do it. Let's go for it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it looks as you predicted, Fabi has blown it And we'll let you go, Wesley. Thank you so much.
Thank
But Fabi has blown it in this game, and what just happened?
Why did he allow
He
this
had to
H
take
pawn?
the pawn on H4, but it's
That
not
is
that easy to figure out,
crazy.
right? I guess he was worried he was going to lose the G6 pawn, but now he allowed Anish to create a passing on H file.
Yeah, there are two pass pawns that the knights specifically hate. H pawns and A pawns, because they are the most distant. And if a knight gets tethered to a pass H pawn, then it's out of the game for the rest.
Actually, I feel like Fabi needs to be careful not to lose it.
Well, I'm just thinking, shouldn't he just go back with his king and just say, okay, I need to get in
I think
within
he
the
has to take
square.
on H5, then go King E6 and King F6 and get
I'm
close.
a little bit worried about allowing White's king to go King
to
G4,
G4?
But
But
King
yes, if you go
E6,
King E6, H6,
King F7,
Bishop G2.
Knight E7.
He's taken, which was the right decision.
He's taken.
And now he's heading over to H file. Oof, this is scary.
So yeah, just a second. So now, if I go, okay, you have a knight E5 check. So to keep the king honest, I have to go Bishop G2. Just
You want to take on D5 and go H6, right?
yes, exactly so. So Bishop to G2.
Anish has done that.
Yeah, as expected.
Do you take on A5 or do you just go Knight E7, defending the pawn on D5?
Well, I have to make up my mind. Am I trying to draw the game? Or do I want to win? Should I be trying? You scared me when you said, like, I'm getting worried.
But let's stop our analysis. Maurice is with the guest.
Let's not stop our analysis. Let's get the World Championship challenger to give us a little help here. Your feelings about this position, is it just a dead draw or are there some chances?
Yeah, I mean, H8 score is black, so it should be like dead draw. But in time travel, everything can happen. So we see that like from my game against Levon. Yeah, it's like, I think one of my stupidest game in my life. But here, I think it should be draw. But we'll see.
Should be a draw indeed. You're only a half a point, I should call it, a full point by the scoring system behind Prague. You had a day where you could have actually caught him. You were winning against Leinier. How'd you feel about that game? Were you just disgusted and put it behind you, or what was your reaction?
Yeah, I was so sad after that game, but you know why? Because I know that's a moment I got very big advantage, and then like I played immediately one move. After that, for him was so easy to play. I mean, he got some position which is so easy to play for him, and you know, like I didn't have any chance after that to win this game. I mean, maybe somewhere also I got chances, but then I also got some time trouble because before that I have like 6 minutes against 1.5, and my position was plus 0.3, which is like winning by hand. But okay.
It ain't easy in these parts. Anything could happen against these strong players.
Like you know, like everything like happening very fast, and you need to forget this like after game finished. But it's not easy always.
You managed to, though, because you then went and won the game pretty straightforward fashion against Awonder.
Yeah, that game is really very good. I think, like, I mean, he missed a lot of things, a lot of tactics. Probably, I mean, Awonder here playing really not well. So, I'm trying to do something from opening, and it works. I got very good position. And like you know, easy to play some end game. His bishop on h7 is stacked, and I managed to win this game. And yeah, the last game also was. I mean, I'm very close to get a big advantage. I have a very good time control, but I didn't find the best moves there. But okay, still, Rapid is probably finished for me well.
Yeah, you're only a point, like you said, behind Prague, and now it's time for Blitz. We saw you win the Blitz tournament in Charlotte. Is the U.S. good for you with Blitz? Going to do well here in St. Louis?
I think like U.S. is better than Warsaw, but tomorrow is tough day. We'll see. Hopefully, I will try to get my points.
All right. Well, good luck. We look forward to seeing your
game.
game.
Thank you so much. And I think this game will finish draw.
You predicted it. All right, guys.
Thank you, and good luck, Javokhir. Bishop a6, and okay, obviously I can't just simply allow bishop takes b5.
Close enough to catch the pawns.
Question: do you play king e5?
Apparently, only move here is king e3 that draws. Everything else is losing, so it's still
precisely.
not
I was
over.
trying to trick you. My trick was that if you played king e5,
there's a4.
A4, and I wanted to put my pawn to a2.
And goes king e3.
But if you play king e3, however, then on a4 you're in time to get your king over to the queen side.
Actually, king d3 is losing to b4, but king d2 is a draw.
King to d2, isn't that crazy?
It's
and there you go, king to d2. Just in time. And it looks like Anish is going to draw.
Mr. Chess is crazy. King c3 is losing here to b4.
Isn't that amazing?
But any other move, king c2 or king c1 is okay.
I think
Look
everybody.
how accurately Anish is playing.
Yeah.
It's not giving Fabi another chance.
Okay. So, and the idea is if you play b4, well, at the moment you haven't won the pawn on h7, right? So you have to
I don't need to, right? Even if I lose every single piece.
Yeah, you just put the bishop back on b1 and play king takes b4, yeah?
Again, the only correct move is bishop d3.
Well, but that's super logical because you want...
Of course, you don't want to give up the pawn.
Right.
Knight is going to c5.
So
but the problem is that Fabi can use his king.
The real problem is
he
the
can never
desire
push the pawn,
b3,
yes.
A bishop takes b3, and that's an easy draw.
Could he still have some trickies here? Or is it a very easy draw now?
I think it's, now the king is so secure, blockading the pawns, I mean to say, so secure. I mean, I'm thinking this bishop can actually just fly around this diagonal, b1 to e4, and the best you can get is a knight on c3, and I'll put the king on b3. You could go
still
a2,
nothing, yeah.
and I'll go king b2, and it's still...
No, this one is going to be drawn, and neither player will be satisfied with how they did in the rapid portion. Anish needs to make a push to challenge the leaders, and he's going to have to do it in blitz, because otherwise he may walk out of this tournament 2 days with almost no chance of qualifying.
Exactly.
The math will be so horribly against him.
He needs a big result in this.
He needs a big result in blitz, a massive result in blitz. He could still pull it off, but he did not help himself by just going 50% in the rapid.
Yeah. By the way, Anish is a good blitz player. It's amazing. Like Jorden said, sometimes he comes to the Grand Chess Tour and he doesn't understand why he's not clicking at his best. When Anish is playing at his best, as you saw him in Cyprus.
Candidates, yes. Plus
Fantastic.
3?
I mean, he had a score that would normally make him challenger. I mean, plus 3 is not bad. In fact, it's great.
No, it's not enough. And, you know, these two players are sort of, I hate to say it, of the previous generation.
Ooh, look at you.
I hate to put it that way, but the reality is...
Losing friends and invitations.
But, I mean, they're in their 30s, and you've got Prague, Javokhir, Nordebek, Keymer, Gukesh,
Awonder.
You've got young Erdemush.
Yeah,
You've got kids of 14 and 15 years old who are knocking and fearless and waiting to take the crown that no one could take from Magnus.
Right. Yeah, the next generation. I'm thinking of Oro, too, of Argentina.
And Andy Woodward.
Andy Woodward, Mishra. They're ready. By the way, I mean, Anish just played bishop c2 as if that was the only move. He was like making sure that the bishop was secure on c2.
When you're tired, you start to see ghosts. So
exactly. I think the bishop can just go to g6, to f5, to e4. There's just...
Because wasn't there a crazy game between Fabi and Levon last year at Rapid and Blitz where Fabi just blundered a piece in the completely draw position, remember? Like, I thought Levon was going to shake hands for a draw, and instead Fabi just blundered and lost.
Oh.
So anything
It
can
happens.
happen.
It happens.
Yeah, when you're tired and you don't have much time on the clock.
By the way, Anish, who was in his teens a moment ago, is now, and the Fabi is looking around. Am I allowed to say back and forth 3 times draw? Yes, apparently they were. Well,
the arbiter's like, maybe not, but okay, they're allowed it.
Yeah, that was fine.
I don't know if we can hear the players discussing. So,
It's kind of typical.
Fabi living the rapid portion with -1.
Didn't see that coming.
No one could have predicted that.
Didn't see that coming whatsoever. He will be frustrated, angry, annoyed, and everything else.
I can't take on E3, right?
Okay, maybe now we can hear some sound.
But I didn't go.
I think they both realized that Fabi had some serious advantages here.
Like, I mean, knight c6, bishop d3.
Let's take a look at how today went, and after the rapid portion, standings. Praggnanandhaa Incr first with 12 points by Javokhir Sindarov, only 1 point behind him, and Wesley saw only 2 points behind Prag. It's going to be a race.
Absolutely.
And I wouldn't count out the players who are sharing fourth either. If one of them starts winning a couple of games in a row in the Blitz, they could catch up with the leaders as well.
Right.
Get 8 out of 9, and you could be all right. I mean,
not easy to do 8 out of 9, but it's doable. People have done it.
we've seen people do it. We've seen people do it, and we're at that stage now where everyone at the bottom, you're looking at Jorden. He still has a chance to make it interesting. Even now, if he could just pick it up and, the lucky elevator ride with yours truly.
Right.
Win a bunch of games.
Right.
It's going to be a tough task, to be sure. But we also see players who we thought were secure, Fabi, Keymer, Wesley. They need to keep performing because right now at the top, Prag, despite losing, Sindarov as well. And Sindarov hasn't lost a game yet, has he? So we've got Prag having lost one. Sindarov has lost none.
Right.
Still 1 point out in second. We have players who've lost none as well, like Anish and Leinier. But at 50%, that's just not going to cut it. So should be anybody's ball game.
Right. Predictions. Let's remind everybody. You see, I'm trying to get the Bobby Fischer Prize for commentators.
Please.
11 in a row. Can I do it?
You're not doing that.
I went with
But we're
Sindarov.
still all looking good. Prague was chosen by me and Irene, still in the lead. But yeah, your guy Sindarov is very close, only 1 point difference.
Blitz, baby. 18 rounds of Blitz coming up. Who do
9
you
tomorrow, 9 the next day.
Just quickly, who's your 2 picks to be the best blitzers?
Oh, I'm sticking with my guy, Prague.
I'm sticking with my guy, Sindarov.
And
Your guy happens to be my guy. So
You
much
better
I can
say.
say.
It's Blitz,
and
baby.
starting tomorrow, time control will be 5 minutes with only 2-second increments. So
Fast.
we're going to see some people flagging too.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how quickly it goes. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Be sure to join us tomorrow as we start to wrap up the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Thank you, everyone, for watching, and
pleasure.
we'll see you tomorrow. Good night from St. Louis.
Big pleasure.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.